Chapter 216. Bang! Ji Yufei raised his palm to meet the attack. The two of them actually began to fight amongst the flowers. The power of their palms shattered the flowers in an instant, causing petals to dance in the air. One by one, the bright and dazzling aphrodisiac flowers that emitted waves of serene fragrance were shattered by the power of the palm. Then, the shattered petals, like snow under the scorching sun, quickly melted and completely disappeared in the air. However, the serene fragrance became even stronger. The fragrance of the flowers was 10 times stronger than before. The two of them gradually reacted. Li Mengyao's beautiful face instantly turned red again. Her eyes, which were originally about to spit out fire, became misty again. Ji Yufei did not have the intention to hurt Li Mengyao. Otherwise, Li Mengyao's muscles and meridians would have been broken with one palm. Even if she did not die, she would become a cripple. The strength and terror of a martial artist was not something that a martial artist could imagine. Especially in a close combat situation, it was even harder for a martial artist to fight against a martial artist. Even if it was a martial artist of the same level, once a martial artist got close to them, they would also be in danger. The current situation made Ji Yufei extremely embarrassed. If you want to fight, put on your clothes first. Ji Yufei pushed Li Mengyao away with one palm and quickly grabbed the storage bag on the ground. He took out a set of clean clothes and put them on. Pervert, you are despicable, shameless, and vulgar. You are still looking. Although Li Mengyao was furious, she was still a girl. Exposing her body in front of a man made her so ashamed that she wanted to die. Moreover, Ji Yufei's gaze would occasionally glance at her body. At that moment, Li Mengyao quickly picked up the clothes that were scattered on the ground and put them on. Then, with a clang, she pulled out her sword and pointed it at Ji Yufei with a murderous look. Go to hell! Li Mengyao regained her cold arrogance. She swore that she would kill this pervert who had tainted her innocence with her sword. She wanted to use this pervert's blood to wash away the humiliation she had suffered. The calmness of the past no longer existed. Her snow-white dress trembled slightly. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. The treasured sword that had been tempered by the Guangqing Immortal Sect's sword Immortal Dao was even sharper than ordinary divine weapons. Rays of light flowed on the body of the sword. A chilling sword qi spread out from the treasured sword in Li Mengyao's hand, giving off a spiritual aura. Her otherworldly aura, which was as pure and holy as a fairy, was nowhere to be seen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a murderous aura. This Guangqing Junior sister's seemingly weak and delicate body emitted a cold murderous aura. Without any hesitation, Li Mengyao, who had been blinded by anger, only wanted to do one thing, and that was to kill Ji Yufei. Of course, with her level of cultivation, killing Ji Yufei was like reaching the heavens. Li Mengyao activated the sword energy in her body. The sword in her hand suddenly made a wong sound and exploded with a dazzling sword light. That sword turned into a ray of light that was about 10 feet long and emitted a strong sword aura. It flew out from Li Mengyao's hand and flew towards Ji Yufei. Her hair and white dress fluttered. Li Mengyao seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword that had been unsheathed. She became one with the sword and her aura was like a rainbow. The dazzling sword light tore through the void. The dazzling sword aura swept toward Ji Yufei's waist. Guangqing Celestial Sect's way of the sword was not to be underestimated. With a sword in her hand, Li Mengyao cut through the void. The sword aura was extremely sharp. This level of flying sword light, in the eyes of others, might be extremely powerful. However, in the eyes of Ji Yufei, it was barely passable. Seeing that the sword light was about to reach him and that cold sword aura had already reached him, Ji Yufei's long hair was blown backwards by the sword aura. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Just when the sword light was less than 3 feet away from Ji Yufei, who was standing quietly in the sea of flowers, finally moved. His legs were still standing at the same spot. He only raised his right arm. The 5 fingers of his right hand emitted a dazzling golden light as if it was made of gold. His right hand directly grabbed the sharp sword light that was coming towards him, completely ignoring the terrifying sharpness of the flying sword. Is he crazy? He actually dared to use his body to fight against the flying sword. Li Mengyaro was also shocked by Ji Yufei's seemingly crazy action. Clang! When the 5 fingers of Ji Yufei's right hand touched the dazzling sword light, there was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. The unparalleled sword light was immediately grabbed by Ji Yufei's right hand. It was like a spiritual snake struggling in his hand, trying to get out of his grasp. Li Mengyao's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She almost couldn't believe her own eyes. How? How was this possible? The flying sword that she activated with all her strength was actually caught by someone with his bare hands. The scene in front of her was really hard for her to accept. The flying sword and her aura were connected. Li Mengyaro could feel that a strong force was forcefully restraining her flying sword. Wang. Li Mengyaro tried her best to stir up the sword energy in her body, trying to get the flying sword out of Ji Yufei's control. The sword light that Ji Yufei was holding suddenly emitted waves of sharp and powerful sword aura as it struggled and twisted violently in his hand. At this moment, because of the destruction of the passion flower, the fragrance of the surrounding flowers was more than 10 times stronger than before. Li Mengyao's breathing began to quicken, making her feel a little annoyed. Ji Yufei wasn't any better. The blood in his body was boiling and his body was boiling hot, as if he was about to burst into flames. However, he forcibly suppressed the abnormal movement in his body for the time being. Ji Yufei sneered. His right hand suddenly surged with a golden aura, instantly drowning the dazzling sword light in his hand in the golden wave. The endless power of the metal element suppressed the flying sword in his hand. Li Mengyaro suddenly felt as if she was hit by a heavy blow. Her body shook and her heart was extremely shocked. She knew that it was impossible for her to fight against Ji Yufei. At this moment, there was a sudden swoosh sound. Old Tortoise suddenly appeared in the valley carrying a black stick. "You 2 kids, why are you still not leaving here? Do you want to have another round of entanglement?" Old Tortoise's words almost made Li Mengyaro faint. Ji Yufei was also extremely embarrassed. However, Old Tortoise did not care. The power of the fake heaven and earth surged out from his body and enveloped Ji Yufei and Li Mengyao. The next moment, 2 people and a tortoise instantly disappeared from the valley. If Ji Yufei and Li Mengyao were to be in the valley again, smelling the fragrance of the passion flower, they would definitely lose their minds and entangle with each other again. At the edge of a forest outside the valley, ripples suddenly appeared in the calm void. Then, as if directly walking out of the void, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the empty space. "Hee, what's wrong? Are the 2 of you fighting?" Old Tortoise looked at Li Mengyaro with a smile, then turned his face and winked at Ji Yufei. You. Li Mengyaro pointed at Old Tortoise. Her body trembled and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. "Old Tortoise, mind your own business." Ji Yufei was now having a headache. He never thought that he would have skin contact with Li Mengyaro. For a moment, he did not know what to do. "Give me back your flying sword." Ji Yufei's right hand that was holding Li Mengyao's flying sword loosened. The flying sword that was struggling in his hand immediately flew up. Li Mengyao did not seem to appreciate it. On her beautiful face, there was a murderous look. She could not wait to cut Ji Yufei into 8 pieces. Guangcheng Jiujue sword. Li Mengyao directly pinched the sword art. Amid Li Mengyao's angry roar, the dazzling sword light split into 9 and turned into 9 sword rays that danced around her. They were like 9 streaks of rainbow, shining with a dazzling light. The 9 sword rays shot out at the same time, emitting a mighty and unparalleled sword aura. They strangled towards Ji Yufei. The dazzling sword rays tore through the void and drew 9 beautiful arcs in the air. They faintly formed a seemingly right but actually wrong formation, trapping all directions and obliterating towards Ji Yufei. "Oh, this chick turns out to be a little chilly. Brat, you're going to suffer this time." Old Tortoise carried the black rod and walked to the side, looking like he was watching a show. "If you continue to do this, don't blame me for being merciless," Ji Yufei said in a deep voice. At the same time, he fiercely slammed his palm out. The originally calm void suddenly shook violently. The vast palm energy was like a surging river that directly shook the heavens and the earth. The 9-sword rays originally followed the method of a sword formation to trap and obliterate Ji Yufei. However, in an instant, they were shattered by Ji Yufei's palm strength. Then, an unparalleled force swallowed the 9-sword rays like a vast ocean. Li Mengyao's mind was in turmoil. The flying sword was connected to her mind and breath, but at this moment, she could no longer sense the existence of the flying sword. Li Mengyao actually lost contact with the flying sword. This made her turn pale with fright. At this moment, she finally understood the power and terror of the person in front of her. Although they were both practitioners of the awakening state, Li Mengyao felt that she and Ji Yufei seemed to be people of two different worlds. It seemed that the cultivation of the two were not even at the same level. The 9-sword rays were completely trapped by Ji Yufei's palm strength. Then, the 9-sword rays began to dim under the envelopment of Ji Yufei's palm strength. The 8-sword rays disappeared, and a treasured sword appeared in the sword rays. Ji Yufei struck the flying sword rays back to their original form. Damn, how could this be? Li Mengyao's face was flushed. She had already used all her strength, but still could not retrieve the sword. This was unimaginable. Guangcheng Celestial Sect cultivated the path of the sword celestial. They only had one sword in their life. After Li Mengyao cultivated the sword energy in her dantian, she used the sword energy to breathe on the sword day and night, causing the sword to develop spirituality. Although her flying sword had yet to merge with her body, it had already communicated with her breath. It was like a part of her body. But now, this connection was forcefully cut off by someone. How could she not be shocked? Do you still want to fight? Ji Yufei looked at Li Mengyao in front of him. He definitely had the ability to kill her, but what happened just now made it hard for him to have the intention to kill in front of Li Mengyao. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Why don't I be the matchmaker? The two of you can bow to the heavens and earth here and become husband and wife. The old tortoise shouted as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Hearing this, Ji Yufei almost went berserk. He wanted to beat the old tortoise up. This old tortoise is really despicable. Using such words to provoke Li Mengyao, isn't he trying to make me feel bad? Chapter 217. Sure enough, after Li Mengyao stopped talking to the old tortoise, her face immediately turned pale. I will not rest until you die. Li Mengyao roared. The sword energy in her body suddenly exploded. 2 3-feet-long sword auras shot out from her hands and rushed towards Ji Yufei without a care for her life. Although a sword was very important to a cultivator who practiced the path of the sword deity, it was just like the second dantian outside of the body. If the flying sword was destroyed, the foundation would be damaged. Of course, this kind of damage was not irreparable. However, if a new flying sword was to be sacrificially refined, the effort needed would be inestimable. However, even without a sword in hand, Li Mengyao could still use the sword energy in her body to condense a sharp sword aura to attack the enemy. This was the horror of a sword cultivator. Without a sword in hand, it was better than having a sword. If the path of the sword deity was cultivated to the highest level, the person and the sword would become one. The person would be the sword and the sword would be the person. There would be no distinction between the two. Only a sword cultivator at that level could break all spells with a sword in hand. Hee. Don't be impulsive. It's fine if the couple is just fooling around, but don't get serious. The old tortoise continued to talk nonsense, as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. You old tortoise, will you die if you don't talk? When Ji Yufei heard this, he was speechless. This old tortoise was really asking for a beating. Li Mengyao was enraged. The bright sword auras shot out from both of her hands and rushed towards Ji Yufei's chest. It was as if it was going to pierce through the void and made a terrifying sound. Swoosh. Ji Yufei left an afterimage on the spot. He withdrew the vast palm energy that sealed Li Mengyao's flying sword and quickly retreated. He didn't want to fight with Li Mengyao, so he could only retreat. Peng. The sword auras shattered the afterimage and the flying sword returned to Li Mengyao's hand. It once again turned into a shocking sword aura and chased after Ji Yufei. One retreated and one advanced. The two of them moved like the wind and lightning. In an instant, They rushed into the forest next to the empty space. Wherever the sword auras passed, the trees were cut in half and fell from the sky. In the forest, the branches were watching the show leisurely. In the fake world of the tortoise, not only the old tortoise but also Jiu Fei. They didn't have any intention of making a move. Moreover, it seemed like there was no need for them to do anything. The Chilean Demon King had already gained the upper hand. Roar! The Chilean Demon King roared again and again, spewing endless divine flames from his mouth toward the blood shadow. The terrifying heat burned everything, and the vast energy fluctuations caused the whole fake world to tremble. That demonic light and blood silhouette seemed to be in big trouble. It couldn't help but let out scalp-numbing demonic roars. Terrifying and evil energy fluctuations surged out of it, blocking the divine flames. However, even so, the demonic light and blood shadow were gradually being refined, dissipating, and dimming. Chapter 218. It had to be said that the demonic light blood shadow was really powerful. Even after being burned by the fire Chilean's pure young fire, it still did not turn into ashes. Instead, it turned into a blood shadow that dashed around in the sea of fire, trying to break out of the shroud of divine flames. The blood shadow was a terrifying demon of extreme yin, extreme cold, evil, and extreme evil. No matter what it was, as long as it had flesh and blood, its blood essence would be sucked away by the blood shadow in an instant. Even the primordial spirit would not be able to escape. However, the pure yang fire was the nemesis of the blood shadow demonic light. The pure yang and pure yin mutually reinforced and restrained each other. This was the natural law of heaven and earth. Roar! In the sea of fire, the fire Chilean roared again and again. The old tortoise's pseudo-world shook. In the distance, Jiu Fei's ears buzzed from the rolling sound waves coming from the sea of fire. The blood shadow demonic light was shaking. The fire Chilean had completely gained the upper hand. It shot out layers of divine flames to trap the blood shadow demonic light in the sea of fire. No matter how the blood shadow demonic light rammed around, it could not break out of the sea of fire. Old tortoise, what's going on? Why is there another demonic beast in your pseudo-world besides Xiaoqing? Jiu Fei was shocked. The fire Chilean had shocked him too much. He could not help but be shocked. In the ancient books, the fire Chilean was recorded as a terrifying existence like a divine beast. Once the fire Chilean appeared, it would burn the land for thousands of miles. It was the beloved child of the fire god. At this time, Xiaoqing was still asleep because he had eaten half of the dragon yuan fruit. However, Xiaoqing's sleeping place had been moved by the old tortoise to another place in the pseudo-world. Qing's sleeping place had now become the battlefield of the fire Chilean and the blood shadow demonic light. What do you think of my mount? It's not bad, right? Haha. The old tortoise laughed proudly. He had decided to make this demon king his mount. Riding the fire Chilean in the cultivation world would be extremely eye-catching. Perhaps no one in the world could afford to do so. However, the old tortoise might offend the demon race in this way. Online, after all, the fire Chilean's cultivation had already reached the demon king realm. For a demon king to be treated as a mount by someone would be a great humiliation to all the demon clans in the world. Although the demons in the Ruin Heaven realm and the demons on the Tinglong continent belonged to two different spaces and regions, they had one thing in common: they were all demons. Mount! A fire Chilean as a mount! When Jiu Fei heard this, he was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. This was too crazy. What? Cool enough, right? Old Tortoise looked at the looming fire Chilean in the sea of fire ahead, and its eyes began to wander. He was already imagining the scene of the fire Chilean appearing between heaven and earth. The Ruin Heaven realm was only a false world. Although it was also vast and boundless, it was not a real major world after all. Here, everything was restricted by the power of heaven and earth. If the old tortoise had not also cultivated the false world, it was likely that he would have been trapped in the primordial ominous formation and turned into dust. Cool, very cool, Jiu Fei murmured, wiping away the cold sweat oozing from his forehead. This old tortoise was really abnormal. Hee. Boy, what are you going to do with that girl outside? You might as well catch her and make her your wife. The old tortoise looked at Jiu Fei with an evil smile. When Jiu Fei heard this, a few black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. "You disrespectful old man, you're still joking at this time. I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble when I get out of the ruin heaven realm." This damn old tortoise was really touching a sore spot. At the thought of having sex with Li Mengyaro, Jiu Fei felt a headache coming on and was extremely annoyed. If this matter were to spread, not to mention how the sect would punish him, even Li Mengyao's master would immediately kill his way to the Taishan sect to settle the score with her. What big trouble! If you can be ruthless enough to destroy a flower, then go out and kill that girl to silence her. The old tortoise said disapprovingly. Silence my ass. Jiu Fei could not help but be annoyed. This old tortoise always came up with such bad ideas. It was really hateful. It could be imagined that this guy was definitely a great monster who brought disaster to the 3 realms and 6 paths. With the old tortoise's temperament, it was no wonder that he was trapped in the primordial ominous formation. Even Jiu Fei could not help but have the urge to beat up the old tortoise. Just as the old tortoise was about to speak, there was a sudden boom in the field. There was a loud noise, and Jiu Fei only felt the ground under his feet shake violently. There was a change in the field. Thousands of divine flames soared into the sky, sweeping in all directions. The fire Cheline revealed its demon race body. Its body turned into the size of a small mountain, and the fiery red scales on its body were as big as a millstone. The terrifying divine flames burned the world, and the explosive energy spread out, causing the chaotic area of this pseudo-world to also be shaken. The fire Cheline's power was shocking, and it displayed a great magical power. The blood shadow demonic light had already been melted by the raging flames. The terrifying temperature of the divine flames caused the sand to turn into charcoal. Where the fire Cheline stood, the ground melted, and the sand turned into a slurry. Even though he was far away, the terrifying heat wave that surged in front of him made Jiu Fei feel parched, and he was sweating profusely. It was as if all the water in his body was evaporating, and it was very uncomfortable. The old tortoise beside Jiu Fei did not seem to feel the heat at all, and its expression was still calm. Roar! The ferocious head of the fire Cheline, the size of a small mountain, roared at the sky, as if it was venting its monstrous resentment. Then, a giant flaming claw reached out from the sea of fire, and it shrouded the blood shadow that was rushing around like a headless fly. The sea of fire that the fire Cheline had released formed a terrifying domain of fire. The blood shadow demonic light was trapped by the domain, and it was difficult for it to rush out of the sea of fire. The blood shadow could only break through the domain and rush out of the sea of fire if it had the strength to contend against the fire Cheline. Unfortunately, this demonic light did not have the strength to contend against a demon king. The fire Cheline that the old tortoise had subdued was definitely a rare expert, even among the demon kings. Bang! There was no suspense. Under the giant claw, the bloodlight exploded into countless blood silhouettes and disappeared in all directions. Shrill, ear-piercing demonic howls came from the void, as if there were countless demons howling and struggling. When the demonic sound entered his ears, Jiu Fei felt his divine soul tremble, as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to leave his body. It was truly terrifying. Jiu Fei hurriedly gathered his thoughts and circulated his energy to resist the demonic sound. Even the old tortoise had a grave expression on his face. Which demon created this blood shadow clone? This demon is definitely not simple. The old tortoise had long since seen that this blood shadow was only a demon's clone. Although the majority of the blood traces that had exploded had been destroyed, the remaining blood mist had condensed into a dozen drops of demonic blood that glowed with a strange bloody light. They were not refined by the divine flames that were raining down. After the fire Cheline's giant claw destroyed the blood shadow, it continued to envelop the dozen drops of demonic blood. Then, it surged with divine flames to refine the demonic blood. What is that? Jiu Fei exclaimed. Me. It's just a clone condensed from one's own blood essence. The clone's original form is just a few drops of demonic blood, the old tortoise said coldly. Soon, the bloodlight in the fire Cheline's giant claw completely dissipated. The dozen drops of demonic blood had been completely refined. The blood shadow clone was finished. However, Just as the remaining demonic consciousness in the demonic blood was being refined, an angry roar came from a demon palace in the far north of the demon region. The terrifying roar echoed for hundreds of miles in the demon palace. Many demonic cultivators were alarmed by the roar and came out of their seclusion to look in the direction of the demon palace. The Six Paths, that guy. Thousands of miles away, on top of a towering mountain, a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the peak opened his eyes. These were not a pair of eyes that a normal human should have, but a pair of demonic eyes. The crimson pupils flickered with a demonic light. The sclera of the eyes was black without any sclera. They were like a fiery red dot in an unparalleled abyss. The middle-aged man's eyes had an evil attraction that seemed to be able to suck in one's soul. Moreover, this person was very tall. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, he was still as tall as a person. If he stood up, a normal person would only be able to reach his waist. Obviously, this middle-aged man was definitely not human. He was a demon, a great demon that could rival the Six Paths demon Monarch. This great demon had clearly sensed the abnormality thousands of miles away and was alarmed. However, he only glanced in the direction of the abnormality before closing his demonic eyes again. Whoosh! A demonic shadow rushed out from below the demon palace and stood in the void. Its crimson long hair danced wildly in the air, and its entire body exuded a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic shadow stood proudly in the void, looking disdainfully in all directions as it roared continuously. At this moment, all the demonic cultivators in the vicinity who sensed the demonic aura felt extremely oppressed and frightened. They felt as if a sharp sword was pressed against their throats. All the demonic cultivators within 1,000 miles of the demon palace kept quiet out of fear. The crimson long hair was extremely demonic. A demonic howl filled with intense hatred reverberated through the entire sky. Who was it? Who was it? Who destroyed my second clone? I, the Six Paths, hereby swear to the Supreme Demon Lord that I will not be a demon until I get my revenge. The demonic voice was terrifying, and the rolling demonic aura spread across the sky and the earth. The demonic cultivators were shocked. The far north demon area was a place where many demons gathered. The sky and earth here were extremely dark, and even sunlight could not shine through. However, it was not too dark. Gloomy demonic clouds floated in the sky. This place was filled with the demonic aura, and it was the holy land of all demonic cultivators in the world. Chapter 219. In order to find out the location of the ruined sky realm, Demon Emperor of Six Paths had done everything he could. When Yunmeng Mountain intercepted the group of people from the Taishen sect who were flying to the southern wilderness, the blood demon's doppelganger might have already lurked in Guobufan's body. When the 9-colored longevity grass was found, the blood demon's doppelganger suddenly launched an attack. Unfortunately, if the old turtle had not been there, the blood demon's doppelganger would have succeeded. As long as the 9-colored longevity grass was destroyed, the hope of those old monsters from the 3 great Taoism sects to become demigods would be destroyed. The ruined sky realm was a pseudo-realm, a vast space that was outside of the real world. Therefore, the moment the clone of the Demon Emperor of Six Paths entered the ruined sky realm, he had completely cut off his connection with his real body. Demon Emperor of Six Paths didn't know who killed his second doppelganger, which made him so angry that he kept roaring in the sky above the Devil Palace, frightening all the demons around him. After roaring for a while, he disappeared from the void above the Devil Palace. He didn't return to the palace, so no one knew where he went. Some people speculated that he had left the far north Devil area. The demon monarch of Six Paths was out of luck. His first clone was killed by Daoist Master Kurong, and a few days later, his second clone was killed as well. The 2 great clones that he had spent countless time and painstaking efforts to cultivate disappeared just like that. How could Demon Emperor of Six Paths swallow his anger? Although he didn't know who killed his second doppelganger, he knew that his first doppelganger was killed by Daoist Kurong. In other words, the Rift Valley was no longer a secret to Demon Emperor of Six Paths. Not only did the doppelganger and the real body have the same memories and experiences, but they also had the same mind. As long as the doppelganger was in the same world, there was no difference between the doppelganger and the real body. What the doppelganger saw and heard was the same as what the real body saw and heard. Of course, the strength of the doppelganger was much weaker than that of the real body. It was already rare for a doppelganger to exert 1/10 of the real body's strength. The abnormal movements in the far north devil area couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of the people. On this day, someone saw the 10 great demon generals of 6 paths leaving the devil palace. Demon Emperor of 6 paths was one of the 2 peerless demons in the devil area. His every move affected the nerves of all the forces in the entire devil area. In the far north devil area, only the great demon Venerable's skyscraping ridge could compete with the devil palace. The extreme northern demon region was the world of demons. This place was filled with slaughter. Dozens of large and small influences constantly engaged in fierce battles. Even the devil cultivators. Even the demonic cultivators in Cultivdo 2-2. Demons 2-2, there 2-2 to the devil area. To demons to the demon Cultivdo devil to the domain. Not to, even demon 2-2, the clans to was. Not to in. Was to San to valley. The central area of the infernal domain was definitely a forbidden area for ordinary demonic cultivators. However, for some of the more accomplished demonic cultivators, it was a holy land for cultivation. With the help of the devil-demon nature in the domain, many great demons who couldn't make any progress made miraculous breakthroughs and finally cultivated the true demon body. Not far from the far north devil area, there was a tall mountain. It was the skyscraping ridge. There were countless palaces and caves on the ridge. It was the base camp of the great demon Venerable, another giant in the demon area. The great demon Venerable, who was rumored to be invincible in the demon area, was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the demon sky, cultivating with his eyes closed. Although he was motionless like a stone statue, he didn't deliberately release his devil might. However, his devil spirit, which was much larger than an ordinary person's, still made people feel a strong pressure. It was like a peerless demon was sleeping on the peak of the mountain, hiding. Once it woke up, the world would change color. It was silent everywhere. There was no wind. In the far north devil area, apart from the cold, it was like a frozen space. Even on the mountain, there was no wind. It had to be said that the far north devil area was a strange place. It was a silent world, although it wasn't dead silent. Suddenly, outside the mountain, a pitch-black devil cloud quickly surged over, breaking the tranquility of the demon sky ridge. Many devil cultivators cultivating on the ridge were alarmed. That mass of devil chi exuded powerful devil essence fluctuations. The brutal and fiendish aura frightened the demonic creatures that lived on the dark brown earth to no end. The devil chi came to the demon sky ridge and didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, it directly flew up the demon sky ridge. Soon, the surging demonic cloud rushed to the peak of the devil sky ridge. When the devil cultivators on the mountain saw this, they faintly felt that something big had happened. This was because the peak of the demon sky ridge was the great demon Venerable's cultivation place. Without the great demon Venerable's summon, no one dared to set foot there. No one dared to offend the great demon Venerable's dignity. After the surging demonic clouds rushed to the peak of the devil sky ridge, they quickly retreated. A figure shrouded in pitch-black demonic aura appeared. "Greetings, Lord." The devil chi descended from the sky and directly knelt behind the great demon Venerable. His tone was very respectful. The devil chi was completely absorbed by the devil chi. The great demon that rode the devil chi to the demon sky ridge revealed his true form. This was a demonic person wearing a black cloak. His entire body was hidden within the cloak, revealing only a pair of demonic eyes that exuded black chi. "Speak." The great demon Venerable only spat out one word without batting an eyelid. The devil cultivator kneeled on the ground and didn't even dare to raise his head. He said while trembling with fear, We didn't find out where the 6 Tao Venerable went." The devil cultivator's words were somewhat hesitant. When the great devil sovereign heard this, he opened his eyes. These were a pair of devil eyes. They had no pupils and no sclera. They were like 2 bottomless abysses filled with black gas. One could only see black lights flashing in these bottomless abysses. The moment the great devil venerate opened his eyes, A terrifying aura was emitted from his huge body. It was an endless pressure that made people feel despair. The next moment, without any warning, the black-robed demon who was kneeling 100 meters behind the great demon sovereign flew up. Demonic blood rained down from the sky before heavily smashing into a pile of rubble 100 meters away. What's going on? The great demon Venerable stood up from the boulder he was sitting on. He was 6 meters tall and looked like he was cast from steel. He gave off a powerful aura. His bronze skin was covered in a layer of black light, making people feel his power and terror. Although this devil cultivator didn't deliberately release his devil chi, it was enough to make people tremble from the bottom of their bones. Lord, calm down. Lord, calm down. The devil cultivator who was blown away crawled back hundreds of meters to the great demon Venerable. Speak. The great demon Venerable didn't say anything superfluous. His tone was dignified and didn't allow for any explanation or objection. The great demon Venerable of the northern demon area was definitely a terrifying, independent, and tyrannical person. He was also a powerful devil cultivator. The demon Venerable hastily said, although we don't know the whereabouts of the 6 Dao, his 10 devil generals have left the demon area and are heading south. Since the great demon Venerate allowed him to continue, it meant that his life was saved. The people of the devil Dao, especially the devils who were successful in cultivation, which one of them didn't have countless vengeful spirits in their hands? These devils could cause a massacre with just a thought. They didn't even care about the lives of their subordinates. Apart from themselves, there was no one they couldn't kill, and there was no one they couldn't kill. In order to become a true demon, there were many devil cultivators who would even kill their parents, wives, and children. All the masters are going to the south. Could it be? The great demon Venerable still had his back to the demon who was lying on the ground, but his hollow and glowing eyes were looking towards the south. The devil cultivator prostrating on the ground didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After pondering for a while, the great demon Venerable suddenly smiled and murmured, "I haven't been active for hundreds of years. It's time to meet my old friends outside." After saying that, the great demon Venerable suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went, as if he had escaped into the void. After the great demon Venerable disappeared for a while, the devil cultivator prostrating on the ground finally dared to raise his head and look around in fear. After making sure that the great demon Venerable had really left, he slowly stood up and walked down the mountain. In the heaven burial valley of the ruined sky realm, the old turtle's pseudo-world didn't suffer any damage after the great battle. In fact, there wasn't much that could be destroyed in his pseudo-world. After destroying the second clone of the devil monarch of 6 paths, the old turtle opened the pseudo-world and walked out with Jiu Fei. The old turtle left the fire Chiline to protect the sleeping Xiaoqing, in case something unexpected happened while Xiaoqing was absorbing the spiritual power of the dragon yuan fruit. At this time, the body of the green snake that was sleeping in the old turtle's pseudo-world had grown to nearly 60 meters long. It was already a big guy. Moreover, the 2 small horns protruding out of the huge snake's head were even more obvious. The 2 protrusions were clearly 2 horns that were growing out. During the trip to the ruined sky realm, the Xiaoqing snake encountered a great opportunity. Of course, Jiu Fei also gained a lot, which allowed him to open up a pseudo-world. This was a great opportunity and a qualitative transformation. After coming out of the fake world created by the old tortoise, Jiu Fei realized that Li Mengyaro had already left. Jiu Fei felt a sense of disappointment for no reason as he indulged himself in the wild. It was already noon. Jiu Fei and old tortoise knew that time was of the essence. They had to find one of the 81 spatial nodes before midnight. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the ruined sky realm and wait for the next time it reopened. Therefore, Jiu Fei and the old turtle set out on their way back without any hesitation. After determining the direction, the man and the turtle continued to head west. Chapter 220. Outside the void sky realm, at the end of the sky-split valley, the 2 ancient stone gates on the stone wall were already showing signs of closing. Although it was very slow, the 2 stone gates, which emitted an aura of infinite antiquity, were indeed closing. Ancient divine patterns could be seen on the stone gates from time to time, and then dissipated into the void. The power of the seal was growing stronger and stronger, to the point that even the primordial chi of heaven and earth gathered by the ancient grand formation could not hold the two stone gates in place. The master of the void sky realm had left a channel that connected to the outside world, and the energy channel that had been opened was closing at an extremely slow speed. If one did not pay attention to it, they would not have noticed it at all. However, all the people guarding the end of the sky-split valley began to grow nervous. They knew that tonight would be the time when the stone gates would completely close. It was noon on the 10th day. Nothing unusual happened in the 100,000 mountain range, except, of course, in the sky-split valley. The ancient grand formation in front of the stone wall at the end of the valley was exerting great power, and the power of the grand formation had been activated to its peak state. The huge formation on the ground had almost materialized, and numerous mysterious lines seemed to be rushing out of the ground. The entire grand formation was giving off a terrifying energy fluctuation that made even heaven and earth pale. This energy fluctuation could be sensed even from 1,000 miles away. It was a fluctuation of power that could destroy heaven and earth. Fortunately, the 100,000 mountain range was vast and boundless. 1,000 miles of land in the endless mountains was like a sesame seed falling into a sea. If one wanted to find the sky-split valley, they would have to be as lucky as the demon emperor of 6 paths, who had accidentally stumbled into the range of this energy fluctuation. Endless essence of heaven and earth madly converged towards the grand formation from all directions. Daoist Li Shong, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation's altar, had already stood up and was staring nervously at the ancient stone gate on the stone wall in front of him. Inside the altar's center of the formation, there was an ocean-like energy fluctuation around him. If he was not careful, he would be torn to pieces by the terrifying energy outside the formation, and both his body and soul would be destroyed. Even an expert of Daoist Li Shong's level would not be able to escape. On the cliffs on both sides of the valley stood no less than 100 cyan-robed high-ranking disciples. Among these high-ranking disciples, there were young men and white-haired old men. The age at which they attained the Tao usually determined the appearance of these cultivators. Very few people would change it. A transcending mortality stage cultivator's appearance wouldn't change much. None of the high-leveled disciples guarding the sky-splitting valley had cultivation lower than the transcending mortality stage. At this moment, all the disciples in the sky-splitting valley had gathered at the end of the valley. No one spoke as everyone was extremely nervous. The 10th day was the last day of the Ruin Heaven Realm's opening. It was also the most important day. Nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, the people inside would be trapped in the Ruin Heaven Realm. None of the disciples of the 3 great Daoist sects who had been trapped in the Ruin Heaven Realm had ever come out alive the next time it opened. In other words, once the stone gate was closed, only death awaited those in the Ruin Heaven Realm. The 2 old Taoists who were guarding the sky-splitting valley, whose hair and teeth were almost all gone, also came to the top of the cliff at this time. The 2 old Taoists' eyes, which were originally cloudy, were now as bright as the stars in the sky. The 2 old Taoists looked at the 2 stone gates on the cliff. At this moment, they could no longer keep their calm, and their faces were filled with nervousness. Even the 2 old Taoists' grandmasters, Daoist Kurong, who had destroyed Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' first clone with just a raise of his hand, was hiding in the sky, closely watching everything happening below. Daoist Kurong's wide right sleeve glowed with a blood-red light, and an evil and ferocious aura was vaguely seeping out of it. Daoist Li Shong, who was standing in the eye of the altar's formation, looked up at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky and muttered to himself, "It's time." With that, he sat cross-legged in the eye of the formation and began to perform incantation gestures. As one mysterious incantation gesture after another emerged on his hands, he gradually seemed to have become one with the altar under him. Daoist Li Shong carefully guided the altar's power, which then drove the power of the entire formation, causing the whole formation to gradually shake. The endless power gathered by the formation finally condensed into 81 balls of light that emitted dazzling light, hovering around the altar. Daoist Li Shong had a grave expression on his face. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his face, and his white Taoist robe was soaked with sweat. He seemed to be very strenuous. It's finally the last step. The two old Taoists on the cliff looked at the scene happening in the diagram below and said such words. Go. Daoist Li Shong performed an incantation gesture and pointed at the two ancient stone gates on the cliff in front of him. The 81 light balls that lingered around the altar immediately flew toward the stone gates. Under Daoist Li Shong's control, the 81 light balls rushed into the spatial passage behind the stone gates one after another and disappeared inside in the blink of an eye. In the Void Heaven realm, in an area that had already been explored, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out over a quiet valley. A part of the space suddenly shook violently, and ripples spread out in all directions. Then, the space above the valley seemed to suddenly collapse and shatter. A spatial passageway with a diameter of about 30 feet appeared in the void. The same thing happened on a barren mountain somewhere in the ruins Heaven realm. A ball of light suddenly appeared over the top of the mountain as if it had shattered the void. Immediately afterward, a spatial passage appeared in the sky. Such an anomaly only appeared in the explored areas of the ruins Heaven realm, and there were not only 2 such spatial passages, but a total of 81 of them. All 81 spatial nodes had been opened, and every disciple of the 3 great Taoist sects who entered the ruins Heaven realm knew where the spatial nodes were. There were even some people who had been waiting at the places where the spatial nodes had appeared. The moment the spatial nodes were opened, several people immediately rushed into the spatial nodes. Soon, the spatial passage that connected the ruins Heaven realm and the macro world behind the stone gates flashed repeatedly, and the few Tao disciples who had rushed into the spatial nodes from the ruins Heaven realm walked out from behind the stone gates. The hundreds of Tao disciples on the cliff immediately burst into cheers, and the wrinkled faces of the 2 old Taoists also bloomed with joy. At noon, Ji Yufei and the old turtle finally walked out of the Heaven burial valley. Just as the 81 spatial nodes appeared one after another, the jade slip in Ji Yufei's storage bag began to vibrate and emit bursts of light. The jade slip was not as simple as a map of the ruins Heaven realm, but also served as a warning, reminding every Tao disciple who had entered the ruins Heaven realm that it was time to get out of the ruins Heaven realm. The spatial nodes have been opened, so we still have 12 hours. We must find the location of a spatial node before midnight tonight, Ji Yufei said indifferently, his expression somewhat unsightly. Because they had just walked out of the Heaven burial valley, according to Ji Yufei's estimation, they were thousands of miles away from the nearest spatial node. First, they had to pass through the endless wilderness, then bypass the primordial ominous city, pass through the primeval forest, and find the small valley in the mountains. The spatial node was in the valley. Haha. I can finally leave this damn place. The old turtle, who was carrying the black stick, was stunned at first when he heard Ji Yufei's words, then became excited, and shouted in ecstasy. The old turtle seemed to have gone mad. It was no wonder that he was like this. After being trapped in the primordial ominous formation for countless years, an ordinary person would have had a mental breakdown even if they did not die. The old turtle wanted to leave this false realm even in his dreams. Ji Yufei did not bother to pay attention to the old turtle. Instead, he immersed his mind in the jade slip that was emitting a misty glow in his hand, searching for the most convenient way to the spatial node in the mountains thousands of miles away. After a while, Ji Yufei's mind withdrew from the jade slip. He let out a long sigh. There seemed to be no shortcut to the nearest spatial node, which made Ji Yufei very depressed. Let's go. If we can't get there in time, you'll be crying. Ji Yufei glanced at the crazy old turtle and said unhappily. The location of the spatial node was marked on the map in the jade slip, but even with the map, it was not easy to find the spatial node in the mountains. However, there was no other way. The other spatial nodes were located further away, and the places where some spatial nodes appeared were not good places. Ji Yufei no longer paid attention to the old turtle and walked straight ahead. Soon, his figure disappeared into the jungle. The old turtle, who had sobered up, quickly chased after him. Brat, wait for me. When Ji Yufei entered the ruined sky realm, a spatial node with a diameter of 30 feet also appeared in the sky above the Divine Eagle Ridge. When this spatial node appeared, the disturbance caused by it immediately alarmed the countless steelback goshawks that were resting on the Divine Eagle Ridge. In the sky above the Divine Eagle Ridge, there was a dense mass of steelback goshawks circling in the sky. More and more steelback gashawks swooped down from the sky and flew into the spatial node. From time to time, ferocious giant gashawks rushed out of the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall at the end of the Rift Valley. Then, with a flash of sword light, a mist of blood erupted in the air. The giant gashawks that rushed out of the stone doors were instantly killed, their mangled corpses falling from the sky. The corpses of nearly 100 giant gashawks had piled up below the stone doors. Their blood had dyed the stone walls red, but not a single drop of the blood had splashed onto the two ancient stone doors. The power of the seal emanating from the stone doors had blocked the mist of blood that had erupted when the flying sword had killed the giant gashawks. Chapter 221. After the 81 spatial nodes were broken through, the end of the sky-splitting valley became lively. From time to time, all kinds of birds and beasts would rush out of the stone door on the stone wall. The Tao sect disciples on both sides of the cliff drove their flying swords and magic treasures to kill the beasts that rushed out of the stone door. After all, these fierce beasts from the ruined sky realm were not creatures of this world. The three great Daoist sects could not allow the creatures of the ruined sky realm to escape. The three great Daoist sects had to do this, because if these fierce beasts escaped, the secret of the sky-splitting valley would no longer be a secret. As long as one fierce beast escaped, it was very likely to attract the terrifying demonic cultivators from the depths of the 100,000 mountains, which would be very troublesome. This was not what the three great Daoist sects wanted to see. Only by killing them could they ensure that the secret of the sky-splitting valley would not be revealed. Fortunately, there were no powerful figures among the fierce beasts that rushed out of the ruined sky realm through the spatial nodes. The cyan-robed disciples standing on both sides of the cliff were able to kill these fierce beasts in one fell swoop. In this way, by the afternoon, the bottom of the stone wall had already become a river of blood and a mountain of corpses. The corpses of all kinds of fierce beasts that they had never seen before were piled up several meters high. It was a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar resounded throughout the world from the spatial passage behind the stone door. The rolling sound waves caused the entire spatial passage to tremble. The thing that everyone was most worried about still happened. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure spreading out from the spatial passageway. Terrifying energy fluctuations quickly surged out from the spatial passageway. Everyone could not help but turn pale with fright, and even the two old Taoists on the edge of the cliff revealed a grave expression. It seemed that a terrifying fierce beast had entered the spatial passage. The idea of getting lucky was shattered. Although the 81 spatial nodes were only distributed in the areas that the three great Daoist sects had already explored, these areas were not good places. It was inevitable that powerful demonic beasts would occasionally enter the spatial nodes. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar came from the spatial passage behind the stone door. The faces of the Tao sect disciples standing on both sides of the cliff changed dramatically. All of them were shaken by the roar, and their chi and blood were tossed about as if they had suffered a heavy blow. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying the beast on the other side of the spatial passage was. An extremely fierce beast's aura surged out from the end of the spatial passage, filling every inch of the void at the end of the sky-splitting valley. The vicious beast seemed to have sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the grand array in front of the stone wall. It had some misgivings and did not rush out of the space tunnel. A terrifying demonic beast of this level already had spiritual wisdom, and the intelligence it possessed was not necessarily inferior to that of a human. Moreover, beasts had a keen sense of danger. The demonic beast at the end of the spatial tunnel seemed to have sensed the dangerous aura coming from this side, so it hesitated. The primordial formation in front of the stone wall gathered the heaven-earth yuan qi from all directions, causing the end of the sky-splitting valley to be filled with thousands of strands of auspicious qi and multicolored light. The power it emitted was terrifying beyond compare, and even a quasi-immortal expert of the prime sage realm would be shocked. However, the ferocious beast was blocking the other end of the spatial tunnel, which cut off the path of return for the disciples in the ruin heaven realm. A few screams of horror rang out from the spatial tunnel in succession, and then a large amount of flesh and blood sprayed out from the spatial tunnel. The faces of the two old Taoists instantly became extremely unsightly. Some of the disciples who had returned from the ruin heaven realm had encountered the ferocious beast and been killed by it. The disciples were also horrified, staring nervously at the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall. If the terrifying ferocious beast rushed out of the spatial tunnel, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! A cold snort came from the cliff, and one of the two old Taoists suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the old Taoist turned into a stream of light and rushed into the spatial tunnel. If the ferocious beast in the spatial tunnel was not expelled or killed, it would be difficult for the disciples in the ruin heaven realm to return. The longevity grass and the hope of becoming a demigod would all turn into bubbles. The birth of a demigod expert was a huge matter for a sect, as it was related to the safety of the sect and the inheritance of the sect's orthodoxy. A sect with a demigod expert would continue to prosper and pass on its legacy if there were no accidents. No one could ignore the existence of a demigod expert. After all, in the Tinglong continent, the supreme saint-level quasi-immortal cultivators were already legendary existences. Demigod experts actually represented the top power of the entire Tinglong continent. Unless there was a divine war, it was difficult for a demigod expert to die. The longevity grass was related to the birth of a demigod expert in the three great Tao sects, and it was also the life-saving grass for the old monsters in the three great Tao sects who were at the end of their lifespans. Even if a deity or Buddha dared to stand in its way, it would be killed, let alone a demonic beast. After the old Taoist rushed into the spatial tunnel, a terrifying fluctuation of Dharma power was soon emitted from the spatial tunnel. The old Taoist seemed to have already fought with the demonic beast in the spatial tunnel. However, in this way, the vast fluctuation of power that erupted from the battle shook the entire spatial tunnel. The entire spatial tunnel was flashing chaotically, as though it could collapse at any time. Roar! Taoist Li Shong, who was on the altar in the middle of the formation, roared when he saw this. He repeatedly made hand signs and tried his best to guide the power of the formation into the spatial tunnel, stabilizing the spatial tunnel behind the stone door so that it would not be in danger of collapsing. If the spatial tunnel behind the stone door collapsed, the stone door would immediately close, and the old Taoist and the demonic beast in the spatial tunnel would be instantly torn to pieces by the turbulence of the space. The turbulence caused by the collapse of the space was enough to endanger an immortal expert, not to mention the old Taoist's cultivation was only at the ninth heaven of the imperial void realm. After a short exchange, everyone heard a loud bang resound from within the spatial tunnel. In the next moment, a figure flew out from within the spatial tunnel. This figure flew for hundreds of feet before he stabilized his body in the air. This person was the old Taoist who rushed into the spatial tunnel to fight the demonic beast. The old Taoist seemed to have suffered a great loss in the short fight just now. He looked a little miserable. Not only was there blood at the corner of his mouth, but his Taoist robe was also tattered. After everyone saw the appearance of the old Taoist, they couldn't help but be shocked. In the sky-splitting valley, the old Taoist had a status that was second only to one person and above everyone else. With the old Taoist's terrifying cultivation of the ninth heaven of the imperial void realm, he still suffered a loss in front of the demonic beast. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the demonic beast in the spatial tunnel actually had the terrifying cultivation of the demigod realm? It didn't seem like it. Because if the demonic beast really had the strength of the demigod realm, the old Taoist would not be in such a state. He would have been killed by the demonic beast. A demigod realm demonic beast could definitely kill a human cultivator of the imperial void realm in an instant. There was no doubt about it, and there was no suspense at all. Roar! The beast's roar was earth-shattering. The demonic beast kept roaring in the spatial tunnel, causing the entire spatial tunnel to shake violently. Preposterous! In front of the stone door, Taoist Li Shong, who was standing on the altar in the center of the formation, turned pale. The power that maintained the stability of the spatial tunnel all came from the vast power gathered by the formation map. The terrifying sound wave emitted by the horrifying demonic beast in the spatial tunnel shook the entire spatial tunnel. This caused Taoist Li Shong, who was guiding and controlling the power of the formation, to inevitably suffer a great impact. Fight. Daoist Li Shong made up his mind and bit the tip of his tongue. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The drops of blood essence turned into rays of blood-red light and sprinkled on the diagram on the altar. In an instant, the power of the altar was completely stimulated. Rays of divine light shot up and the entire altar emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. A terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth surged out from the entire altar. Then, the formation in front of the stone door also shone brightly. Endless power began to be guided into the spatial tunnel behind the stone door by Daoist Li Shong. As the spatial tunnel shook, it immediately calmed down. The abnormalities of the spatial tunnel were all suppressed. "Old man, what's going on?" Another old Daoist who was at the edge of the cliff suddenly appeared next to his fellow disciple and asked anxiously. The two Grandmaster-level experts who were in charge of the Rift Valley stood in the void. "I don't know what demonic beast it is. I can't see it clearly." The old Daoist who was blasted out of the spatial tunnel by the demonic beast blushed. He looked a little embarrassed. "With your cultivation, you still can't see what it is?" The old Daoist gasped in shock. No one knew his junior brother's cultivation better than him. It was because the old Daoist knew his junior brother's cultivation that he was even more shocked. The two old Daoists looked at each other and nodded at the same time. At the next moment, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, the two old Daoists turned into two rays of flowing light. They emitted a vast power wave and rushed into the spatial tunnel behind the stone door. However, the two old Daoists were blasted out of the spatial tunnel by the terrifying demonic beast in no time. This time, the green-clothed disciples on both sides of the cliff were completely stunned. "Both of you, step back." Just as the two old Daoists were about to rush into the spatial tunnel behind the stone door again, a mighty voice spoke in the sky. Although the voice was not loud, it was mighty in heaven and earth. The voice seemed to have spread throughout heaven and earth, making people feel like they were worshipping it. Then, in the sky above, a vast amount of spiritual energy rippled like a monstrous wave, surging violently in the sky above the cracked sky valley. Daoist Ku Rong, who was hiding in the sky, was about to make a move. Chapter 222. In the ruined sky realm, the disciples of the three great Daoist sects who were gathering towards the various spatial nodes had no idea that their way back had been completely blocked by a terrifying demonic beast. Now that they had entered the spatial nodes, what awaited them was not the warm welcome of their fellow disciples outside, but death. Gu Fei and the old turtle had already crossed the endless wasteland and arrived near the primordial ominous city. They were less than 500 miles away from the nearest spatial node. The huge, pitch-black city was situated in the middle of a large primitive forest. The ancient and tall city walls exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. After the baptism of countless years, the erosion of wind and rain did not seem to have left any traces on the primordial ominous city. This was a deserted ancient city. Under the slanting rays of the setting sun, it was very tranquil and there was nothing unusual about it. However, the deathly stillness in the huge city made one's heart palpitate. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Looking in through the wide-open city gate, one could see the dust on the streets being swept up by the breeze from time to time, dancing in the air. Gu Fei and the old turtle stood on a hillside outside the primordial ominous city and looked down at the huge city. It was as if they were looking from the outside, and it was difficult to find any danger in the huge city. However, Gu Fei and the old turtle had experienced the terrifying battle in the primordial ominous city, and they knew very well that this ominous city was a dangerous place, a place of great danger that could only be entered but not exited. They were already very lucky to have been able to escape from the primordial ominous city that day. Immortal corpse soldiers, invincible corpse generals, and the 108 powerful battle souls comparable to immortals. All of these were invincible. The primordial ominous city was extremely dangerous. Old turtle, you still want to revisit the old place? Under an old tree on the hillside, Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said with a faint smile. The old turtle was staring at the huge city in a daze. Could there be other precious divine artifacts in the city? The old turtle withdrew his gaze from the huge city and said grumpily, "Revisit the old place, my ass. I still want to live for a few more years. After the battle in the ominous city, the old tortoise would never set foot in the primordial ominous city again, even if 8 people were to carry it in a sedan chair, unless it recovered all of its cultivation. At that time, the old turtle would no longer have to worry about all the threats in the void heaven realm, and could even refine this boundless false realm into its own. The old tortoise, who controlled a pseudo-realm, was absolutely invincible among cultivators of the same level. Since you don't want to revisit this place, let's move on, Ji Fei said to Old Tortoise and walked straight down the hill. Old Tortoise glanced at the huge ancient city in front of him and murmured, "I'll be back. When the time comes, Old Tortoise chuckled and chased after Ji Fei. Although the gates of the giant city were wide open, the man and the tortoise did not dare to enter. Instead, they walked around the city. This primordial vicious city was huge, and the 2 sides of the city walls could not be seen to the end. Circling around the city would take much more time than directly passing through the city. The black rod was still on Old Tortoise's shoulder. Old Tortoise did not intend to put the black rod into his false realm. As the sun set, Ji Fei and Old Tortoise arrived in front of a mountain ridge that stretched as far as the eye could see. According to the map, Ji Fei and Old Tortoise knew that the location of the spatial node was in this mountain ridge. Just as Ji Fei and Old Tortoise walked into this mountain ridge, they unexpectedly met an acquaintance in the primitive old forest. It was a middle-aged Taoist whom Ji Fei wanted to kill. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, Ji Fei said coldly. That person was also shocked when he saw Ji Fei, but his expression instantly darkened when he thought of Ji Fei's cultivation. This was especially so for the demonic beast with the body of a tortoise and the head of a dragon. It was standing like a human next to Ji Fei and was carrying a black rod about 8 feet long on its shoulder. That demonic beast made the middle-aged Taoist feel threatened. However, in the ruined sky, any external force would be suppressed to the 9th level of the awakened heaven realm. Therefore, the middle-aged Taoist was not that nervous. There were very few people that Ji Fei had to kill. Apart from Zhao Xuanji, the traitor of the Guangqing immortal sect, this middle-aged Taoist was the second. This was because this person's behavior was truly despicable and despicable. This middle-aged Daoist had once disregarded his status and ambushed Ji Fei for a stalk of spirit herb. Taking advantage of the fact that Ji Fei was exhausted from the battle against the demonic beasts, he suddenly tried to kill Ji Fei. If it weren't for Ji Fei's extreme sensitivity towards danger and the fact that he was a martial artist, he would have most likely died under the Daoist's invisible flying sword. However, this middle-aged Taoist in a green Taoist robe was the high-ranking disciple of the Guangqing immortal sect who had taken advantage of Ji Fei's weakness to force Ji Fei to leave. Die. Without any hesitation, Ji Fei directly pressed his palm towards the middle-aged Taoist. An unparalleled golden wave of aura immediately surged in front of his right palm and rushed towards the door. The entire world shook as a violent force surged in the forest like a raging sea. Everywhere the palm energy passed, the flowers and trees were all destroyed. The Taoist sneered and formed a sword seal with his hand. The sword on his back immediately shot out of its scabbard with a clang. A dazzling brilliance made a turn in the air and turned into a bolt of lightning. It tore through the restrictions of space and instantly crossed the limited distance between them, striking towards Ji Fei. The soul-stirring screech was like the sobs of ghosts, causing one's scalp to go numb. This Taoist did it on purpose. His shapeless sword light actually had the opposite effect at this time. It was no longer silent, and it was no longer in a dim, semi-transparent state. Facing Ji Fei head-on, he wanted to gain the upper hand by showing off his strength without hiding his traces. He wanted to completely overwhelm Ji Fei with his momentum as soon as he made his move. The dazzling sword light was like a heavenly sword as it instantly slashed into Ji Fei's palm force that was akin to a stormy sea. It directly broke through Ji Fei's extremely ferocious palm force and shot towards Ji Fei. Ji Fei frowned. The opponent's strength surprised him. The next moment, his right hand formed a seal and appeared in front of the lightning-like flying sword light. Boom! With a sound, the dazzling flying sword light collided with the seal formed by Ji Fei's right hand. A surging force exploded from the point of contact and surged out. The trees within a radius of 10 feet were instantly destroyed. The soil under their feet surged violently like waves. Thud, thud, thud. Jiu Fei took 3 steps back in a row. With each step, the ground under his feet shook. The sleeve of his right hand instantly burst into pieces when it collided with the sword light. Pieces of cloth fluttered in the air like butterflies. The old tortoise, who was carrying the black rod, retreated the moment the 2 people made their moves. He watched the scene with interest and had no intention of making a move. The middle-aged Taoist did not gain any advantage. The dazzling flying sword light was repelled by the seal formed by Jiu Fei's right hand. However, this Daoist borrowed the force of the recoil and flew backward into the dense forest behind him. The flying sword light that was repelled made a turn in the air and flew in the direction where the Taoist had disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiu Fei bellowed. He soared into the sky and chased after the Daoist priest. He would never let this despicable and shameless bastard go. Moreover, Jiu Fei also wanted to take back the spiritual herb that had been plucked by this guy. He would never do something that would benefit someone else. Back then, he had risked his life to kill the demonic beast in the deep pool of the waterfall. However, this guy had been lying in ambush and suddenly attacked him while he was healing his injuries. Although he did not die on the spot, he was still forced to leave by this guy because he was seriously injured. How could Jiu Fei swallow his anger? Thinking about it, this Guangqing Immortal Sect's sword cultivator was really unlucky. The reason why he appeared in this mountain range was because he knew that there was a spatial node within the mountain range. He wanted to return to the outside world through this spatial node. Both of them moved as fast as lightning and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. The old tortoise, on the other hand, carried his black rod and followed behind the 2 unhurriedly. He was not in a hurry because he had already sensed the exact location of the strange fluctuation in the mountain range. Since it was still early, the old tortoise was not in a hurry to leave the ruined sky realm. The old tortoise only suffered a great loss of vitality, and his cultivation base was almost completely depleted by the primordial ominous formation that trapped him. However, his cultivation base was still there, and he only lacked power. The unusual movements in the heaven and earth within a 50-mile radius could not escape his senses. After all, the spatial fluctuation released by the spatial node was simply too strong. It was almost impossible for such a strong spatial fluctuation to escape the old tortoise's senses. The 2 men and the tortoise quickly disappeared into the endless mountain range. Outside the ruined sky realm, at the end of the Rift Valley, in the spatial passage behind the stone gate, the terrifying demonic beast that blocked the spatial passage was much stronger than a 9th-layer void controlling cultivator. This shocked all the Dao School's disciples guarding the end of the Rift Valley. 2 old Taoists guarding the Rift Valley joined forces and charged into the spatial passage, but they were still no match for the demonic beast and were thrown out by it. Therefore, Daoist Ku Rong, who was hiding in the sky, made his move. A terrifying energy fluctuation that was as heavy as a mountain burst out in the sky. In an instant, a few clouds drifting in the sky collapsed and dissipated. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming down from the sky. It was the aura of an expert that made people's hearts palpitate even more than the aura emitted by the demonic beast in the space channel. The aura gave everyone the urge to kneel and worship it. Vast energy surged like monstrous waves and shook the heaven and earth. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the 2 ancient stone gates. As if it sensed danger, the demonic beast in the spatial passage let out a furious roar, and the ferocious aura that came out from the spatial passage receded like a tide. Daoist Ku Rong sneered and pressed his right hand forward with his ruddy, babe-like palm. 5 divine lights instantly shot out of his fingertips and shot into the spatial passage. Chapter 223. Daoist Ku Rong made his move. His right hand, which was as delicate and rosy as a baby's, was extended forward. 5 divine lights were emitted from his jade-like fingertips, and they shot into the spatial passage ahead. When the 5 divine lights disappeared into the spatial passage behind the stone door, An earth-shattering roar filled with terror was heard from inside the spatial passage. Roar. Like the roar of a primeval beast, the spatial passage, which had been stabilized by Daoist Li Shong's great formation power with all his might, shook violently again. Ah! Daoist Li Shong, who was sitting cross-legged in the eye of the formation on the altar, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and he looked a little exhausted. A Dao cultivator's blood essence was extremely precious. The foundation of the 4 great cultivation realms was to refine essence into qi, refine qi into spirit, refine spirit into void, and finally refine void into Dao. Where did essence come from? It came from the blood essence. Whether it was a martial artist or a Dao cultivator, the first level, which was also the entry level, was to refine essence into qi, and there was no difference between the two. From the second level onward, the difference between martial artists and Dao cultivators would be distinguished, and the 2 cultivation systems would then embark on 2 completely different paths. Although the loss of blood essence would not directly shake one's Dao foundation, it was inevitable that one's Dao power would be damaged. After this battle, Daoist Li Shong's vitality would certainly be greatly damaged. He would probably need to cultivate for a long time before he could completely recover. The terrifying beast roar not only spread from the spatial passage behind the stone door to the outside, but it also resounded mightily in the sky above the entire cracked sky valley, causing the Dao School's disciples to turn pale. At the same time, resounding beast roars were also heard coming from the 81 spatial nodes inside the virtual sky world. In the sky above the divine Eagle Ridge, the countless ironback goshawks hovering in the sky fell like raindrops the moment the beast roars were heard. Only a few ironback goshawks in the distance were not directly affected by the terrifying sound waves and did not fall from the sky. The ironback goshawks that escaped the disaster fled into the distance in horror. For a time, the divine Eagle Ridge was filled with the corpses of the ironback goshawks. Not a single goshawk could be seen in the sky above the vast divine Eagle Ridge. Similar things also happened in other areas where the spatial nodes appeared. Whether it was birds or beasts, they all fled the area where the spatial nodes were located. Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the spatial node above a certain mountain. Then, a huge creature smashed out from the spatial node. This enormous creature was covered in a layer of water-blue light that rippled like water. The moment this enormous creature appeared, the power of the water element immediately surged in the sky above the mountain. The appearance of the giant beast was very strange. It looked like a dragon and a snake. The ferocious 3-horned beast head that was the size of a water tank was terrifying to the extreme. Blood gushed out of the ferocious beast's mouth, which was full of sharp barbed teeth. Its huge body, which was about 40 to 50 feet long and covered in purple-black scales, smashed down from the sky like a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, the gigantic beast directly collided with a mountain peak below the spatial node. As if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, the entire mountain peak collapsed and shattered. Rubble flew into the sky and the earth trembled as if doomsday had arrived. Roar! Stone fragments swirled in the air as smoke and dust billowed. Following that, a purple-black figure soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying fluctuation of water elemental power. The ferocious demonic beast that looked like a dragon and a snake stopped in front of the spatial node. Its blood-red eyes emitted a heart-palpitating ominous glint, and an extremely tragic aura spread in heaven and earth. There were 5 fist-sized bloody holes on the body of this demonic beast, and purple blood flowed out from these 5 bloody holes. It was unbelievable that the demonic beast was still alive after suffering such a serious injury. Although it was not killed on the spot, the demonic beast suffered unimaginable damage. After flying for a while, the monster flew towards the depths of the mountain ridge and disappeared into the mountains in the blink of an eye. The demonic beast chose to retreat. Outside the virtual sky world, at the end of the Rift Valley, Daoist Kurong hovered in the air in front of the 2 ancient stone doors. He did not enter the spatial passage behind the stone doors. However, the fearsome demonic beast that barged into the spatial passage through the spatial node was driven away by Daoist Kurong, and the tragic aura of the demonic beast in the spatial passage disappeared completely. Whoosh! Daoist Kurong's figure disappeared from where he was, but at the next second, he reappeared high in the sky as though he had teleported. Nobody could see the trajectory of Daoist Kurong's movements, not even the two old Taoists. All of the Tao school's disciples gathered at the end of the Rift Valley were stunned by Daoist Kurong's divine power. A crisis was resolved by Daoist Kurong just by raising his hand. The disciples could not help but respect Daoist Kurong as if he was a god. Grandmaster's cultivation. On top of the cliff, the two old Taoists looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had already vaguely guessed that their grandmaster had most likely stepped into that legendary realm. Daoist Kurong sat cross-legged in the void in the sky. He seemed to have merged with the world around him, such that nobody could sense his existence. All of a sudden, Daoist Kurong raised his hand. A bloodlight flashed in his sleeve, then a small blood-colored knife appeared between his fingers. The bewitching blood knife hovered above Daoist Kurong's palm and slowly rotated. Enveloped by the misty bloodlight, one could vaguely see runes carved on the knife's body. They were devilish, ferocious, and evil. They were the true portrayal of the blood-colored knife. The Sky Devil knife is indeed worthy of being the #1 knife in the Devil Path. With my cultivation base, I can only suppress and trap it, but I can't refine it completely, Daoist Kurong mumbled to himself. A hint of helplessness could be seen in Daoist Kurong's eyes as he looked at the blood knife, which emitted a heart-palpitating evil aura. The blood-red knife in Daoist Kurong's hand was the Sky Devil knife that he seized from the Devil Monarch of Six Paths' first clone when he killed it. However, although Daoist Kurong seized the Sky Devil knife, which was known as the #1 devil knife in the world, he could not refine this frightening devil knife that had a great origin. Daoist Kurong put away the Sky Devil knife and continued to sit cross-legged in the void. He closed his eyes gently and no longer breathed as if he had turned into a fossil. Just as Daoist Kurong made a move to resolve the crisis of the school of Tao's disciples who had entered the virtual sky world, a devil cloud surged out of the exit of the northern devil territory. The surging devil cloud disappeared into the southern horizon as fast as a galloping horse. The unusual movements in the northern devil territory had always affected the nerves of the Ting Long continent's cultivation world. Outside the devil territory, there were countless spies and informers from the various forces in the Ting Long continent's cultivation world. The news of the demon dwellers leaving the extreme northern demon region immediately spread out. All the major forces soon knew the movements of the demon dwellers in the demon region. Hence, all the major forces began to secretly take action. In Taishan Sect's Taishan Peak's Taishan Main Hall, 5 dazzling rays of light rushed out. Each ray of light emitted a terrifying fluctuation of magic power. The 5 rays of light that rushed out of Taishan Temple headed south. They traveled thousands of miles in an instant and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, people from the Guangqing Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect of the 3 great Tao schools also rode on flying swords and activated talismans. They soared into the sky and headed south. Due to the unusual movements of the demons in the northern devil territory, the attention of the entire Teng Long continent's cultivation world was focused on the south. Many old monsters on the continent had come out of their secluded cultivation places on this day. In the south, Dragon Emperor City in Nanhuang Prefecture of Yang Country was still prosperous. The commoners in the city were still busy with their daily lives as if nothing was different from usual. This was the world of commoners. However, the world of cultivators had been surging with undercurrents. The cultivation forces in Dragon Emperor City became intense. After all, no one knew why the devil dwellers in the extreme North Devil region had come. However, wherever demons appeared, people would definitely be in great danger. That was why all the cultivation forces in the southern wilderness were extremely intense. On the second floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Dragon Emperor City, in a private room facing the street, some handsome young men were drinking and chatting merrily. Brother Azure Dragon, Jiu Fei should have also returned from that legendary place, said a short young man with a pointy head and a narrow forehead. This young man seemed to be hunchbacked as his back arched as if he was carrying a pot on his back. However, nobody dared underestimate this young man at present. Because this young man had a great background. He was the most outstanding young disciple of Black Tortoise Clan, one of the 4 holy clans in the southern wilderness. In the cultivation world, heroes were always determined by their cultivation base. The one with the harder fist would be the boss. Not many people would pay attention to a handsome or ugly one. As long as one had a great cultivation base, numerous people would throw themselves at him, regardless of whether he was a female immortal, a demon, or an enchantress. Humph. Hopefully, he doesn't die somewhere. Otherwise, I would have one less opponent. A black-haired young man in cyan clothes opposite to Gui Ting said as he bottomed up the fine liquor in his glass. Ho ho. Brother Azure Dragon, I'm sure that guy would be scared shitless. Perhaps that guy knows that he could not defeat Brother Azure Dragon. Therefore, he dared not come here. The other young men in the private room flattered the young man called Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon seemed to be the leader of this group of people. Everyone was very respectful to him. Humph. Azure Dragon snorted coldly. He was disgusted by these people's faces. Who was Ji Fei? How could such a person be as timid as a mouse? Ji Fei, don't let me down, Azure Dragon thought. At this moment, the Ji Fei that Gui Teng and Azure Dragon were talking about was chasing after the expert of Guangqing Immortal Sect, who had plotted against him in a mountain range in the virtual sky world. Old Tortoise, stop him for me, Ji Fei shouted. He kept attacking, but he couldn't stop that hateful guy. Left with no choice, Ji Fei could only ask the Old Tortoise for help. Chapter 224. Ha ha. It's time to end this game of tag. The old turtle, who was unhurriedly following behind Ji Fei, said with a smile. He then pulled at the void in front of him with both hands, and a spatial rift silently appeared. This was not a great magical ability that could tear open the void and break the world barrier. The old turtle's spatial rift was merely the void of a pseudo-world that he had refined himself. The old turtle opened the pseudo-world, and a worldly aura different from the ruined sky realm gushed out from it. A tall figure walked out of the pseudo-world. 9 feet tall and clad in ancient armor, the man who strode out of Old Tortoise's pseudo-world was a stalwart middle-aged man. He was surrounded by a strong aura of death, and there was no sign of life at all. This middle-aged man was the ancient corpse general whose Mudpill Palace was occupied by the old turtle's avatar and was thus refined into his outer body incarnation. The terrifying ancient corpse general was the indestructible body left behind by a supreme martial artist after his death. Although it had passed away for countless years, its physical body was still immortal. The old turtle threw the black stick he was carrying toward the corpse general's avatar. The ancient corpse general, which had become the old turtle's outer body incarnation, reached out to catch the black stick and directly stepped out of the void. After the old turtle released the ancient corpse general's avatar, he immediately closed the pseudo-world. Swoosh! The ancient corpse general with the black stick covered 50 jong in a single step and instantly passed Ji Fei. In just a few steps, the ancient corpse general seemed to have teleported and intercepted the escaping middle-aged Daoist. The ancient corpse general was a supreme martial artist who cultivated an indestructible martial body. The power contained in this indestructible martial body was very terrifying. The old turtle manipulated the ancient corpse general and could shake a part of the world with just a raise of his hand. Let's see where you can run to now. After a few leaps, Ji Fei arrived behind the middle-aged Daoist. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Fei directly attacked the middle-aged Daoist. The middle-aged Daoist's path was blocked by an ancient corpse general with a black stick. He couldn't help but be startled, but his reaction wasn't slow. He pointed forward with his right hand and a sword ray suddenly shot out from his body. It was as vigorous as a dragon as it streaked across the sky towards the ancient corpse general blocking his path. Mitch, you're courting death. Ji Fei threw out a punch and hit the middle-aged Daoist's back. Grey earth chi spread out from his fist and sealed the space behind the middle-aged Daoist. The earth elemental power erupted from the earth elemental fist, wanting to destroy the middle-aged Daoist in front of him. It was dusky like dust, but this was definitely not sand flying. This was a terrifying aura that had erupted from a terrifying earth elemental power. The middle-aged Taoist was undoubtedly unlucky. If he had not attacked Old Tortoise's avatar, he might have been able to fight against Ji Fei. However, He chose to attack the Ancient Corpse General blocking in front of him. The Ancient Corpse General's power was not suppressed in the ruined sky realm. With a sweep of the stick, it immediately smashed the dazzling sword ray that was about to strangle him. The fragments of the flying sword burst out like fireworks. It was a very beautiful scene. The middle-aged Daoist was immediately affected by the destruction of the flying sword. His body shook violently and he almost fell to the ground. Ah! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After the Ancient Corpse General smashed the middle-aged Daoist's flying sword, it immediately raised the black rod in its hand. The head of the rod turned into a black light and with lightning speed, it pierced the middle-aged Daoist's chest with a pu sound, entering from the front and exiting from the back. The middle-aged Daoist was pierced through on both sides by the Ancient Corpse General's stick. The Ancient Corpse General struck the black stick and blood immediately spurted out from the two holes in the middle-aged Daoist's chest and back. The light in the middle-aged Daoist's eyes immediately dimmed. Bang! With a loud bang, the unparalleled force of the punch that came from behind the middle-aged Daoist landed solidly on the back of the middle-aged Daoist. In the next moment, the middle-aged Daoist's body exploded and was completely annihilated by the grey earth energy. However, cultivators at the transcending mortality stage like the middle-aged Daoist would not die so easily. The moment the middle-aged Taoist's body exploded, a bead with golden light surged out of the bloody mist. A powerful wave of sword chi surged out from the bead. Dao Core! Ji Yufei was startled when he saw this. Then, he directly grabbed the golden bead that shot into the sky. That bead was the Dao Core that the middle-aged Daoist had cultivated in his body. In the Guangqing Immortal sect, a Dao Core condensed from one's own sword energy like this was called a sword core. The sword core contained the middle-aged Daoist's soul. If the sword core flew away, he could be reborn as long as he found someone with a root tool to take it away. Therefore, he absolutely could not let the sword core fly away. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome in the future. A great suction force emerged from Ji Yufei's right hand and instantly enveloped the sword core before pulling it over. Ji Yufei grabbed the sword core. So weak, so boring. The old tortoise leisurely walked out of the forest and came to Ji Yufei's side. I told you to stop him, but you killed him. Ji Yufei glared at old tortoise and said in a very displeased manner. Haha. Sorry, it was a moment of carelessness. The old tortoise laughed. Then, he opened the pseudo-heaven and earth again and kept his terrifying outer body incarnation inside. Ji Yufei, on the other hand, carefully looked around. Then, he picked up a blood-stained magic treasure pouch from a patch of weeds. That was what the middle-aged Daoist had dropped when Ji Yufei blew him up with a punch. Brat, I can't let you take all the good stuff. The old tortoise was a little unhappy when he saw Ji Yufei take the sword core and the middle-aged Daoist's magic treasure pouch. No way. You're interested in all these things? Ji Yufei looked at the old tortoise with disdain. As he spoke, Ji Yufei opened the magic treasure pouch and poured all the things inside into his own storage pouch. Yes. This pouch is the best treasure that guy has on him. You can have it. With that, Ji Yufei threw the empty magic treasure pouch to the old tortoise. You brat, you're really not kind at all. Not kind at all. The old tortoise did not even look at the magic treasure pouch that was thrown at him. His eyes were fixed on the sword core in Ji Yufei's hand that was emitting waves of chilling sword chi. In fact, what Ji Yufei said was not wrong. The magic treasure pouch was a magic treasure that could only be refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator. It could be said to be a rare treasure. However, in the old tortoise's eyes, the magic treasure pouch was a worthless item. He had a fake world, so why would he need a magic treasure pouch to store things? Ji Yufei did not dare to carry the magic treasure pouch with him. If the people from the Guangqing Immortal sect found out about it, it would definitely bring him great trouble or even death. Therefore, the old tortoise did not want it, and Ji Yufei did not dare to take it. A treasure refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator was thrown into the wilderness. What the old tortoise wanted to do the most, and what he could not wait to do, was to find a way to restore his past cultivation. He needed power, and what he lacked was power. Ji Yufei looked at the old tortoise, then at the golden sword core in his hand. He pondered for a moment, then threw the golden sword core that was the size of a pigeon egg to the old tortoise. After the sword core left Ji Yufei's hand, it immediately paused in the air, then turned into a golden light and shot into the sky. However, a palm descended from the sky and grasped the golden light in an instant. "Trying to escape from me?" the old tortoise said disdainfully. It was the old tortoise who suddenly made a move and intercepted the golden light formed by the sword core. "Brat, thanks a lot," the old tortoise said to Ji Yufei. Then, the old tortoise threw the sword core into his mouth and swallowed it. The sword core did not have much effect on Ji Yufei's cultivation. Moreover, the primordial spirit of the middle-aged Taoist that was contained in the sword core was not something that a cultivator of Ji Yufei's level could refine. The primordial spirit in the sword core was definitely a hidden danger for Ji Yufei, and it was a major hidden danger that made him feel uneasy. If the primordial spirit suddenly attacked him while he was refining the sword core, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was even a risk that the primordial spirit of the middle-aged Taoist would seize it. However, the old tortoise did not have such concerns. He directly swallowed the sword core and refined it into a part of his power, directly causing the soul of the middle-aged Taoist to dissipate. This was the cruel law of the cultivation world, and it was suitable for everyone in the cultivation world. Ji Yufei did not feel guilty. The middle-aged Taoist's soul dissipated because he asked for it. He could not be merciful to his enemies. Once he was soft-hearted, he would be the one to suffer. There were many things in the middle-aged Taoist's magic treasure pouch. What made Ji Yufei the happiest was that there was a 9-leaf ginseng among the things. Ji Yufei had seen this kind of heavenly and earthly treasure in the ancient books of his sect. The 9-leaf ginseng was a 1,000-year-old herb. It took 1,000 years for this kind of spiritual herb to grow a single leaf. 9-leaf ginseng that could grow leaves had long been extinct in the outside world. This 9-leaf ginseng was at least 9,000 years old, or even older. Ji Yufei was afraid that the old tortoise would discover the spiritual herb in the storage bag, so he quickly tied the opening of the storage bag tightly and tied it around his waist. At this time, the old tortoise was refining the sword core in its stomach and did not notice Ji Yufei's actions. After a while, the old tortoise had completely refined the power contained in the sword core. The sun had already disappeared under the mountains in the west. Night gradually fell and the stars in the sky began to appear one after another. The stars and even the sun did not seem to be that far away from the ground, giving people a surreal feeling. After the man and the tortoise had dinner, they headed in the direction of the strange movement in the depths of the mountains. When they entered a valley, they saw the spatial node that had a diameter of about 30 feet above the valley. Chapter 225. Good heavens, who thought of using this method to enter and exit the pseudo-realm? When Old Tortoise saw the spatial node in the valley, he seemed very surprised. "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Ji Yufei glanced at Old Tortoise angrily and said. Old Tortoise was very knowledgeable and seemed to have noticed something. "Let's go." As Ji Yufei said this, he leaped up and rushed into the spatial node that was dozens of feet above the ground. "Waraha! The outside world, I, Old Tortoise, am coming," Old Tortoise shouted, then flew up and followed closely behind Ji Yufei, rushing into the spatial node impatiently. "Dongfang Chen? What do you want?" Suddenly, Ji Yufei's exclamation came from the spatial passage. After that, the Old Tortoise, who had just rushed into the space node, felt the world spin before it could clearly see the scene inside the space passage. A strange wave surged in front of it and instantly enveloped the Old Tortoise. "Dongfang Chen!" Ji Yufei's angry roar seemed to echo in a narrow space, causing Old Tortoise's ears to buzz. "There seems to be a formation that seals and kills everything," Old Tortoise said. They were in big trouble. Chapter 226. Ji Yufei and the Old Tortoise had been ambushed by Dongfang Chen in the spatial node, and the power of the Taoist technique scroll had teleported them into an absolute formation. "We're in trouble, big trouble." The Old Tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He glanced around and seemed to have noticed something. "I don't care what trouble it is. Hurry up and find a way to get out of here." Ji Fei looked up at the sky and said anxiously. The bright moon in the sky was like a silver plate, sprinkling down endless moonlight, shrouding the world in a hazy moonlight. Time waited for no man. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, they would no longer be able to leave the ruined sky realm. Once the spatial passage connected to the outside world was closed, they would be completely sealed in the ruined sky realm. I don't want to go out, I want to go out more than anyone else, but, as you saw just now, as long as we walk out of this area, those stone puppets will tear us to pieces, the old tortoise said angrily. Then what should we do? Ji Fei asked. They seemed to be trapped in an area with a circumference of only about 2 feet in the endless stone forest, and there were broken stones under their feet. There used to be a stone statue at the place where they were standing, but that statue had been shattered. The absolute formation seemed to have suffered irreparable damage and was not in a complete state. Perhaps because of this, as long as they did not walk out of this area, the huge stone statues around them would not attack Ji Fei and the old tortoise. However, once Ji Fei and the old tortoise stepped out of this area, they immediately triggered the restriction of the absolute formation, causing the lifeless cold stone statues to move and attack them. Ji Fei and the old tortoise seemed to have also noticed this situation. They looked at each other, and then Ji Fei said to the old tortoise, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you take out your tortoise shell and smash these stones?" Upon hearing this, the old tortoise did not hesitate and hurriedly stretched out his right hand. A stone tortoise shell the size of a fist immediately appeared in his palm and quickly grew to the size of a hill. Then, the old tortoise waved his right hand, and with a whoosh, the huge stone tortoise shell smashed towards the stone statues in front of him. Rumble. As if a huge mountain was moving, the huge stone tortoise shell shook heaven and earth, and the mighty energy fluctuations that it released were like mountains, making people's hearts palpitate. The moment the stone tortoise shell was thrown out, the stone statues in the surroundings, which had originally been motionless, suddenly emitted powerful energy waves. Then, as if they had come to life, their eyes shone with a dazzling light, and they walked down from their pedestals. At this moment, these tall stone statues were no longer inanimate objects. The energy fluctuations emitted from the energy fluctuations from the countless stone statues merged into one. The energy fluctuations surged like a tortoise. The energy fluctuations surged like waves like waves. The energy fluctuations surged like waves. The power of the great formation was stimulated, and those stone statues turned into stone people that could move. They began to move in a disorderly manner, but they were in sync with the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. This was truly an inescapable net formation. The huge stone tortoise shell pressed down like a huge ancient mountain, emitting a terrifying and unparalleled energy fluctuation. However, the countless stone statues below raised their fists and punched upwards at the same time. The stone statues' movements stimulated the power of the entire formation. The raging waves of energy swept upwards and rushed towards the stone tortoise shell that was pressing down. The destructive brilliance that erupted from the formation instantly lit up the night sky, illuminating the world. Boom! With a deafening rumble, surging power shook the world. The terrifying power unleashed by the stone golem collided with the huge stone tortoise shell. The resulting shockwaves caused a tornado to form in the sky, and the aftermath caused the entire world to tremble. The stone tortoise shell that was the size of a small mountain was directly blown into the sky by the power of the formation, and the countless stone statues below were swaying left and right as if they were drunk. Spiderweb-like cracks had even appeared on the bodies of some of the stone men, as if they could shatter into thousands of pieces at any time. However, not only did the cracked stone statues not collapse, but the cracks on their incomparably hard stone bodies healed and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Self-repair. Old Tortoise and Ji Fei were shocked when they saw this, and a chill ran down their spines. What kind of enemy was the most terrifying? Invincible and indestructible enemies were the most terrifying. Since the stone statues could not be destroyed, why were there broken stone statues in the formation? Could it be that the stone statues were not indestructible, but the method was wrong? The old tortoise's stone tortoise shell that had been sent flying into the sky seemed to have encountered a great resistance and could not break through the formation's seal. An unfathomable force suppressed the stone tortoise shell. Old Tortoise waved at the stone tortoise shell that was slowly descending towards the formation. The hill-sized stone tortoise shell immediately shrunk and flew back to Old Tortoise. The stone tortoise shell that could smash anything seemed to be unable to smash the stone statues that stood around it. However, Old Tortoise did not gain anything. At the very least, he had tested the power of the stone statues. This great formation could seal the heavens and trap the earth. Although its power wasn't as terrifying as expected, it wouldn't be easy to break out of it. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were trapped in the formation, at the end of the sky-splitting valley in the 100,000 mountains, a figure walked out from an ancient stone door on the stone wall. It was an expressionless, cold young man. It's someone from the Taishan sect. When the disciples on both sides of the cliff saw the young man, they immediately recognized which of the three great Taoist sects this white-robed young man was a disciple of. This was because the disciples of the Guangcheng Celestial sect had small swords embroidered on their sleeves, while the disciples of the Shongqing sect had talismans embroidered on their sleeves. The disciples of the Taishan sect had nothing embroidered on their sleeves. Gu Fei, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are too great a threat to our Dongfang family. We have to get rid of you. The white-robed young man who walked out of the space channel thought to himself. This white-robed young man was none other than Dongfang Chen, who had plotted against Gu Fei and Old Tortoise in the space node with a Dao technique scroll. This Dongfang Chen was definitely a ruthless character. He did things cleanly and decisively. Of course, he was also very confident. This was because Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had been moved into a formation by the power of the Dao technique scroll. Even if they were not killed by the formation, they would never be able to get out. It could be said that Dongfang Chen had already calculated this and made a foolproof plan before he dared to make a move. If he did not have full confidence, he would never have dared to make a move against Gu Fei. Because if he failed to plot against Gu Fei, then the unlucky one would be Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen was the first disciple of the Taishan sect to come out of the ruined sky realm. He was warmly welcomed by the high-ranking disciples of the Taishan sect who were guarding the Rift Valley. The two old Taoists who were in charge of the overall situation directly summoned Dongfang Chen to the cliff and directly conducted a thorough search of his body. However, after the two old Taoists finished searching Dongfang Chen, they were disappointed. Dongfang Chen did not gain anything in the ruined sky realm. There were only a few spiritual medicines that were less than 1,000 years old in his magic treasure pouch. Longevity grass. Could it be that no one got the longevity grass? The two old Taoists could no longer hide the disappointment on their faces. They had already checked several disciples of the Shongqing sect and Guangcheng Immortal sect, who came out of the ruined sky realm and found nothing. The two old Taoists had no interest in anything else. In their eyes, there was only the longevity grass, which could extend their lifespan by 200 years. Just when the two old Taoists were disappointed, there were bursts of fluctuations in the space channel. It seemed that more than one person was about to come out of the space channel. The disappointment on the faces of the two old Taoists disappeared without a trace in an instant. Their spirits were greatly lifted, and their turbid old eyes also bloomed with light. Of course, even if all the survivors of the ruined sky realm successfully came out of the ruined sky realm, the two old Taoists would never be able to find the longevity grass on them. Because the 9-colored longevity grass that the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects dreamed of was in the hands of Gu Fei, and Gu Fei was now trapped in the formation with the old tortoise. Dongfang Chen seemed to have inadvertently done something earth-shattering. He attacked Gu Fei and wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, this directly destroyed the dream of the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects to break through to the demigod realm. Without the longevity grass, their lifespan would be exhausted, and what awaited these old monsters would be reincarnation. If the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects knew that it was Dongfang Chen who had destroyed their last glimmer of hope, perhaps even 10 Dongfang families would be completely destroyed in the anger of these old monsters. In the ruined sky realm, in the giant stone formation, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were like ants on a hot pan, restless and restless. Seeing the bright moon rising higher and higher in the sky, they still could not think of a way to break the formation. Were they really going to be trapped in the ruined sky realm and wait for the next opening to get out? In the end, Gu Fei made up his mind and said to the old tortoise, "Old tortoise, let's force our way out." There was no doubt that this was an extremely crazy idea. The old tortoise did not speak, but pondered for a while. After a while, the old tortoise said, "Can you release the taboo item on you again? Please, what taboo item? Look at the time, hurry up and break the formation. Don't keep thinking about what I have on me, okay?" Gu Fei said grumpily. Wait, the taboo item you mentioned. Could it be? An idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to immerse his mind into the Mudpill Palace between his eyebrows. In the inner space of the Mudpill Palace, a figure appeared. It was Gu Fei. To be precise, it was an illusory image created by Gu Fei's divine sense. This illusory image was sitting cross-legged on the ground like Gu Fei's body in the outside world. The illusory image formed by the divine sense in the inner space appeared. Then, like a real person, it opened its eyes and rose from the ground. Chapter 227. The virtual image formed by the divine will was no different from a real person. Outside Gu Fei's inner space, his real body was sitting on the ground like a piece of wood and stone, without any sound. Beside Gu Fei, the old tortoise was nervously guarding him. At this time, Gu Fei's mind was completely immersed in the inner space. Even if someone cut him into pieces, he would not know. This was a very dangerous behavior. Even the old tortoise would not dare to do so in a dangerous place. To be on the safe side, the old tortoise opened the pseudo-world and released the corpse general doppelganger. The 9-foot-tall, burly warrior, wearing ancient armor and holding a black rod, looked majestic. With the rod in hand, he looked like he was looking down on thousands of soldiers. With the old tortoise and his corpse general doppelganger guarding him, there was absolutely no danger. In the ruined sky realm, no one could hurt Gu Fei under the protection of the old tortoise and the corpse general doppelganger. After the old tortoise withdrew the stone tortoise shell, the unusual movements of the stone man formation gradually calmed down. The tall stone men returned to their original positions, and the intimidating divine light emitted from their stone eyes also dimmed. The terrifying energy fluctuations emitted from the stone men formation retreated and finally completely converged into the stone men formation. The stone men formation became cold and lifeless stone statues again. Seeing this scene, the old tortoise was shocked to the extreme. That freak was really freakish to set up such an ultimate formation here. He could see that these stone men puppets were definitely not ordinary stone men. The master of the ruined sky realm was so generous that even the old tortoise, a super antique, could not help but be moved. Each stone man had a fighting soul sealed in it, a fighting soul that had its spiritual consciousness erased and only knew how to fight. So many stone men and so many fighting souls formed this ultimate formation. As long as the formation was not destroyed, the stone men formation would not be destroyed, and the fighting souls would not be destroyed. However, this was obviously not absolute. The ultimate formation seemed to have been attacked. Someone had broken some of the stone men formation with a special method and destroyed the fighting souls in the stone men formation, so that the stone men formation could not repair themselves. The old tortoise also knew how to completely destroy the spirit soul, but with his current cultivation, it was difficult to destroy such powerful fighting souls, let alone so many fighting souls. Now, the old tortoise could not think of any way to break the formation, so he could only pin his hopes on Gu Fei. If he could have that forbidden item, they would have hope of breaking out of the formation. If he could have that forbidden item, they would have hope of breaking out of the formation. Inside Gu Fei's inner space, another Gu Fei formed from Gu Fei's divine sense appeared in this space that was about 50 feet in diameter and had no distinction between heaven and earth. In this space, apart from the yellow sand mixed with soil, there was nothing else, not even a blade of grass. This was a space devoid of any signs of life. The edge of this space was an extremely unstable, murky, chaotic void. From chaos, from the world of world jade floating, a world, from Tien from of a world. From the ring of Chen world. These three treasures were all spiritual objects. They could instinctively absorb the chaos chi to repair themselves. Of course, it was impossible to repair a broken sword soul. However, the mountain and river cauldron and the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to have a complete soul. Therefore, in order to display the true power of the treasures, one had to have the cultivation to activate them. However, the mountain and river cauldron and the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to possess a complete soul. Thus, in order to unleash the true power of the treasures, one had to have the cultivation to control them. One flower, one world. Perhaps, there was another world in the yin-yang jade pendant. Now, Ji Yufei had no choice. He could only try to communicate with the yin-yang jade pendant. He wanted to get in touch with the existence in the jade pendant. Now, Ji Yufei had no other choice. He could only try to communicate with the yin-yang jade pendant. He wanted to get in touch with the existence in the jade pendant. Ji Yufei already knew that the mysterious existence in the jade pendant was controlling the yin-yang jade pendant. What happened next seemed to be surprisingly smooth. Ji Yufei did not have to spend much effort to easily capture the extremely weak mental wave emitted from the jade pendant. "I need your help." Ji Yufei did not say anything superfluous and went straight to the point. "You're very direct." These words rang out in Ji Yufei's mind. This was a mental communication. The mysterious existence in the jade pendant was directly expressing its intention to Ji Yufei. Then, Ji Yufei exchanged a few words with that person. After that, his mind withdrew from the inner space. Ji Yufei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. Entering and exiting the inner space with his mind was something that could be done with just a thought. It was much faster than directly descending into the inner space with his real body. After his mind returned, Ji Yufei stood up from the ground. "How is it?" Old Tortoise, who was standing guard for Ji Yufei, immediately asked. Old Tortoise could not remain calm as this matter concerned whether he could leave the ruined sky realm. Ji Yufei did not answer Old Tortoise. Instead, he raised his head and looked up. Then, a strange wave spread out from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows. Then, the vertical mark between Ji Yufei's eyebrows began to emit rays of brilliance. Just as the vertical mark between Ji Yufei's eyebrows opened like a divine eye, a fist-sized black and white brilliance rushed out of the vertical mark on Ji Yufei's forehead and rushed into the sky. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. A huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky and shrouded a part of the sky. The moment the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared, the entire stoneman formation began to operate. The fighting souls imprisoned in the stone statues that stood on the pedestal began to awaken. The awakening of the fighting souls seemed to inject infinite vitality into the ice-cold stone statues. Terrifying energy waves began to spread out from the bodies of the stone men. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram shrouded a part of the sky and the yin and yang chi surged. The two Tai Chi eyes, like bottomless black holes, began to devour all the spiritual chi in the sky and on the ground, including the power gathered by the formation. Roar! The stone men who walked down from the pedestal of the stone statues seemed to feel a great threat and instinctively roared. Then, some of the stone men soared into the sky and rushed toward the huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. The stone men pounced toward the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky and waved their stone fists, unleashing a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. They rushed toward the slowly revolving Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. Bang! The stone men's attack landed on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The diagram did not move at all. On the contrary, the power that erupted from the diagram shook the stone men down from the sky. The stone man fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! There was a muffled sound and the ground shook. Soil flew everywhere and a large pit appeared on the ground. As the dust flew, the stone men that fell from the sky climbed out of the pit. Their stone bodies were covered with cracks, as if they were exquisite porcelain that had been shattered. Roar! Countless stone men roared, and one after another, they rushed into the sky and launched a fierce attack on the diagram that was madly devouring the spiritual chi of the sky and earth. These stone fighting souls that had their consciousness erased only retained the most primitive fighting instincts. They were truly killing machines. Relying on their instincts, countless stone men, from time to time, displayed the forbidden skills that they had learned when they were alive. Endless energy storms shook the sky. Even the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was shaking at this time. Although the energy storm that swept up from below shook the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, a part of this terrible energy storm was actually devoured by the two Tai Chi eyes above the diagram. The diagram absorbed the spiritual chi of the sky and earth and did not reject anything. The power of the formation, the power of the stone men, all the power in the world, it seemed to be able to absorb and refine it. Rumble. Although the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was violently shaken by the extremely powerful power of the countless stone men below, it was still slowly operating. The mighty yin and yang chi froze a part of the sky, and the surging power was continuously sucked into the two Taiji eyes on the divine diagram. The mysterious existence in the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to need a large amount of spiritual chi of the sky and earth. As the diagram shook, endless spiritual chi of the sky and earth gathered from all directions. The power that had been accumulated by the formation for countless years was gradually being sucked out. The power of the formation was being weakened again, but the speed at which the formation was being weakened was very slow. According to this speed, it would be difficult to completely suck out the power of the formation even if it took 3 days and 3 nights. However, Jiyu Fei and the old tortoise could not wait that long, which made them extremely anxious. At that moment, all the stone men in the formation were roaring restlessly. The terrifying sound waves made Jiyu Fei's ears ring, and the blood in his chest and abdomen churn. It was extremely uncomfortable. There's not much time left. Can you break this formation a little faster? Jiyu Fei transmitted his thoughts to the mysterious existence in the yin-yang jade pendant. At that moment, the bright moon was already hanging high in the sky, and the time was not far away. There's no other way. I've already tried my best. This formation is not simple. The person who set it up definitely has great power and magical powers. If I can recover to my peak state. A voice sounded in Jiyu Fei's mind. Then what should we do? Jiyu Fei transmitted his thoughts to the voice. Let me think about it. The voice fell silent. The divine diagram covered the sky, but it was blocked high in the sky, unable to descend to the diagram below. The stone men formation possessed unfathomable power. The power of the stone men seemed to have merged with the formation as they continuously blasted out all kinds of powerful magical and forbidden techniques, causing the divine diagram to shake continuously. A hazy formation diagram began to appear under the feet of countless stone men. Faint lines seemed to connect every stone man, and every stone man was moving according to the ancient and profound lines of the formation diagram. There's an eye of the formation 300 meters away from your northwest corner. If you break it, the power of the formation will be weakened. The silent voice sounded in Jiyu Fei's mind again. Jiyu Fei hurriedly told the old tortoise about the situation. Then what are you waiting for? The old tortoise picked up the stone turtle shell and rushed to the northwest corner. The corpse general clone with the black stick followed closely behind. Chapter 228. In the sky above the formation, the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram that shrouded the sky unleashed a boundless pressure that was locked in a stalemate with the formation below. The two terrifying forces collided and cancelled each other out. As for the Taiji yin-yang diagram, other than blocking the attacks of the countless stone golems below and the destructive impact of the formation, the two yin-yang eyes on the diagram were still absorbing the power of the formation. The sky and earth shook violently as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless stone golems roared at the sky, their voices shaking the sky. At this moment, the entire area was completely boiling. If it weren't for the mighty power of the formation that stabilized the area, the ground would have cracked open long ago, and the area would have been reduced to ruins. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could still sense the strange movements coming from here. Although the Daoist technique scroll that Dongfang Chen used to plot against Jiyu Fei was rare, it could not teleport a person 100 miles away. It could only teleport a person a dozen miles away. The location of the formation was not far from the spatial node in the valley. In the eyes of cultivators, a dozen miles could be covered in just a few breaths. Some of the Dao sect disciples who were heading towards the spatial node in the valley stopped in their tracks in shock when they sensed a destructive energy fluctuation coming from the area where the spatial node was located. The ruined sky realm was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they would be doomed eternally. No one was willing to take the risk at this time. Thus, some people directly retreated and headed in the direction of the next spatial node. Under the moonlight, the tranquility of the mountain range was completely broken the moment the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram appeared. The ferocious birds and beasts that resided in the area all rushed out of their habitats and fled towards the outside of the mountain range. Thus, the rare moonlit night beast stampede appeared in this mountain range. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate such a rare sight. Every formation had a formation eye. The formation eye was equivalent to a hub in a formation, and was the key to the operation of the formation. Some formations would stop operating as long as the formation eye was broken. Although the power of this formation was earth-shattering, it also had a formation eye. If the formation eye of this absolute formation was successfully broken, although it might not be able to break the grand formation, it would still be able to weaken the grand formation by a lot. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram hovered high in the sky, attracting the majority of the formation's power. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram became the target of the countless stone golems. Stone golems continuously soared into the sky, directly attacking the divine diagram. This created the perfect condition for Old Tortoise and Jiyu Fei to break the formation eye. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the Old Tortoise's figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, the Old Tortoise's figure was intercepted by a stone man 10 feet away from the northwest corner. Boom! Old Tortoise swung the stone turtle shell and directly collided with the stone man blocking the way. The stone man's fist and the stone turtle shell violently collided. The ground under the feet of the Old Tortoise and the stone man immediately undulated violently like waves. The power that was released caused ripples that were visible to the naked eye to appear in the void. Thud, thud, thud. The huge stone man that was at least 10 feet tall took 7 or 8 steps back. The ground under its feet cracked under its extremely heavy footsteps, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step it took. Old Tortoise did not gain any advantage and was forced to retreat. Whoosh! A gust of wind came from Old Tortoise's side. A stalwart figure holding a black rod rushed forward from behind Old Tortoise. The black rod swung and a piercing sound was heard. Old Tortoise's 9-foot-tall corpse general doppelganger waved the black rod and attacked the stone man that intercepted Old Tortoise. The black rod seemed to have turned into a black dragon in the hands of Old Tortoise's doppelganger, emitting a terrifying power. Old Tortoise's corpse general doppelganger and the stone man began to fight. Surprisingly, the stone man was able to fight endlessly with the corpse general doppelganger and was not at a disadvantage. It was evident that the stone man in this formation was definitely not a decoration, but a terrifying killing machine. After the doppelganger blocked the stone man, Old Tortoise immediately rushed forward with an extremely fast body technique. At this time, Jiyu Fei also rushed out of the safety zone with a diameter of only 20 feet. The horror of the stone men was obvious to all. Even a powerful existence like the corpse general doppelganger with a black rod in hand would find it difficult to defeat the stone men. Given Jiyu Fei's current cultivation, a single punch from those terrifying stone men was enough to shatter him into pieces. However, Jiyu Fei had a unique skill to save his life in the stone men. The ancient combat skill, Desolation Steps, could be used for both offense and defense. There was a killer move called 8 Steps 8 Kills, and there was also an extremely fast body technique called 8 Steps Extreme Speed. Jiyu Fei used Desolation Steps to avoid the stone men's attacks and quickly shuttled through the stone men. Soon, he caught up with Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise did not linger. He waved his stone turtle shell and forced back the stone men blocking his way. Then, he quickly rushed to the eye of the formation. When Jiyu Fei and Old Tortoise saw the so-called eye of the formation, they could not help but be dumbfounded. The so-called eye of the formation was actually a pitch-black stone man. The stone man was about 40 to 50 feet tall and its entire body was pitch-black, as if it was cast from divine iron. This black stone man was very eye-catching among the stone men. It seemed to be leading the little brothers around it to launch a fierce attack on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. Within the stone body of the black stone man, there was an incomparably powerful fighting soul. Although its spiritual consciousness had been erased, the Black Stone Man continued to hit the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky with its fists and palms. The violent power shook the void. What a joke! Old Tortoise could not help but be shocked when he saw the Black Stone Man so powerful. On the other hand, Jiu Fei's train of thought came to a halt when he saw the mighty Black Stone Man. Soon, Jiu Fei and Old Tortoise realized that the Black Stone Man seemed to be unable to move freely within the large formation. It could not leave the position of the eye of the formation. At this time, more than 10 stone men, either empty-handed or armed with stone weapons, approached Jiu Fei and Old Tortoise from all directions, one step at a time. The huge stone body emitted a terrifying wave of power, and the divine light in its eyes shot out a few feet away. Bang! A muffled sound came from behind Jiu Fei and Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar hit the stone man with its rod and then leaped up. Its tall body fell from the sky and landed heavily beside Jiu Fei and Old Tortoise. The black rod in the corpse general avatar's hand was a treasure that could suppress the fire chi in the earth vein. It had unimaginable power. The stone man that was hit by the rod was covered with cracks, as if it could break into thousands of pieces at any time. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the front. The rolling sound waves almost knocked Jiu Fei to the ground, causing his chi and blood to boil. The huge Black Stone Man noticed Jiu Fei and Old Tortoise. Its cold eyes swept over them, and the monstrous murderous intent made Jiu Fei feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Oh no! Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed, and then he pulled Jiu Fei and rushed to the side. At this moment, a pitch-black hand silently enveloped him. Boom! With a loud bang, the place where Jiu Fei and Old Tortoise originally stood was suddenly filled with dust, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar was shaken and sent flying backward. A stone man approached from behind and punched it in the back. The violent force sent the corpse general avatar flying forward. In front of them was the terrifying Black Stone Man that made people's hearts palpitate. Whoosh! The huge black hand flew toward Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar like an inescapable net. Outrageous! Old Tortoise got up from the ground, then raised his stone tortoise shell and smashed it directly at the Black Stone Man. The stone tortoise shell that was the size of a fist quickly expanded after it was thrown. By the time it smashed in front of the Black Stone Man, it had become the size of a small hill. The Black Stone Man seemed to have retained its instinctive combat skills. When the stone tortoise shell hit it, it could no longer care about Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar. Instead, it waved its two huge fists and fiercely punched the hill-sized stone tortoise shell. The violent collision and the surging energy formed a fist storm that surged in all directions. The stone men that were approaching from all directions were like willow catkins in a gale, and they were blown away by the energy storm that erupted. The stone tortoise shell was blasted away, and it rapidly shrank. The Black Stone Man was also knocked off balance by Old Tortoise's stone tortoise shell. Thud! 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 This was definitely the best opportunity to make a move. However, Jiu Fei did not make a move because a battle of this level was no longer something he could intervene in. If Jiu Fei could still control the mysterious sword hilt passed down from his master, he would definitely make a move. The problem was that the sword hilt had rushed into the chaotic zone of the inner space and was out of Jiu Fei's control. How could an unarmed Jiu Fei compete with the terrifying Black Stone Man? However, although Jiu Fei did not make a move, Old Tortoise would not let go of such a great opportunity. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar borrowed the force of the stone golem's punch to leave a trail of afterimages in the void. In an instant, it pounced above the black stone golem, raised its black rod high, and smashed it down on the black stone golem's head with all its might. Bang! Without any suspense, Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar's thunderous rod hit the top of the Black Stone Man's skull. With a soft crack, cracks spread from the top of the Black Stone Man's skull. The light that burst out of the Black Stone Man's eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. Roar! The Black Stone Man roared and slapped Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar away, smashing it into the pile of stone men hundreds of feet away. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar was extremely powerful. After being slapped away, it immediately jumped up from the ground and swept its rod in all directions, forcing away the ordinary stone men that were besieging it, and then rushed back. First, it was punched by the ordinary stone men, then it was slapped away by the huge black stone man. Even though it was the corpse general avatar, there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Chapter 229. Warriors who had cultivated the indestructible martial body were absolutely terrifying existences. Their bodies were extremely tough and contained unimaginable power. Every move they made had great power. The corpse general avatar of the old turtle was a supreme warrior's indestructible body. Even though it had suffered a series of heavy blows, its fighting spirit was still shocking and it displayed great martial skills and magical powers. The corpse general avatar strolled in the void. Every step it took was like teleportation. It instantly appeared 200 or 300 feet away, moving at an extremely fast speed as if it had broken through the void. In just a few steps, the corpse general avatar had arrived in front of it with the black rod in its hand. Even the old tortoise was shocked by his indomitable momentum. Although it had been dead for countless years and had become the corpse general that guarded the archaic ominous city, its momentum was still there. The corpse general that the old turtle had refined into an outer body avatar emitted a powerful momentum that deterred all directions and changed the color of the wind and clouds. This was an extreme path warrior, a warrior who had cultivated the martial way to the highest realm. It had a powerful indestructible body and a martial way battle skill that was close to the Tao. Even immortals would tremble before it. Roar. With a furious roar, the corpse general leaped high into the air and smashed the black rod in his hand towards the black stone man's head. The black rod cut through the void at high speed, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. The entire space shook under the rod's blow. The black stone man's huge head had been smashed on the top of its head by the corpse general's rod. Cracks appeared on its head, but it did not shatter because of this. Moreover, the cracks on the black stone man's head were rapidly disappearing. It was unknown whether it was the power of the formation or the power of the invincible fighting soul that had merged with the stone man that was repairing the pitch-black, hard stone body. However, there was no doubt that the black stone man's power was increasing. The heavy injuries it had suffered were rapidly recovering. This was a terrifying scene. The black stone man seemed to be indestructible. The black stone man raised one hand to block the black rod that was smashing down. Almost at the same time, its other hand blasted toward the corpse general. A terrifying power surged out of the pitch-black hand. The palm force shook the void and a huge storm suddenly appeared in front of the giant palm. Boom! The black rod fiercely smashed into the stone arm of the black stone golem. When the black rod smashed down, the surface of the stone arm that was more than 20 feet long immediately cracked. Dust and stone chips fell from the arm. The ferocious power was like a huge mountain pressing down, and the ground under the black stone man's feet immediately burst open. His feet sank into the ground up to his knees. Bang! At the same time, the pitch-black palm also sent the corpse general's avatar flying. The black stone golem and the corpse general were fighting head-on, without any tricks. This was a direct clash of strength, and the stronger would win. However, it seemed like the strength of the black stone golem and the corpse general were on par. Neither of them could gain the upper hand in the battle, nor could they completely suppress their opponent. However, with the addition of the old tortoise, it would be difficult for the black stone man to fight against the two powerhouses. Boom! The stone turtle shell, which had shrunk to the size of a fist, silently smashed into the black stone man's chest when the black stone man sent old turtle's corpse general clone flying. The shrunken stone turtle shell was inconspicuous, and it did not emit any earth-shattering energy waves. However, it did not mean that the power of the stone turtle shell would be weakened. The power of the small turtle shell was like a violent collision of a primordial sacred mountain. The huge stone body of the black stone man, which was 50 to 60 feet tall, was smashed and sent flying. There was a sudden loud rumble, and a large number of ordinary stone men were knocked down by the pitch-black stone body. The entire area immediately fell into chaos. The corpse general clone and the old tortoise's mind were connected. The old tortoise was the corpse general, and the corpse general was the old tortoise. The cooperation between the two was simply flawless. Under their joint efforts, even the terrifying black stone man would be at a disadvantage. The black stone man was refined into a formation eye in the large formation, and the square base on which the stone man stood was not damaged. As the formation eye, the black stone man left the place where the formation eye was located, and the power of the large formation was immediately affected. Rumble, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky, took the opportunity to emit endless power and pressed down from the sky. The entire large formation immediately shook violently. Roar. The black stone man that was smashed away by the stone turtle shell roared continuously. After it got up from the ground, it immediately rushed towards the position of the formation eye. However, at this moment, a tall figure descended from the sky, and a black rod stabbed down. Poof! It hit the base that the black stone man originally stood on. The corpse general clone that had been smashed away descended from the sky and attacked again. Roar! The moment the black rod hit the base, the thousands of stone men nearby immediately roared into the sky. Then, the power that was emitted from their bodies retreated like the tide. The pair of stone man eyes that were emitting a frightening light gradually dimmed. It seemed that the fighting soul power on the stone bodies of the surrounding stone men had been suppressed. Then, the stone men turned back into stone statues and fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. The black stone man's movements also became slower. However, the fighting soul in the black stone man seemed to be much stronger than the ordinary stone statue fighting soul. The fighting soul struggled, but it was all in vain. The position of the formation eye had been sealed by the black rod, and the formation that emerged from the ground dimmed. Bang! 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 The black stone man continued to walk step by step towards the base that it was standing on. Finally, when it was less than 10 feet away from the base, the terrifying black stone man was completely silent. The fighting soul power had been completely suppressed, and the black and shiny stone body of the black stone man no longer emitted any fluctuations. The frightening light that was emitted from the stone man's eyes had completely disappeared. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Jiu Fei could not help but be shocked. Although he used his 8 steps extreme speed to avoid the stone man's attack, he was still in danger. If these stone men had not been wiped out of their spiritual senses and could only attack based on their instincts, Jiu Fei would have died many times. Since this earth-stabilizing divine pillar can stabilize the earth, water, fire, and wind, and suppress the fire chi of the earth veins, it should also be able to suppress the power of this formation, Old Tortoise said. Old Tortoise walked to the front of the black stone man and then leaped up into the air above the stone man. He lifted the stone turtle shell and smashed it hard on the stone man's head 17 or 18 times. Bang! 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 Although Old Tortoise smashed the stone man's head, the stone man's head only showed dense cracks like a spider's web. Even so, it did not break. Outrageous! Where did that pervert find such a hard stone? Old Tortoise stopped and said fiercely. In his opinion, everything in the ruined sky realm was set up by his former enemy. After the formation eye was sealed, the formation was not broken. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar was only a corner of the formation. In other places, there were still countless stone men roaring. They were not out of danger. However, a corner of the formation had stopped circulating, directly weakening the strength of the entire formation. The battle soul trapped in the stone man's body released a vast and boundless soul power. It was as if there were countless ferocious souls roaring. The soul power fused with the formation, pushing the strength of the formation to its peak. Even so, the formation could no longer resist the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram in the sky. The divine diagram slowly descended, and cracks began to appear on the stone bodies of the countless stone men. The stone men, which were already broken into pieces, crumbled and scattered on the ground. Not only that, faint and illusory fighting souls rushed out from the stone bodies of the scattered stone men. These fighting souls roared in the air and were all sucked into the 2 Tai Chi yin and yang eyes on the diagram that were like 2 invincible abysses. If I could also devour these fighting souls, I would definitely be able to recover some of my strength, Old Tortoise said jealously when he saw this scene. Then go ahead and devour them, Jiu Fei said. Brat, don't tempt me. These stone statue fighting souls are not simple. I don't know who will devour who. Old Tortoise said impatiently. Although he was tempted, he did not dare to take action. It should be known that the fighting souls emitted soul power that was not weaker than old tortoises. It was extremely dangerous and crazy to devour a fighting soul that was similar to one's own strength. If one was not careful, one would be devoured by the fighting soul and one would be devoured. Being devoured meant that one's soul would be destroyed and they would never be able to reincarnate. Their life imprint would completely disappear from this world. At this time, the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram had completely gained the upper hand. The formation was completely suppressed and endless power began to surge towards the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. The divine diagram continuously devoured the power of the formation. The two Tai Chi yin and yang eyes seemed to never be full. They devoured as much spiritual qi as they could. Since the birth of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, Ji Fei did not know how much spiritual qi the yin-yang fish jade pendant had devoured, but he was sure that it was a terrifying amount. Why did it absorb so much energy? Could it be that it was using the endless spiritual qi to restore the mysterious remnant soul in the jade pendant? Ji Fei did not know and could not understand. With his current cultivation, he was far from being qualified to know some of the secrets of heaven and earth. When his cultivation was high enough to look down on the world, all the secret places would gradually appear in front of him. In the cultivation world, power determined everything. As long as one had enough power, he would know more things and his vision would be broader. Boom! The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram pressed down from the sky and the surroundings shook. The ground undulated like waves and there were stone statues collapsing one after another. From the collapsing stone statues, faint and powerful fighting souls rushed out. These fighting souls, whose spiritual consciousness had been erased, were roaring and struggling. None of the fighting souls could escape. They were all suppressed by the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. The power of the formation was rapidly weakening, but the power of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 230. The Stoneman array had already been damaged. It was not a complete ultimate array, so its power had already been affected. Now, the corpse general avatar of the old turtle had placed the earth-stabilizing divine pillar at a corner of the array eye, sealing a corner of the array. As a result, the power of the array could no longer be connected as one. This immediately affected the normal operation of the ultimate array, and the power of the array immediately weakened. There was no longer any suspense in the confrontation between the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram and the array. The divine diagram rumbled and shrouded the sky and the earth. The mighty yin and yang qi seemed to want to turn this part of the world into chaos again. The heavens and the earth shook. Other than the corner of the array that was sealed by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, the ground of the entire array undulated violently like waves. Stones were constantly shaken into the sky and then exploded. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The scene in front of him shocked Ji Fei. Only the old tortoise remained calm and unmoved. Although the old turtle's origin was mysterious, he was a super antique that had existed since ancient times. What had he not seen before? Rumble. The divine diagram suppressed the power of the Stoneman array. It quickly sucked away the power of the Stoneman array and became nourishment for the divine diagram. One by one, the Stoneman array shattered. The fighting souls inside the Stoneman array rushed out of the shattered stone bodies and roared incessantly. The powerful fighting souls were all devoured by the Tai Chi yin-yang eyes on the divine diagram. They had no power to resist. The power of the divine diagram was difficult to resist. The array was collapsing. However, the speed of the collapse seemed to be a little slow. The bright moon in the sky was already hanging high in the sky. Time was running out. Ji Fei and the old turtle could no longer remain calm. The corpse general avatar of the old turtle tried to rush out several times, but it was forced back by the crazy Stoneman array. The Stoneman array was making a final struggle. The fighting souls inside the Stoneman array erupted with unprecedented power. The ancient armor on the corpse general's body was also broken in the battle, and its body was stained with blood. There was no doubt about the strength of the golems. Even if an immortal God Realm expert was trapped in this ultimate formation, the expert would probably perish within the ultimate formation. Faster, faster, can you be faster? Ji Fei shouted in his heart. He was communicating with the mysterious existence in the divine map. "I'll try my best." A voice rang out in Jiu Fei's mind. The mysterious existence in the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram gave such a response. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that enveloped this part of the world emitted an unprecedentedly terrifying energy fluctuation. Yin and yang chi poured down from the diagram, obliterating everything. The stone golems shattered one after another, and the battle souls were all sucked into the divine diagram. The speed at which the grand formation collapsed was clearly much faster. But even so, it was difficult for the Taiji yin-yang diagram to completely collapse the formation in a short period of time. It had to be said that the person who laid down this absolute formation back then was truly an extremely powerful person. Even after countless years, this absolute formation still possessed such power. One could imagine how terrifying this complete ultimate killing formation was back then. It would not be difficult for it to kill immortals, Buddhas, and demons. Outside the sky ruins, at the end of the Sky Crack Valley, the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall were already half closed. The gap between the two stone doors could barely allow two people to pass through. The space passage behind the stone doors had also become very unstable. It seemed that the space passage could collapse at any time. The power of heaven and earth was unstoppable. The essence chi from all directions gathered by the ancient formation in front of the stone doors could no longer stop the two stone doors from closing. In the sky, the 4 spirits and 28 constellations appeared at the same time, emitting an unprecedentedly bright light and sprinkling down endless starlight. At this moment, a strange celestial phenomenon of the stars and the moon competing for brilliance appeared in the sky. The radiance of the 28 constellations actually had the momentum of overshadowing the radiance of the moon. The power of the 4 spirits and 28 constellations was attracted by the formation and gathered on the altar. Then, it was guided into the stone doors to maintain the stability of the space passage with great difficulty and prevent it from collapsing. Everyone in the 100,000 mountain range, even the entire southern wasteland, could clearly see this marvelous scene in the sky. Except for some old monsters at the void-resisting stage, very few people knew what this celestial phenomenon meant. In the night when the starlight and the moon competed for brilliance, a surging demonic cloud came from the north in an overwhelming manner and directly rushed into the 100,000 mountain range. The demonic cloud gave off a terrifying and evil aura that made even the common people tremble. Sensing this terrifying aura, all the old monsters turned pale. Even great cultivators of the void-controlling realm were extremely fearful of this evil and ferocious devil aura. In the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland, everyone was in a panic. Soon after, a large number of demonic cultivators started to appear in the southern wasteland. Nobody knew what was going on or why the demonic cultivators of the northernmost demon domain would suddenly leave the demon domain and come to the southern wasteland. The appearance of the demonic cultivators made all the forces in the southern wasteland tense up. Nobody had a good impression of demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators represented slaughter and blood. Wherever the demonic cultivators appeared, there would definitely be slaughter and blood. The war broke out abruptly. It seemed that the barbarians in the southern wasteland had a great animosity against the demonic cultivators. The barbarians in the southern wasteland launched an attack first. Someone saw a demonic cultivator kill a demon general outside the Dragon Emperor city. Taoist Chaoyang, the first seat of Shaoyang Peak of Taishen sect, had once injured the first incarnation of Demon Monarch of 6 realms and the incarnation of first Demon Monarch of 6 realms. The 3 major Taoist sects and the 2 major demonic cultivators in the northernmost demon domain had become mortal enemies. The powerhouses of the 3 major Taoist sects were still waiting for the news from the 100,000 mountain range in Dragon Emperor City. The 3 major Taoist sects were most nervous about the appearance of the demonic cultivators. The 3 major Taoist sects didn't rely on Dragon Emperor City. If the real body of Demon Monarch of 6 realms came here, nobody could defeat this great demon. However, the southern wasteland was the territory of the 100 clans in the southern wasteland. After thousands of years, nobody knew whether there were any terrifying demonic cultivators in the southern wasteland. The demonic cultivators were actually very afraid of these local forces in the southern wasteland. If a demonic cultivator jumped out of the 100 clans in the southern wasteland, it would be a great trouble. The demonic cultivators didn't set foot in Dragon Emperor City. After a few battles with the powerhouses of the 3 major Taoist sects and the 100 clans in the southern wasteland, some powerful demonic cultivators entered the 100,000 mountain range. Only some powerful cultivators vaguely guessed why the demons entered the 100,000 mountain range at this moment. The appearance of the demons might have something to do with the Taoist sects. There's 1 more hour. I'm afraid that Jiu Fei, Dan Chunzi, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others were anxiously waiting on a cliff at the end of the sky-splitting valley. They had already returned to the outside world through the space nodes in the ruined sky realm. After all, the 10 most outstanding young cultivators of the Taishen sect couldn't all come out of the ruined sky realm safe and sound. Lei Ao of Biyun Peak, Shenqiru, and Guobufan of the head of Taishen Peak had already died in the ruined sky realm. If even Jiu Fei died, the Taishen sect would really suffer a great loss. However, Dan Chunzi and the others found that the primordial spirit green lamp over the altar was still bright, which meant that Jiu Fei was still alive. There was only 1 primordial spirit green lamp over the altar. After Dan Chunzi and the others came out of the ruined sky realm, their primordial spirit green lamps had been put away by Daoist Li Shong. The 30 outstanding young disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects and their leaders, a total of 33 people, had all come out of the ruined sky realm, except for those who had died in the ruined sky realm and Jiu Fei. Of the more than 10 high-ranking disciples who had ventured into the ruined sky realm, only 5 or 6 of them had come out. No one knew whether there were still people who had died in the ruined sky realm. When the 3 major Daoist sects opened the ruined heaven realm, they did not forbid the high-grade disciples who guarded the heaven-splitting valley from entering. However, these high-grade disciples were not chosen by their sects to enter the ruined heaven realm. Therefore, they did not leave their nascent divinity green lamps to indicate their life or death in the ruined heaven realm. In fact, among the 3 major Taoist sects, the Taishen sect's loss was the lightest. The worst was the Guangqing Immortal sect. In addition to Ren Wuming, Liu Yunhe, and Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyaro, even their leader Liu Ruhai had died in the ruined sky realm. The Guangqing Immortal sect had almost been wiped out. Nearly half of the Shangqing sect's disciples had also stayed in the ruined sky realm forever. It had to be said that this time's trip to the ruined sky realm could be said to be the one with the heaviest casualties. In the ruined sky realm, there were definitely more dangers than opportunities. This trip to the ruined sky realm had once again proved that the legendary ruined sky realm was not a good place. In order to obtain it, one must first experience unimaginable dangers. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. However, in the ruined sky realm, there were very few people who could truly seize opportunities. But there was no doubt that Jiu Fei was the luckiest person in history. The mountain and river cauldron and the chaotic origin embryo. Even in the great era of ancient times, these 2 things were precious treasures that were enough to make a group of great experts fight to obtain them. However, the god of fate did not seem to care about Jiu Fei. The moon was in the middle of the sky, but the ultimate killing formation that trapped them still did not completely collapse. The power of the formation trapped them in an area with a circumference of 100 feet, making it difficult for them to rush out. It's over, it's over. We're going to be sealed in the ruined sky realm, Jiu Fei muttered to himself. He was restless and paced back and forth, sweating profusely from anxiety. Old Turtle's corpse general clone soared into the sky. Boom. He punched the void, trying to break the sealing power of the formation. However, the ferocious punch only caused ripples in the void. It could not shake the restraining force at all. Moreover, the fiercer the attack, the stronger the backlash. The corpse general clone was shaken and smashed down from the sky. Boom. The huge body smashed a large pit in the ground. It could be said that there was no way out. Success. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Jiu Fei's mind. Then, heaven and earth shook again. Amidst the rumbling, endless spiritual light rushed out of the ground and gathered towards the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that shrouded down. It was the power condensed by the ultimate killing formation. At this moment, all the stone golems shattered and thousands of battle souls soared into the sky. The roars of the thousands of battle souls were extremely terrifying. The sound waves shook the heavens and earth, causing even Jiyu Fei's spiritual soul to tremble. Chapter 231. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that shrouded the Stone Man formation displayed a great magical power. Endless yin and yang qi rained down and shattered all the stone men. The fighting souls that rushed out of the broken stone men were sucked into the two Tai Chi yin and yang eyes that were like bottomless abysses. The collapse of the formation was irreversible. Apart from the corner of the formation that was sealed by the pitch-black earth stabilizing pillar, everything else in the formation was crumbling. Dust and smoke billowed and rocks flew everywhere. Vaguely, Jiyu Fei saw 8 huge figures that exuded endless power finally collapse in the formation. 9 was the limit of numbers. This ultimate killing formation seemed to have 9 formation eyes and 9 black stone men. Only the corner of the diagram that was sealed by the earth-stabilizing pillar was not damaged. The stone men that were lying on the ground did not shatter. The yin and yang forces that came down from the divine painting seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force. The black stone man that was 5 or 6 feet tall still stood in the corner of the diagram like a black mountain. Old Tortoise and Jiyu Fei stood next to the earth-stabilizing pillar. They clearly sensed a strange wave of power spreading from the earth-stabilizing pillar. The gentle power seemed to form a domain that blocked the yin and yang qi outside. The collapse of the formation was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, which shocked Jiyu Fei. Boundless spiritual light soared into the sky from the collapsed formation, disappearing into the divine painting in the sky. That was the final burst of power from the collapse of the formation. Streams of spiritual light that were like flowing lights illuminated the night sky. These spiritual lights were all absorbed by the formation. "What are you waiting for? Let's go!" Old Tortoise shouted and directly rushed into the sky in the direction of the space node. The Corpse General Avatar reached out and pulled out the earth-stabilizing pillar that was inserted in the formation eye. Then, it soared into the sky and chased after Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's shout woke Jiyu Fei from the shock. Then, without any hesitation, Jiyu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and turned into a faint shadow that disappeared in an instant. Although the power that erupted from the collapse of the formation had not completely subsided, this level of energy flow could not hurt Jiyu Fei. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that shrouded the formation rapidly shrank as if it was breaking through the void. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Jiyu Fei and turned into a black and white light that disappeared between Jiyu Fei's eyebrows. Jiyu Fei was surprised to find that the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram had entered his inner space. Then, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram reappeared and rushed into the chaotic zone of the inner space. At the center of the divine diagram, a jade pendant emitting terrifying yin and yang qi slowly rotated. Then, a spiritual fluctuation spread out from the yin-yang jade pendant. "I will seal all connections between the yin and yang jade and the outside world and rebuild my body." The voice of the mysterious existence in the jade pendant sounded directly in Jiyu Fei's mind. Then, the voice completely fell silent. Inside Jiyu Fei's Niwen Palace, in the chaotic zone of the inner space, the divine diagram began to stop rotating. The yin and yang qi began to converge into the jade pendant. In the end, only the jade pendant was left floating in the chaotic zone of the inner space. "Rebuild my body?" Although Jiyu Fei was shocked, he did not have time to think about other things at this time. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky. It was midnight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Jiyu Fei exerted his 8 steps extreme speed to the extreme and rushed out of the range of the formation in the blink of an eye. He ran at top speed in the forest, wishing that he could grow wings and fly to the location of the spatial node in the valley. Roar! How could this be? Suddenly, the angry roar of the old tortoise came from the mountains in front of him. Then, Jiyu Fei immediately felt a strong wave coming from the front. Jiyu Fei's heart suddenly sank and he cursed inwardly. For Jiyu Fei, the distance of more than 5 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. When Jiyu Fei rushed into the valley where the spatial node was located, the scene in front of him made him black out and he almost fainted. The space where the spatial node was originally located trembled, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. However, The spatial passageway had already disappeared. Roar! The old tortoise roared angrily. He swung the stone tortoise shell like a madman and smashed it forward. The void in front of him had not completely stabilized yet, so it was difficult for him to make the spatial node reappear. The old tortoise wanted to open the spatial passage that had been closed, but those spatial cracks were extremely unstable and disappeared as soon as they appeared. It was difficult for the spatial node to reappear. Dongfang Chen, I will fight you to the death. If I can get out of here, I will definitely destroy your Dongfang family. Ji Yufei's face was ferocious as he roared to the sky. At this moment, Ji Yufei hated Dongfang Chen to the extreme. Dongfang Chen had cut off his way back. If it weren't for that guy who deserved to be hacked to pieces, Ji Yufei and the old tortoise would have long left the ruined sky realm and gone to the outside world. What should I do? What should I do? Ji Yufei could not help but panic in addition to his rage. He had never heard of any Dao disciples who were trapped in the ruined sky realm being able to leave the ruined sky realm alive. That little bastard. At this time, the old tortoise's old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The spatial node had disappeared and could not reappear. There was no way out, so the old tortoise was furious. Outside the ruined sky realm, at the end of the sky-splitting valley, the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall had been closed, and the formation diagram that had been transformed into energy in the open space in front of the stone wall was dissipating, and finally completely disappeared into the ground. On the cliff, Dan Chun's face was extremely ugly. In the end, Ji Yufei had not been able to come out of the ruined sky realm. This meant that the lineage of the Green Spirit Peak, one of the 9 veins of Taishan, was extinct. The loss of a lineage was a big deal in the Taishan sect. It was something that had never happened since the founding of the sect. Ji Yufei was the only successor of the Green Spirit Peak. His loss had left the 9 veins of Taishan with only 8 lineages left. The ownership of the cultivation area of the Green Spirit Peak would probably set off a lot of turmoil in the Taishan sect. In fact, in the Taishan sect, the vast majority of people did not want to see any of the 9 lineages die out. Most people were still inclined to maintain the orthodoxy of the 9 veins of Taishan sect. The loss of Ji Yufei was already an irreversible and unchangeable matter. This was a fact that the Taishan sect had no choice but to accept. Just as Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others were feeling incomparably regretful, Dongfang Chen quietly revealed an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. After removing the great enemy of Ji Yufei, Dongfang Chen only felt relaxed. No one knew that he had plotted against Ji Yufei. For himself, for the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen had to do this. Although this kind of thing was very disgraceful, and even despicable. However, those who achieved great things did not yield to small things. If he could go back in time, Dongfang Chen would still make the same choice. Li Mengyaro of the Guangqing Immortal Sect felt extremely complicated at this time. She wanted to cut Ji Yufei into 8 pieces, but when the 2 ancient stone doors closed, she hoped that a miracle would appear. Of course, in the end, a miracle did not appear. That despicable and shameless guy was sealed in the ruined sky realm. In the bottom of Li Mengyao's heart, it seemed that she did not want Ji Yufei to die. Even Li Mengyaro couldn't figure out what she was thinking. There was only one word in her mind: chaotic. Her heart was in a mess, and she vaguely felt a little disappointed. She didn't know if it was because Ji Yufei was lost in the ruined sky realm. The great formation in the open space in front of the stone wall had completely stopped operating. At the center of the great formation, on the ancient altar, Taoist Li Shong, who was sweating profusely, was lying on his stomach. Controlling the altar and the great formation had exhausted his mental and physical strength. Although it was not to the point of exhaustion, his cultivation base could not be restored without a period of recuperation. A primordial spirit lamp was still floating above the altar. Ji Yufei did not die, and the primordial spirit lamp was not extinguished. Swish! 2 figures appeared directly on the altar. They were 2 old Taoists who were so old that all their teeth had fallen off. One of them, a tall and thin Taoist, reached out and took the primordial spirit lamp. The tall and thin Taoist muttered to himself, "When a person dies, the lamp goes out. When the lamp goes out, the person dies. I can't believe he's still alive. Perhaps he's an anomaly, the tall and thin Taoist muttered to himself, but no one has ever come out alive after being trapped in there. The other Taoist, who was also skinny but shorter than the old Taoist who took off the primordial spirit lamp, said with a frown. The tall and thin Taoist fell silent. It was a fact. For thousands of years, in the stories of the three great Daoist sects, there was no record of anyone who was trapped in the ruined sky realm and came out alive. Just as the two old Taoists took down the green lamps above the altar, Daoist Kurong, who was sitting with his legs crossed high up in the sky, seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes abruptly and rose into the air. Then, the loose Taoist robe on Daoist Kurong's right hand suddenly burst into pieces with a boom, sending pieces of cloth fluttering in the air like butterflies. A blood light rushed out of the torn sleeve and turned into a blood-red rainbow that emitted a terrifying and evil aura as it flew toward the north. Everything happened so abruptly. The sky demon saber, which had been completely suppressed by his power, suddenly broke through the suppression and flew out. Even Daoist Kurong was shocked. Daoist Kurong sneered and reached out with his right hand. The power of life and death surged out of his hand and formed a big hand in the air. As though it had teleported, the big hand caught up to the blood saber light in an instant and shrouded it with its 5 fingers. Under the big hand's shroud, heaven and earth shook. Just as the blood saber light, which was transformed from the sky demon saber, was about to be caught by the big hand, it suddenly released a dazzling blood light. With a whoosh, it sped up and rushed out of the big hand's shroud. Daoist Kurong was rather surprised. At this point, he was certain that the sky demon saber's owner was nearby and was casting a spell to retrieve the sky demon saber, which was known as the number 1 saber in the Devil Path. Chapter 232. Guard the Rift Valley and guard against the devil's attack. Master Kurong transmitted his voice to the people below, then he leaped up and chased after the sky demon saber. The two of them were so fast that they disappeared into the northern sky in an instant. The Tao sect's disciples gathered at the end of the Rift Valley had already noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky, so they were shocked when they heard Master Kurong's voice transmission. Following that, the disciples got into action under the command of the two old Taoists. The tall and thin old Taoist brought a group of people back to the Hall of Three Eons, while the other old Taoist brought most of the disciples to stay near the stone gate. The Rift Valley was the birthplace of the three great Tao sects, and the most important place was the ancient stone gate on the stone wall at the end of the valley that connected to the ruined sky realm. Nevertheless, the two old Taoists were not that worried because the stone gate was difficult to destroy. What they needed to guard was the formation and the ancient altar in front of the gate. If the formation and the altar were destroyed, the three great Tao sects would not be able to open the ruined sky realm. While the people from the three great Tao sects were on guard in the Rift Valley, a blood-red light streaked across the sky 500 kilometers to the north and shot toward a mountain below. A black figure stood at the peak of the mountain. The man's blood-red hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were filled with black chi. They looked like two demonic caves that were connected to the earth, and his handsome and pale face looked extremely demonic. The man reached out his right hand and grabbed the blood-red light that was shooting down from the sky. The blood-red light disappeared in his hand, and a demonic blood-red devil saber appeared in his hand. The saber was shrouded in a layer of hazy bloody mist, and it seemed like countless blood-red figures were surging and roaring in the mist as if there were countless devils dancing around. Devil Lord of 6 Paths. At this moment, a cold voice that seemed to have come from the 9 heavens was heard coming from the southern sky. The voice was not loud, but it echoed in the mountains. As expected, you're the one who destroyed my clone, you old fart. The red-haired young man grinned, and a cruel smile appeared on his pale face. As soon as Demon Monarch of 6 Paths finished speaking, the space in front of him trembled. A Daoist stepped out of the void and appeared. No one could tell how old this Daoist was from his appearance, because his appearance was very strange. The right side of the Daoist's face was as red as a baby's, and the right side of his body was full of vigor and vitality, like a man in the prime of his life. However, the left side of his face had sunken eyes and high cheekbones, as if there was only a layer of skin covering his skull. The flesh on the left side of his body was shriveled and withered, like half a skeleton wearing human skin. Looks like you have comprehended the Tao of life and death. Demon Monarch of Six Paths tightened his grip on the sky demon blade, and a vast amount of demonic energy surged out of his body. Rumble, the mountain under Demon Monarch of Six Paths' feet started shaking, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. The demonic power was unparalleled. Under the moonlight, the birds and beasts of this region were all intimidated by this demonic might, and this region became incomparably quiet. Humph! Didn't you also cultivate the great demon body? Daoist Kurong said calmly as he hovered in the air. The demon in front of him had the sky demon blade, so he was a strong opponent. Although Daoist Kurong seemed relaxed, he was secretly on guard. Not many people in the Tenglong continent dared to look down on Demon Monarch of Six Paths, who had the sky demon blade. Cut the crap. Tonight, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my blade, Demon Monarch of Six Paths said fiercely. He held the blade and simply slashed at Daoist Kurong. The simple slash seemed to have sucked up the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the vicinity, and its might seemed to have become more powerful. The sky demon blade had the evil power to devour the heaven and earth spiritual chi. If a cultivator was hit by the blade's gleam, his blood essence and soul would be sucked away and become nutrients for the blade. The more people it killed and the more blood essence it devoured, the more powerful it became. Legend had it that the blade had devoured the blood of immortals and deities. The blade gleam looked like blood, and it released a vast and dense blood chi that seemed to have turned heaven and earth into a sea of blood. The fearsome blade gleam swept toward Daoist Kurong. Samsara of life and death. Daoist Kurong waved his hands, and the power of life and death surged out of his hands. Time seemed to have stopped, and everything seemed to have frozen. The evil blade gleam that was sweeping down was also frozen in the air. Break! Daoist Kurong shouted. Subsequently, heaven and earth shook violently, and ripples appeared in the void. The frozen blood-red blade gleam was instantly shattered. Two figures were sent flying backward, and the top of the mountain where Demon Monarch of Six Paths was standing was silently crushed into dust. Smoke and dust surged in all directions. The two of them exchanged a blow, but it seemed like they were evenly matched. Samsara of life and death. Again, Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood hair fluttered wildly. After he stopped retreating in the void, he roared and charged at Daoist Kurong. The Demon Monarch of Six Paths' body was surrounded by devil chi, and the sky demon blade in his hand surged with layers of blood waves. The devilish blood-red saber gleam shot out 300 meters away and went toward Daoist Kurong's waist like a blood dragon. Daoist Kurong stopped retreating and stood still in the void. His body was majestic, but his eyes shone fiercely. Daoist Kurong's body moved according to his will, and his hands drew strange trajectories. The power of life and death turned into dazzling lights that greeted the blood-red saber gleam. The violent collision and the terrifying power that erupted caused the void to shake. Daoist Kurong flew in the air and collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths 100 times in a row. He left after images in the sky as he exerted the power of life and death to the extreme. After colliding 100 times, the two of them retreated respectively. The Demon Monarch of Six Paths immediately raised his saber and charged at Daoist Kurong. The blood-red saber slashed at Daoist Kurong, and the heavenly demon saber kept shattering the void. One could imagine the power contained in it. Every time the saber slashed, the power that erupted caused the world to shake. Daoist Kurong displayed his great divine power and vividly displayed the profound meanings of life and death. His left hand released a vast and mighty deathly aura that swept out. Dang! 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 Daoist Kurong collided with the sky demon blade with his left hand. His left hand, which was surrounded by a terrifying deathly aura, was even harder than godly iron. Dazzling lights that resembled a meteor shower burst out from the collision. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared furiously. Even though he was known as the best blade in the evil path, he could not suppress Daoist Kurong for a while, which annoyed him. The flesh on Daoist Kurong's left hand withered as if there was not even a drop of chi and blood left. His skinny palm was extremely hard, and it was not afraid of the sky demon blade's sharpness. World-devouring demon. After the demon monarch of six paths forced Daoist Kurong to retreat with one slash, his body trembled. Pitch-black devil chi gushed out of his body and quickly spread to surround him. Only two black lights could be seen in the endless darkness, and they stared coldly at Daoist Kurong. There was no human emotion in them, only an aura of destruction and deathly stillness. Next, the demon monarch of six paths charged at Daoist Kurong like a devil that crawled out of hell. He was shrouded in an endless devil mist, and he was in absolute darkness. The devil mist surged violently, and the devil chi that shrouded demon monarch of six paths surged and condensed into a huge black vortex. It looked like an ancient devil had opened its mouth to devour Daoist Kurong. Limitless life and death. Daoist Kurong shouted in a deep voice. The profound meanings of life and death spread out from his hand, and ripples that could be seen by the naked eye appeared in front of him. The vast life force and death force seemed to have isolated this part of the world, forming a world that was independent of the great world, where there was only life and death. The power of life and death could no longer be differentiated in this world. The perfect fusion of life and death did not cancel out the two opposing powers. Instead, it pushed the power of the two powers to their peak. Boom! The whole sky trembled as if heaven and earth had collided, and spatial cracks appeared in the void. The two terrifying powers collided and tore the void apart. The remaining might that came down from the sky crumbled a few mountains. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the mountains were crushed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The powers of Daoist Kurong and the demon monarch of six paths had surpassed the defensive void state. This was a contest between a half-god and a half-devil. The two figures were sent flying several kilometers away before they charged at each other again. The demon monarch of six paths Sky Devil Saber swept in all directions with a momentum that could devour mountains and rivers. The blood-red saber light soared for several kilometers. Wherever it passed, all living things were sucked dry of their vitality, and they withered and died in an instant. Clang! Clang! Two sounds of weapons being unsheathed were heard coming from Daoist Kurong's body. Following that, two rays of light rushed out of his body. One of them was grey and gave off a strong death aura, while the other was green and full of life aura. The death aura wrapped around the death saber, while the life aura wrapped around the life sword. Daoist Kurong drove the death saber, which emitted a death light to meet the demon monarch of six paths' blood-red saber light. A strong death aura spread, and the sky seemed to be shrouded by sticky stagnant water that suddenly gushed out. The death saber blocked the saber light, while the life sword went straight for the demon monarch of six paths. Damn it. The demon monarch of six paths shook the saber light again and again, and the blood-red saber light shone brightly, illuminating the sky and the earth. The Sky Devil Saber released a terrifying saber aura, which even enveloped the life sword. The demon saber fought against the death saber and the life sword. For a while, it seemed like neither could do anything to the other. While Daoist Kurong and the demon monarch of six paths were fighting endlessly in the 100,000 mountains, the old turtle and Jiu Fei were heading toward the depths of the ruined sky realm. According to the old turtle, the freak who refined the ruined sky realm would not have left only one passage connecting to the outside world. The passage to the outside world was probably in the depths of the ruined sky realm. Therefore, after a simple discussion, Jiu Fei and the old turtle decided to venture into the depths of the ruined sky realm to find the way to enter and exit it. Chapter 233. Because of Dongfang Chen's sudden attack, Jiu Fei and the old turtle missed the time to come out of the ruined sky realm. The disappearance of the spatial node and the closing of the stone gate trapped Jiu Fei and the old turtle in the ruined sky realm. This made the old turtle and Jiu Fei hate Dongfang Chen. If they could get out of the ruined sky realm, they would be a nightmare for the Dongfang family. Dongfang Chen's move undoubtedly buried a super hidden danger for the entire Dongfang family. The ruined heaven realm was not a truly perfect heaven and earth. Although it also had a sun, a moon, and stars, as well as day and night, it was definitely not a paradise. Although there were treasures left by ancient cultivators in the ancient ruins, they were also full of danger. This was not the most serious problem. As long as one did not enter those ancient ruins, there was no need to worry about their lives. The most serious problem was that this incomparably vast pseudo-realm suppressed all external forces. If one cultivated here, one's cultivation base would remain at the ninth heaven awakening realm and would never improve. This meant that if an ordinary Tao disciple was trapped in the ruined sky realm, what awaited him would be death. If one's cultivation base did not make a breakthrough, one's lifespan would not increase. Whether it was a martial artist or a cultivator, the strength of one's cultivation base and realm were directly related to the length of one's lifespan. Through cultivation, cultivators constantly sublimated themselves to compete with the heavens for fate. Fortunately, Jiu Fei had already cultivated an inner space, which he could enter without being suppressed by the ruined sky realm. In this way, he could avoid the crisis of not being able to improve his cultivation base. As long as he found a safe place to live, concentrated on cultivation, and broke through the current cultivation barrier, he could wait for the next time the ruined sky realm opened again, and then leave it. However, he still chose to go to the depths of the ruined sky realm with the old turtle. No one knew what was in the depths of the ruined sky realm. It was an unknown area that had not yet been explored. Even the old tortoise did not know what dangers awaited them ahead. However, the center of this pseudo-realm was definitely the most important place. They might find a way out there. Jiu Fei was an unyielding fighter by nature. Between secluded cultivation and exploring the depths of the ruined heaven realm, he chose the latter. He wanted to fight. There was no better way to improve his cultivation than fighting. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Only when faced with danger would a human's potential be stimulated to the fullest. Just as Jiu Fei and the old tortoise headed toward the depths of the ruined heaven realm, the battle between the Taoists and the devils in the 100,000 mountains had changed. Relying on the might of the sky demon saber, the Six Paths demon Monarch saber slashed through the void. A blood-red saber light that was thousands of feet long sliced the energy mountain in half, and the essence energy in a radius of tens of miles was absorbed by the demonic saber. All the flowers and trees withered due to losing their vitality. The area within a radius of tens of miles around the battlefield had become a land of death without a trace of vitality. Daoist Kurong gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The chi of life and death, which was as vast as the ocean, surged on his body, and he vividly unleashed the profound meaning of life and death. Even so, the saber of death and the divine sword of life seemed to be at a disadvantage against the sky demon saber. The title of the number one demonic saber of the devil path was not given for nothing. Clang! The saber of death, which emitted an endless aura of death, clashed fiercely with the sky demon saber. The clanging sounds that rang out reverberated in the sky above the mountains, and the heavy grey aura of death and the blood-red saber light exploded. When the two sabers clashed, sparks flew in the void. Daoist Kurong was forced to take 3 steps back in the void, and the saber of death was sent flying. On the other hand, the demon monarch of 6 paths took 3 steps forward and slashed the demonic saber down at Daoist Kurong. It was as if thousands of blood shadows were howling in the saber light. The blood-red demonic light tore the sky apart, and the endless aura of life in the surroundings was devoured by the terrifying blood waves that erupted. The sky and the ground were illuminated by the blood-red light. The world was shaking, and countless demons were howling. The might that erupted from the demon monarch of 6 paths saber was unprecedented, and it made Daoist Kurong's expression change. Without any hesitation, the sword of life in Daoist Kurong's right hand turned into a green beam of light that soared up to 10,000 feet and blocked the attack. A vast life force obliterated the blood-red demonic light that swept down. Even the sky demon saber could not devour the power released by the divine sword of life. Clang! The blood-red saber light, which was as heavy as a primordial sacred mountain, directly suppressed the divine sword of life. Daoist Kurong was struck down from the sky by the demon monarch of 6 paths saber. Like a meteorite, Daoist Kurong fell from the sky. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the mountain beneath him exploded. Rubble flew everywhere, the ground shook, and smoke and dust soared into the sky. Although Daoist Kurong was in a disadvantageous position, he was not defeated. Powerhouses of their level would not be defeated so easily. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill powerhouses of their level, and special methods were needed. Amidst the billowing dust, Daoist Kurong soared into the sky. The saber of death and the divine sword of life flew around him, and the power of life and death was mighty. Daoist Kurong did not attack the demon monarch of six paths again. Instead, he chose to retreat. He stepped on the saber of death with his left foot and the divine sword of life with his right foot as he retreated in the direction of the Rift Valley. Trying to leave? It won't be that easy. As the demon monarch of six paths held the heavenly demon saber, endless demonic clouds began to surge and covered the moon in the sky. They surged toward the retreating Daoist Kurong like a galloping horse. Six paths, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. It won't do either of us any good if we continue to fight, Daoist Kurong said coldly as his eyes shone with a divine gleam. You should have thought of this when you destroyed my clone. The demon monarch of six paths' terrifying voice was heard coming from the rolling demonic clouds. Following that, a blood-red saber light broke through the layers of demonic chi and slashed out of the clouds. The terrifying and evil saber edge was pointed at Daoist Kurong. Don't push me too far, Daoist Kurong shouted. The saber of death and the divine sword of life released peerless deadly saber chi and fierce sword chi to block the attack. Boom! The blood-red saber light and the saber and sword chi released by Daoist Kurong crumbled at the same time and disappeared into the void. On the other hand, Daoist Kurong borrowed the counterforce to retreat 300 meters away as though he had teleported. Furious roars could be heard coming from the surging demonic clouds. It was then when a terrifying, evil, and powerful aura rushed out of the mountain behind Daoist Kurong. The aura was not inferior to the demon monarch of six paths at all. Just as Daoist Kurong was feeling fearful, a tall figure suddenly appeared in his path of retreat and blocked his way. Another great demon? Daoist Kurong had no choice but to stop. He glanced at the demon that suddenly appeared like a cold bolt of lightning. He was an extremely powerful demon that was 20 meters tall. His eyes had no pupils and no sclera, and there was only a flickering black gleam in them. Kurong, you'd better leave your life behind, the 20-meter-tall demon said in a deep voice as his terrifying body released a pitilessly powerful and ferocious aura. You're the great demon venerable? Daoist Kurong was shocked. He did not expect to encounter this demon here and at this time. Great demon venerable, what do you mean by this? It's not your place to meddle in my business. At that moment, the surging demonic clouds receded like a tide. Soon after, the demon monarch of six paths, who was holding the sky demon saber, appeared from the demonic aura. The two overlords of the demon path had always been at odds with each other. The demon palace of six paths and the demonic sky ridge, which were two great forces in the far northern demon region, were constantly in conflict. The great demon venerable's sudden appearance and intervention in the battle between him and Daoist Kurong infuriated the demon monarch of six paths. He hovered in the air and asked the question. Let's put the matter between us aside for now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we join forces, we'll be able to kill that old fart, Kurong, the great demon venerable said solemnly with a dark expression. Daoist Kurong, who was stuck in the air, was secretly frightened. If the two demons joined forces against him, he would be in danger. If I have the help of that altar. Daoist Kurong thought about the ancient altar at the end of the Rift Valley. That altar was actually a great killing weapon. If it was controlled by the altar, even if the two demons joined forces, they would not be afraid of it. Do you think I can't kill old fart Kurong? The demon monarch of six paths said angrily. He was furious that the great demon venerable looked down on him. You idiot. The great demon venerable cursed inwardly. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Daoist Kurong. It should be noted that killing a demigod was a very difficult task. As long as Daoist Kurong was killed, the balance of power between the Dao sects and the far northern demon region would be broken. As the Dao sects declined and the demons grew, it would not be difficult for the demon path's forces to suppress the Dao sect's forces. Six paths, listen to me. The great demon venerable was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look south. Two black rays shot out from his demonic eyes. At that moment, the expressions of Daoist Kurong and the demon monarch of six paths changed. They simultaneously sensed a terrifying aura barging into their sensing range and quickly approaching them. Another expert had arrived, and it was another terrifying expert whose cultivation was not any weaker than the three of them. A demon. The great demon Venerable uttered. Daoist Kurong was delighted, but he soon frowned. It seemed like the secret of the Rift Valley could no longer be hidden, and it would bring great trouble to the Dao sects. Roar. A deafening roar was heard coming from the south. The loud voice echoed in the air, and a terrifying wave of power surged from afar like a tide. The expressions of the demon monarch of six paths, the great demon Venerable, and Daoist Kurong, the three top powerhouses on the Tenglong continent, changed. Chapter 234. Timpi. A cold snort was heard coming from the southern sky. The three extreme Dao powerhouses in the sky immediately saw a yellow light figure appear in the sky above the southern mountains. Under the moonlight, the three of them could vaguely make out the silhouette of a winding dragon that was as large as a mountain. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged toward them. Daoist Kurong, demon monarch of six paths, and the great demon Venerable were shocked. It was obvious that they recognized the powerful monster cultivator who had just arrived. Daoist Kurong opened his mouth, but he did not say anything in the end. The yellow light figure was very fast. It had just appeared in the southern sky, but it was already in front of them in an instant. It was only then that the three extreme Dao powerhouses saw a middle-aged man in a yellow robe inside the yellow light. The middle-aged man was tall and mighty. His yellow robe was embroidered with a five-clawed golden dragon. Only emperors in the human world could wear dragon robes. The middle-aged man was like an emperor in the human world. Needless to say, the middle-aged man's cultivation base was definitely not comparable to that of an emperor in the human world. The middle-aged man, who was surrounded by a yellow aura, glanced at the three extreme Dao powerhouses with his sharp eyes. He then shouted, "The evil path has been banished to the northern demon territory. Those who step out of the demon territory without permission will be destroyed." After that, the middle-aged man threw a punch at demon monarch of six paths. The yellow aura surged out like a surging river, and the void in front of his fist trembled. At the same time, Daoist Kurong attacked again. The Death Saber and the Life Divine Sword emitted dazzling lights as they attacked the great demon monarch. The sky was instantly filled with dazzling lights. The wind from the fist was stirred up, and the saber and sword chi were everywhere. The demon lord, Yellow Dragon, demon monarch of six paths, was shocked. The sky demon saber in his hand emitted an endless blood-red light as it went to meet the yellow-robed middle-aged man's fist. Not only was the person who had cultivated the body of a great monster, but he also had a terrifying background. On the Tenglong continent, only the Eastern Goblin tribe's lord was qualified to be called the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, Huang Long, was rumored to be the descendant of the Dragon Clan's emperor, the five-clawed golden dragon. He was definitely one of the most powerful beings in the Tenglong continent. Demon Lord Huang Long's entire body was enveloped in a yellow radiance. His eyes flickered as a yellow aura curled around his fist. In the instant before the Sky Demon Saber's blood-colored saber light collided, a thick layer of yellow scales covered his fist. Clang! His fist directly collided with the blade, and an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Vast power leaked out between the two of them. The Demon Lord Yellow Dragon and the Demon Monarch of Six Paths retreated thousands of meters. After exchanging a single blow, the two seemed to be equally matched. However, the Demon Monarch of Six Paths had the Sky Devil Blade, which was known as the number one blade of the demonic path. Demon Monarch Six Paths had the number one demonic saber in the demonic path, but he still couldn't break through Huang Long's protective scales. It was clear that Huang Long's cultivation was terrifying. His scales were incredibly tough, and even divine weapons wouldn't be able to break them. Roar! The Demon Lord, Yellow Dragon, roared angrily and stopped himself from retreating. The next moment, his hands turned into dragon claws, and two rays of yellow light shot out from his claws, which were covered in scales. They turned into two dragons that charged towards the Demon Monarch of Six Paths. On the other side, Daoist Kurong controlled the Death Saber and the Life Divine Sword to fight against the bare-handed Great Demon Venerable. In an instant, The four extreme-grade experts in the sky split into two pairs and began to fight. The intense battle caused the mountains below to shake, and the clouds in the sky were shaken by the mighty power. Such a great battle was rare in the past hundreds of years. Usually, it was impossible to find a peerless demigod expert who had seen through life and death and had an endless lifespan. However, there were four of them in the 100,000 huge mountains at the same time. A yellow light surged out of the demon lord Yellow Dragon's body. In an instant, the sky was filled with demonic aura, causing everyone to feel an indescribable pressure. The demon lord Yellow Dragon continued to unleash powerful heaven and earth demonic energy to disperse the blood-red saber radiance emitted by the heavenly demon saber. The world was covered in a hazy yellow color. Even though the demon monarch of six paths was holding the demon saber and his saber slashed through the void, it seemed like he could not gain the upper hand. Yellow Dragon, why are you interfering with the grudge between the demon domain and the Dao sect? The demon monarch of six paths shouted loudly. He swung the heavenly demon saber, and the thousands of saber radiance continuously slashed at the demon lord Yellow Dragon. It's none of my business that you walked out of the demon domain. The demon lord Yellow Dragon's arms were already covered in thick scales. It seemed like he was not afraid of the heavenly demon saber's sharpness at all. He directly shattered the thousands of saber radiance that was slashing at him. The demon domain was a great enemy of all cultivators, and it was not tolerated by the world. They used the essence, energy, and spirit of all living beings to enhance their demon might. Thousands of years ago, all the cultivators in the Tenglong continent united and banished the demon cultivators to the bitter and cold demon domain in the far north. The demons in the demon domain were not allowed to leave the demon domain without permission. This was an unwritten rule in the Tenglong continent, especially for the demon cultivators who had cultivated to become great demons. This is outrageous. Are you the law enforcer of the cultivation world? The demon monarch of six paths was infuriated. He swung the heavenly demon saber and fought the demon lord Yellow Dragon. I'm the unique and righteous. All of a sudden, the great demon venerable, who was fighting Daoist Ku Rong, shouted. His body surged with demonic aura fluctuation that was as large as a mountain, and he instantly turned into a demon shadow that was thousands of feet tall. Whoosh! The demon palm, which was as large as a small mountain, shrouded Daoist Ku Rong. The void that was shrouded by the demon palm immediately stirred up a fierce wind that was as terrifying as the edge of a blade. The death saber, which emitted a dense death aura, and the life divine sword, which emitted a vast life aura, were immediately blown away by the demon palm that shrouded them. Whoosh! Daoist Ku Rong turned into a rainbow light and quickly retreated, escaping from the great demon venerable's demon palm. Between life and death. After Daoist Ku Rong rushed out from the devil's palm, he immediately waved his hands, causing the death saber and the divine sword of life to fly back to him. Following that, the saber and the sword drifted erratically toward the 3,000 feet long devil shadow. The saber and the sword did not emit a powerful energy fluctuation, nor did they emit a dazzling light. They seemed to be as gentle as water and a gentle breeze. Their trajectories were unpredictable and traceless. Roar! The demon shadow sensed danger and roared furiously at the sky. Its voice shook the mountains, and a terrifying wave of energy burst out from its body. The great demon venerable's demon shadow reached out its hand to grab the death saber and the life divine sword that were coming at it. However, the saber light and sword chi formed by the saber and sword were extremely agile. They instantly bypassed the large hand and slashed at the thousands of feet tall demonic shadow. As the great demon venerable roared, the death saber and the life divine sword that were slashing at the demon shadow were blown away. However, the 1,000-foot-tall demonic shadow also dissipated, revealing the tall demonic godlike figure within the demonic shadow. Two streams of blood could be seen oozing out of the great demon venerable's muscular arms. The blood seemed to emit a strange bloody glow. Die, Ku Rong! The great demon venerable was infuriated when his body was injured. He glared at Daoist Ku Rong fiercely, then a demon tool flew out of his body. Destructive demon wheel. As the great demon venerable shouted, the demon tool instantly released a terrifying and evil aura. It was a shiny black wheel. Under the great devil venerable's control, The world-destroying demonic wheel quickly grew bigger. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth, and a dreadful might that caused heaven and earth to lose their colors as it swept toward Daoist Ku Rong. Daoist Ku Rong was shocked to find that he seemed to have fallen into a fearsome domain. The entire space seemed to have frozen, and his movements were restricted. As the demonic wheel descended, Daoist Ku Rong was enveloped by the domain. He knew he could not avoid it, so he gritted his teeth and exerted the death saber and the life-divine sword with all his might to meet the demonic wheel. The grey aura of death morphed into 1,000-feet-long blade light, which seemed to be able to split the world in half. The divine sword of life, which was emitting a peerless green sword energy, soared into the sky, slashed the void, and soared into the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard as the death saber and the life-divine sword violently collided with the destructive demon wheel that was descending from the sky. Boundless energy fluctuations surged in the sky like raging waves, causing the space around them to shake violently. The violent collision caused cracks to form in the void that looked like spider webs. The remnant force that descended from the sky affected the mountain ridges below. A few mountain peaks were instantly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. They silently crumbled into dust and were completely wiped off the ground. The destructive demon wheel was sent flying into the sky by the saber and the sword, and the great demon Venerable was also sent flying backward. On the other hand, Daoist Ku Rong was in a more difficult situation. His saber and the life-divine sword were sent flying away while he fell from the sky and smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Daoist Ku Rong soared into the sky and stood in front of the great demon Venerable again. The death saber and the life-divine sword that were sent flying returned from afar and returned to his hands. Daoist Ku Rong suffered a great impact from the destructive demon wheel's attack. His Taoist robe was shredded and hung on his body, his Taoist crown was slanted, and blood could be seen trickling down the corner of his mouth. After a round of battle, it seemed like the great demon Venerable had the upper hand. On the other hand, the situation of the battle on the other side was the opposite. A big flag had appeared in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand. To be precise, it was an old broken flag. Apart from the flagpole, which was still intact, only 1/3 of the flag was left. The remaining 1/3 of the flag was also full of holes and was so badly corroded that it looked like it would shatter at the slightest touch. However, it was precisely this tattered flag whose patterns and colors could no longer be distinguished that displayed great power. When the broken flag swayed, it seemed like the whole world was shaking. Not only did it shatter the demon monarch of Six Paths Sky Demon Saber's saberlight, but it also sent the demon monarch of Six Paths flying. Demon Lord Huanglong was so powerful that he completely suppressed the demon monarch of Six Paths' ferocious flames with an old broken flag. It was truly shocking. Chapter 235. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand displayed an unimaginable power. As the broken flag swayed, heaven and earth shook, completely suppressing Demon Monarch of Six Paths' roar. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared and slashed through the void. The sky demon blade in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly strong blade light, which collided with the broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand. The terrifying energy fluctuations were like a raging sea, causing cracks to appear in the void. Although they did not completely shatter the void, they still caused cracks to appear in the void. As long as their cultivation could reach a higher level, they would be able to break the void and enter the legendary heaven realm. Although Demon Lord Huanglong had the upper hand, it would not be easy for him to defeat Demon Monarch of Six Paths. The Sky Demon blade in Demon Monarch of Six Paths' hand was known as the number 1 demonic blade in the demonic path. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not show any signs of losing. Huanglong, when did your demon clan get this broken flag? No wonder you dare to boast so shamelessly. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was sent flying by the broken flag again, which made him very angry. A broken flag was so powerful. If it was intact, Demon Monarch of Six Paths did not dare to imagine what would happen. Was this broken flag a primordial treasure? This is my clan's sacred weapon, Huanglong sneered. As he waved the broken flag, demonic chi soared into the sky. Endless demonic power condensed into many ferocious primordial monsters, which rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths' monster souls. Your flag. Demon Monarch of Six Paths seemed very shocked. The illusory great desolate beasts emitted a world-shaking soul power that caused even this demon monarch of the demonic path's expression to change. The blood-red blade light shot out and slashed at the monster souls. The faint and illusory demon soul seemed to be an illusory existence. However, when the blood-colored saber light struck the demon soul, it was actually sent flying by the soul power emanating from the demon soul. Bang! Demon Monarch of Six Paths was sent flying by the countless monster souls. It was hard to imagine that he would be sent flying by a monster soul without a physical body. However, reality was cruel. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand had been fused with the souls of countless great desolate beasts. This was a battle strength so powerful that even Demon Monarch of Six Paths' heart palpitated. Furthermore, what was even more terrifying was that the power of these monster souls did not seem to be fully unleashed. Even so, the powerful aura emitted by each monster soul was comparable to that of a demigod. How were they supposed to fight? Demon Monarch of Six Paths couldn't help but feel powerless against the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon. With the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon's flag in hand, he was undefeatable. Die, Six Paths. The Demon Lord, Huanglong, was incomparably domineering. He waved the broken flag in his hand violently, and the silhouettes of countless desolate demonic beasts began to appear on the broken flag. Then, they rushed out from the broken flag and circled around it. A terrifying monstrous spirit force was emitted from the broken flag. The force caused visible ripples to appear in the surroundings. Roar! The countless monster souls that were circling around the broken flag roared continuously. It was a roar that came from the spiritual level, and it directly affected everyone's hearts. Even Demon Monarch of Six Paths felt his divine soul tremble when he heard the beast's roars. Every monster soul that rushed out from the broken flag was a great desolate beast, and there were even silhouettes of eastern dragons and phoenixes among them. The next moment, countless demon souls flew toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths, waving the broken flag. They roared and pounced on him. A huge dragon soul, which was like a winding mountain, rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths first. The dragon cage, which was as big as a small mountain, directly grabbed at Demon Monarch of Six Paths' rumble. The space that was covered by the dragon cage emitted a muffled thunderous sound, and a destructive divine light flashed under the dragon cage's claws. Even though it was just a dragon soul, it could still display the dragon clan's great magical power. After the dragon soul, a phoenix flapped its wings, and divine flames burned the sky. The phoenix soul released a boundless fire, which instantly enveloped Demon Monarch of Six Paths in a sea of fire. After the phoenix soul, there were countless monster souls of great desolate beasts. These monster souls rushed forward, trying to tear Demon Monarch of Six Paths into pieces. Roar! An angry roar came from the sea of fire, and the muffled sound reached the sky. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles. Then, the space that was covered by the sea of fire shook violently. The illusory dragon cage collapsed, and Demon Monarch of Six Paths rushed out of the sea of fire with boundless demonic power. Die! 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 Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his demonic eyes had become blood-red. 2 beams of blood-red light shot out of his eyes, which were 3 feet long. They seemed to have substance, and they looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He brandished the Sky Devil saber, and the saber light soared into the sky, crazily rushing into the group of demon souls that were pouncing on him. He chopped several ancient demon souls in succession, but his body was also covered in fiery devil blood. His extremely tough body was also injured by the sharp claws of these incomparably powerful primeval demon souls. Demon Lord Huanglong waved the broken flag in his hand, and the monster souls that had been destroyed by Demon Monarch of Six Paths condensed again. Countless monster souls rushed out of the broken flag, and they all rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths. This was no longer a simple physical attack on Demon Monarch of Six Paths. It was an attack on his godly soul. The vague monster souls passed through Demon Monarch of Six Paths' body and directly devoured his soul. The ancient broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand was so powerful that it could attack at the spiritual level. This time, Demon Monarch of Six Paths really panicked. He roared again and again, and the demonic energy in his body surged. He slashed out a horrifying saber light, trying to block the soul-level attack. However, he soon discovered that the saber energy of the Sky Devil saber couldn't destroy the monster souls that were flying toward him. The soul power from those demon soul beast phantoms still affected his soul directly, shaking his divine soul. In the end, Demon Monarch of Six Paths had no choice but to bite the tip of his tongue and spit out 3 mouthfuls of demonic blood, which sprayed on the Sky Devil saber. The horrifying blood-red demonic saber suddenly emitted a great evil aura, which blocked the countless monster souls. Then, the saber light wrapped around Demon Monarch of Six Paths and rushed out. Huang Long, I'll remember this. After Demon Monarch of Six Paths rushed out, he didn't stop. He turned into a surging demonic energy and retreated to the north. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand had an unfathomable power. Demon Monarch of Six Paths knew that he couldn't fight against Huang Long, so he retreated. Demon Lord Huang Long was surprised that Demon Monarch of Six Paths retreated. After all, although Demon Monarch of Six Paths was at a disadvantage, the outcome of the battle hadn't been decided yet. After Demon Monarch of Six Paths retreated, the balance of power in the battlefield was immediately broken. Demon Lord Huang Long had no intention of chasing after Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Instead, he attacked the Great Demon Venerable, who was fighting against Daoist Ku Rong. The Great Demon Venerable was fighting against Daoist Ku Rong's saber of death and divine sword of life with the world-destroying demonic wheel. Daoist Ku Rong wasn't defeated yet, but he was at a disadvantage. The saber and the sword were suppressed by the world-destroying demonic wheel. However, after Demon Lord Huang Long forced Demon Monarch of Six Paths to retreat, he waved the broken flag and commanded countless monster souls to attack the Great Demon Venerable. The Great Demon Venerable's power was immediately suppressed. Bam! The broken flag collided with the world-destroying demonic wheel, which was emitting a terrifying destructive aura, and sent the wheel flying away. At the same time, the Death Saber and Life Sword, which were no longer suppressed by the world-destroying demonic wheel, suddenly burst out and left 2 terrifying cuts on the Great Demon Venerable's body. Demon blood splattered everywhere. The Great Demon Venerable couldn't fight against 2 demigod-level experts, so his body was severely injured in the blink of an eye. While he was shocked, he decisively retreated. Demon Lord Huang Long and Daoist Ku Rong were working together, so they had a chance to kill the Great Demon Venerable. Therefore, the 2 peerless experts rushed toward the Great Demon Venerable. However, the Great Demon Venerable was not a fool. He knew that he had no chance of winning against 2 peerless experts, and he might even die. How could the Great Demon Venerable dare to stay? He turned around and turned into a demonic ray. In an instant, he broke out of the encirclement of the 2 peerless experts and fled toward the north without looking back. It would be difficult to stop an expert of this level if he was determined to escape. Daoist Ku Rong wanted to give chase, but he was stopped by Demon Lord Huang Long. Daoist Ku Rong was startled and asked unhappily, "Brother Huang Long, what's the meaning of this?" He did not know why the Demon Lord let the Great Demon Venerable escape. Demon Lord Huang Long looked at Daoist Ku Rong and suggested indifferently, "Brother Ku Rong, it's impossible to catch up to the Great Demon Venerable since he's determined to escape. Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk about the ruined Sky Realm?" "Oh!" Upon hearing that, Daoist Ku Rong's expression changed several times as he stared at the Demon Lord Huang Long. After a while, Daoist Ku Rong made an inviting gesture at the Demon Lord Huang Long, then he turned around and flew in the direction of the Rift Valley. Demon Lord Huang Long smiled. He put away the broken flag in his hand and followed behind Daoist Ku Rong. Soon enough, the 2 figures disappeared into the night sky. In the ruined Sky Realm, Jiu Fei and the Old Tortoise, who were heading toward the depths of the ruined Sky Realm, arrived in front of a swamp. The 2 of them stopped. There was no record of this swamp on the Jade Slip map. It was an unknown area. The swamp was so vast that one could not see the end of it. Jiu Fei and the Old Tortoise wanted to go around it, but they found that it was so vast that it was like an insurmountable barrier in front of them. They had no other choice but to go through this swamp. Only then would they be able to move deeper into the ruin heaven realm. However, Jiu Fei's intuition told him that this swamp was probably another dangerous place. Under the moonlight, they looked into the swamp and saw that apart from grass, there was only soft black mud and reflective water. As far as their eyes could see, Ji Fei noticed that there were sporadic lakes dotted among the endless aquatic plants. Chapter 236. There was something unusual about the swamp. Grey clouds of mist floated above the swamp. Given Ji Fei's ability, he could not sink into the swamp if he tried to walk into it. However, the mud in the swamp was really soft. If he did not use the lightning technique, the soft mud in the swamp would not be able to withstand a person's weight. What should he do? After discussing with Old Tortoise for a while, Ji Fei decided to wait until daybreak before entering the swamp. There were definitely unimaginable dangers lurking in the swamp. It was much safer to enter the swamp during the day than at night. Therefore, Ji Fei and Old Tortoise started a bonfire in the bushes outside the swamp. After dinner, Ji Fei sat cross-legged by the bonfire, channeled his qi, and entered a state of cultivation. Old Tortoise, on the other hand, leaned against a piece of dead wood and slept soundly. Old Tortoise's corpse general clone held the earth-stabilizing pillar and stood guard by his side. From time to time, the silhouettes of ferocious beasts could be seen in the distance, but they dared not approach. The powerful aura of death emitted by the corpse general clone terrified all the ferocious beasts. They only dared to linger in the distance. The swamp was eerily quiet. Only the sound of the grass rustling in the wind could be heard. Although they were still 20 to 30 feet away from the swamp, the smell of rotting mud drifted over. The yin energy in the swamp seemed to be very heavy. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, when the sun rose, the corpse general clone walked into the depths of the bushes next to the swamp. Then, a few beast roars were heard from the bushes. Soon, Old Tortoise's corpse general clone returned with a ferocious beast that looked like a wild boar but was covered in thick black scales. It was more than 10 feet long. After cutting open the beast's stomach and roasting its meat, Ji Fei and Old Tortoise set off after having a hearty meal. Ji Fei and Old Tortoise stepped into the endless swamp. Beneath his feet was the soft turf, and beneath the turf was of course a thick layer of black mud. If an ordinary person were to step on this turf, they would probably be swallowed by the swamp in an instant. After walking into the swamp, the smell of rotting soil became even stronger. One man and one tortoise cautiously advanced. Both of them had already restrained their auras as much as possible. They didn't want to alarm the powerful creatures in the swamp. Although the swamp looked dead on the surface, there were definitely powerful creatures hiding in it. The swamp was shrouded in fog. The fog was grey, and the smell of decay caused some of the wild beasts outside the swamp to retreat, unwilling to approach. In the black sludge, apart from the rotten grass, there was nothing else. There were also many animal skeletons. After traveling for about 10 miles in the swamp, Ji Fei discovered that the skeletons he found in the weeds and mud varied in length from about 10 feet to 20 to 30 feet. Most of them were half submerged in the mud. The yin qi in the swamp seemed to be getting thicker and thicker, and there was a faint and dense aura lingering around it. The swamp was abnormally quiet. Ji Fei and Old Tortoise didn't see a living beast in the swamp. There wasn't even a bird or a butterfly. Occasionally, he would hear the sound of bubbles bubbling under the turf. When he passed by the sporadic lakes, he would even hear the sound of splashing water, as if something was flipping in the water. Even though it was daytime, it was still extremely frightening. The scary lakes, the dead swamp, the snow-white skeletons, and the lingering grey fog above the swamp made it seem like the swamp was really a dead place. When they entered about 20 to 30 miles into the swamp became no longer silent. Deep in the swamp, there was a faint howl, as if a powerful and terrifying existence was roaring. It was extremely frightening to listen to. At noon, Ji Fei and Old Tortoise came to a large lake in the swamp. Here, Ji Fei and Old Tortoise stopped because they sensed something strange. The lake, which was shrouded in yin qi, was as calm as a mirror. The surface of the lake was grey and shrouded in a thick layer of death aura. Even the midday sun could not penetrate the layer of death aura and shine on the lake. Ji Fei and Old Tortoise were about to take a detour, but at that moment, suddenly, the sound of water splashing was heard from the dead lake. Then, Ji Fei saw a huge figure breaking through the water, setting off heavy waves, and quickly approaching them. "What's that?" Ji Fei and Old Tortoise were shocked and quickly retreated. Peng. Just as Ji Fei and Old Tortoise retreated more than 30 meters away, the surface of the lake in front of them suddenly exploded. Then, water splashed all over the sky, and a 7 to 8 meter long behemoth rushed out of the lake and pounced toward them. Ji Fei discovered that the lake water that exploded was mixed with eerie white bones. The lake water was as black as ink, and an extremely fishy smell pervaded the air. It was a terrifying creature that resembled a crocodile. Some parts of its body were snow-white without any flesh or blood, while some parts seemed to have rotten flesh that had not completely decayed. The rotten flesh was soaked in the lake water until it was badly mutilated, and it was extremely disgusting. There was a dazzling light flickering in the skull that was almost a skull. There was no breath of life, but there was a strong soul fluctuation. It was a dead creature, and a terrifying one at that. Ji Fei and Old Tortoise knew that they had intruded into a dead creature's territory. Swoosh, swoosh. Ji Fei and Old Tortoise retreated again. Peng. The dead creature fiercely pounced on the place where they were originally standing, and the grassland immediately shattered. Then, the dead creature scuttled directly into the ground. There was mud under the grassland. The dead creature sank into the mud and disappeared. The grassland surged up and down like waves. Seeing this, Ji Fei and Old Tortoise could not help but be startled. In the next moment, they soared into the sky. Just as their feet left the ground, the grassland under their feet exploded with a boom. An endless aura of death surged out from the ground. As the aura of death lingered, the dead creature that had scuttled into the mud under the grassland rushed out of the ground and madly pounced on Ji Fei and Old Tortoise. In the horrifying crocodile's mouth, the sharp barbed teeth made one's heart palpitate. Old Tortoise stood in the air and pressed his palm down on the dead creature that rushed out from below. A vast power surged from his palm. Bang! The dead creature was immediately smashed down from the sky by Old Tortoise's palm and smashed into the soft mud below. It could be seen that the pitch-black soft mud that splashed up was mixed with many dry bones. There seemed to be an endless number of dry bones under the swamp, which made Ji Fei's hair stand on end. He could not fly in the air like Old Tortoise. He slowly descended, and just as his feet landed on the grassland, there was a sudden vibration under his feet. Oh no! Ji Fei's expression changed. Without thinking, he displayed his 8 steps extreme speed and took a step forward. The moment Ji Fei took a step forward, the grassland under his feet suddenly sank. A huge mouth instantly swallowed Ji Fei. That was close. Ji Fei's figure appeared 10 feet away, and his heart could not help but pound. Just now, if he had hesitated for even a moment, he would have been bitten by the dead creature. It turned out that the dead creature had swallowed the afterimage that Ji Fei had left behind. Damn it! After a moment of fear, Ji Fei could not help but fly into a rage. The vertical mark between his eyebrows began to emit light, and the power of the inner space was guided out by Ji Fei. The power of the ruined sky realm around him was repelled. Ji Fei's power began to rise sharply, and a powerful aura began to emanate from his body. At this moment, his power was no longer suppressed by the ruined sky realm. Ji Fei took a step forward and directly appeared above the dead creature that had rushed out of the mud as if he had teleported. His right foot fiercely stomped down on the dead creature's head, which was rotten to the bone. This was the first step of the 8 steps 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. A terrifying power surged under Ji Fei's feet, and a part of the world trembled under his feet. The ancient battle technique displayed great power. The dead creature let out a fierce roar and directly pounced on Ji Fei, leaving an afterimage on the ground. A gloomy, cold wind surged. Bang! The dead creature's head fiercely collided with Ji Fei's right foot. The force of the collision was so strong that it directly knocked Ji Fei into the sky. Ji Fei only felt that his step was like stepping on a piece of divine iron, and his right leg was shaken to the point of numbness. The first step of the 8 steps 8 kills was actually useless. The dead creature's head was harder than metal, and there was no damage at all. This made Ji Fei extremely shocked. The dead creature's power was most likely above the transcending mortality realm, and it was at least around the third heaven of the transcending mortality realm. Otherwise, the dead creature's head would have long been smashed by Ji Yufei's step. Moreover, the dead creature's disgusting half-rotten body did not break after being hit by the old tortoise's palm. It must be said that the dead creature's body was very tough. Old tortoise, quickly kill this guy so that we can continue forward, Ji Yufei said loudly to the old tortoise. With his current cultivation, he really could not defeat the dead creature. Hee. I wanted to see you fight with this dead creature. Since you said so, I'll reluctantly do it, the old tortoise said with a smile. This 10,000-year-old tortoise, so it turns out that he wants to see me make a fool of myself. Ji Yufei cursed in his heart. He was just wondering why the old tortoise could not kill the dead creature with a palm strike. Swoosh. The old tortoise directly appeared in front of the dead creature. The strong rancid smell made the old tortoise frown. It stinks. The old tortoise quickly held his breath. He almost threw up the beast meat he ate this morning. Roar. The undead creature seemed to have sensed danger. It roared and opened its horrifying mouth to devour old tortoise. Each of its teeth was several inches long and looked like a sharp knife. If a person was bitten, at least half of their body would be bitten off. The old tortoise's expression did not change. He stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the dead creature's upper and lower jaw. He then pulled hard with both hands. Crack! The old turtle actually tore the undead creature's head in half, and a resplendent soul fire rushed out of the shattered head. Chapter 237. The old tortoise displayed his unparalleled combat power by tearing the undead creature's head apart with his bare hands. A soul fire the size of a human head emerged from the broken head of the undead creature. The soul fire emitted a powerful spiritual wave and soared into the sky. It flew toward the dead lake like a bolt of lightning, trying to rush into the lake. As long as the soul fire was not extinguished, the undead creature would not be considered dead. However, the old tortoise would not let the soul fire escape. He extended his hand and condensed endless power into a giant hand, which grabbed at the escaping soul fire. Without any suspense, the soul fire was caught by the illusory giant hand, which then flew back to the old tortoise. How could a puny undead creature escape from the old tortoise? The old tortoise held the soul fire in his hand and began to operate his magic skill next to the dead lake to refine the enormous soul power of the soul fire. If outsiders were to see the scene in front of them, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The soul fire in the old tortoise's hand erupted with a brilliant divine light. Thousands of rays of multicolored light illuminated the dusky world. A mournful roar came from the soul fire. It was a sound that acted directly on the spirit. Even if one covered their ears, they would still be able to hear it. This voice seemed to come from his heart, from his head. The soul fire was a soul state that only undead creatures possessed. It possessed an extremely powerful soul power. Soul power was definitely a great supplement for the old tortoise. Streaks of soul power were drawn out from the soul flame and entered the old tortoise's body like divine clouds. As if they had a life of their own, they kept rushing into the old tortoise's body. Meanwhile, the huge soul flame was gradually shrinking. The roar from the soul fire gradually weakened as well. The soul of the undead creature had been severely injured, and its spiritual waves gradually weakened. For the old tortoise, this was an exciting moment of harvest. Pure and majestic soul power was continuously refined and surged into the old tortoise's body. Bright rays of light flickered by the dead lake, which was surrounded by yin qi. They circulated outside the old tortoise's body like water ripples, and finally converged into the old tortoise's body. An hour later, the soul fire had shrunk by more than half, and the old tortoise was shrouded in a dense glow. 2 hours later, the old tortoise completely refined the soul fire. The powerful soul power of the soul fire was completely refined into the old tortoise's body and became a part of his strength. During this period of time, there was only dead silence at the edge of the dead lake, apart from the light that burst out when the old tortoise refined the soul fire. The dead lake was the territory of the undead creature torn apart by the old tortoise. No other undead creature dared to step into its territory. Ji Yufei waited on the side. At the same time, He was inwardly startled. The soul power emitted by the soul flame could be said to be the source of the undead creature's power. If the old tortoise refined the soul power, it would be equivalent to destroying the soul of the undead creature. When the old tortoise had completely refined the soul fire, the man and the tortoise continued their journey into the depths of the swamp. It had to be said that the swamp was so vast that it seemed to have no end. Along the way, Jiu Fei and the old tortoise encountered more and more undead creatures. Moreover, the undead creatures were getting stronger. The deeper they went into the swamp, the more powerful the undead creatures they encountered. However, the powerful undead creatures were all killed by the old tortoise without exception. Then, they refined the soul fire and became the old tortoise's nourishment. When night fell, Jiu Fei and the old tortoise had gone hundreds of miles deep into the swamp. They seemed to be gradually approaching the central area of the swamp. It was not suitable to travel in the swamp at night, so Jiu Fei and the old tortoise stopped under a mound. After building a bonfire, the old tortoise opened its pseudo-world, took out the beast meat that was prepared before entering the swamp, and grilled it on the bonfire. After a while, the aroma of meat wafted in the air, whetting Jiu Fei and the old tortoise's appetite. Without any superfluous words, after Jiu Fei and the old tortoise had their fill, the old tortoise took out its stone tortoise shell and threw it on the ground. The stone tortoise shell quickly grew to the size of a house. They were going to spend the night in the old tortoise's pseudo-world. Just as the man and the tortoise were about to enter the old tortoise's pseudo-world, a shrill howl that made one's scalp numb was suddenly heard from a distant unknown area. It was not a soul wave that acted directly on one's heart, but a real howl. There was no doubt that the howl was made by an extremely powerful being. After the howl was heard, another howl that was not weak was heard from another direction. It seemed like two terrifying beings were fighting. Jiu Fei and the old tortoise looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. There were indeed unimaginably terrifying creatures in the depths of the swamp. Hence, the old tortoise kept the stone tortoise shell, and the man and the tortoise headed in the direction of the howl. Along the way, all the undead creatures they saw were trembling with fear. The closer they got, the more terrifying the howl became. The sound waves even caused the layer of grey death aura that shrouded the swamp to fluctuate. There was a battle between extremely powerful beings in the depths of the swamp. The howl became more and more shrill and mighty, and the battle seemed to be very intense. It was a rare opportunity for the most powerful undead creatures in the vast swamp to fight with all their might. If the old tortoise grasped this opportunity well, it would be better than refining the soul fire of countless ordinary undead creatures. The moonlight was bright, but it was difficult to see the moon in the boundless swamp, which was filled with yin aura and death aura. The swamp at night was lit up by flames. It was a paradise for the undead creatures. However, tonight was a little special. Two unknown and terrifying creatures were fighting, and the horrifying fluctuations emitted terrified the undead creatures. It was as if the end of the world had come. Jiu Fei and the old tortoise seemed to have turned into two shooting stars in the night sky. They ran at high speed, and the aura that lingered around their bodies turned them into beams of light that cut through the boundless swamp. The distance of dozens of miles seemed to be very close. Soon, Jiu Fei and the old tortoise approached the battlefield of the two terrifying experts. The two carefully restrained their auras and walked to a mound in the nearby swamp. Gazing into the distance, Jiu Fei and the old tortoise were surprised to find a huge object standing on the ground about 10 miles away. It seemed to be a castle, but it also seemed to be a hall. Jiu Fei and the old tortoise were very surprised. In this swamp, apart from the mud and decaying grass, there were only endless bones in the mud. The sudden appearance of a castle, or perhaps a hall, in such an area was really shocking. Not far from this hall, two powerful undead creatures were fiercely fighting. Their fight caused smoke and dust to soar into the sky. Dirt flew everywhere, and the countless bones in the surroundings were turned into bone powder that drifted between heaven and earth. These two terrifying existences were definitely worthy of being called the rulers of a region. One of the undead creatures was 3 meters tall. It was covered in rotten clothes, and from time to time, yellow corpse fluid flowed out of its body. It was disgusting and terrifying. It was not a skeleton, but more like a corpse. There was no doubt that it was a terrifying king of corpses. Its terrifying body exuded an extremely evil and powerful aura. The king of corpses roared furiously and let out waves of terrifying ghostly howls, which made Jiu Fei and the old tortoise's scalp tingle. The other undead creature was similar in size to a normal person. It was a skeleton without any flesh or blood. However, the entire skeleton flickered with a brilliant light. What shocked Jiu Fei the most wasn't that this undead creature was like the remains of an immortal god that was crystalline, translucent, and glossy like jade, but that there were actually 3 pairs of bone wings on its back. The remains of an ancient god. The old tortoise murmured to himself. Why, do you recognize the origin of that skeleton? Jiu Fei was surprised. He was very curious. There were many ancient books in the Taishan sect, but Jiu Fei had not seen any records of such creatures. Wings are the symbol of an ancient god. The more wings they have on their back, the stronger they are. They call themselves the deity race, but this race has been extinct since ancient times. The old tortoise's expression was very solemn. The old tortoise was a super antique and knew many ancient secrets. The undead creature with bone wings in the distance had a very powerful background, which made him very afraid. Is it difficult to deal with? Jiu Fei could not help but ask with some worry. If this guy from the deity race has not fallen, it will be a bit tricky, but this guy is just an undead creature. The old tortoise said disdainfully. That's good, when both of them are injured, Jiu Fei chuckled twice, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. The skeletal body of the deity race seemed to be the owner of the palace. At this moment, it was at a disadvantage. The invincible corpse king displayed its terrifying strength. Its corpse chi soared into the sky. Even though it was bare-handed, when it swung its 2 gigantic fists, it caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Although the deity race's undead king's battle strength was also very strong, and it had an ancient bronze spear in its hand, in the end, it was still not a match. The deity race's undead king relied on the 3 pairs of bone wings on its back to fly at low altitude. It used its agile movement technique to make up for its lack of battle strength. Obviously, they had been fighting for some time, and the surrounding area had been razed to the ground. Everything was destroyed by the terrifying power that erupted. At this moment, the invincible corpse king was suddenly swept away by the deity race's undead king's blade-like bone wings. At the same time, the bronze spear in the undead king's hand flew out and turned into a divine light, piercing towards the corpse king's chest like lightning. The soul flame in the undead king's head emitted an incomparably resplendent divine light. It was like a scorching sun, making it difficult for people to look at it directly. The pair of eyes blossomed with resplendent divine flames, condensed into 2 divine swords that were dozens of meters long. The elite white skeleton body emitted a powerful aura that made even the world lose its color. Fat. The bronze spear responded and pierced the undead king. Immediately, corpse water splattered everywhere. The undead king faced the sky and roared, its voice shaking the vast sky. The layer of dusky death energy that shrouded the swamp was also dispersed by the terrifying sound wave. Bright moonlight shone down from the sky, illuminating the entire region. Chapter 238. The undead monarch turned into a streak of white lightning and pounced towards the corpse king. At this moment, the furious corpse king grabbed the bronze spear that was stuck in its chest and pulled it out. What spurted out from the corpse king's chest wasn't blood, but a yellow corpse fluid. The corpse fluid splashed on the ground, causing sizzling sounds as it corroded the ground. That corpse fluid was definitely an extremely poisonous substance. The toxicity of the corpse poison made one's heart palpitate. If it splashed on a human body, perhaps that person would turn into a puddle of stinky water in an instant. The corpse king grabbed the ancient bronze spear. Swoosh! It swept towards the undead monarch's waist. The ancient spear tore through the void and moved at an extremely fast speed, emitting an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, the yellow corpse fluid on the spear also splashed towards the undead monarch. The undead monarch seemed to be afraid of the corpse king's corpse fluid and quickly dodged it. But even so, more than 10 drops of corpse fluid splashed on the undead monarch's sparkling white bones. Kai Kai! Wherever the corpse water touched, the sparkling and translucent bones immediately turned black. The undying monarch was obviously startled. However, at this moment, the undead king launched a fierce counterattack. He threw the ancient bronze spear towards the undead king. Then, the undead king's huge figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the corpse king's figure appeared behind the undead monarch. Without any hesitation, the corpse king stretched out its hands and directly grabbed the undead monarch's bone wings. It swiftly and decisively tore apart the undead monarch's 3 pairs of bone wings, causing the undead monarch to fall into the dust. The two powerful and terrifying creatures tangled together, engaging in close combat. They rolled back and forth in the dust and flying soil. The undead monarch's soul fire constantly burst out with dazzling radiance, wanting to devour the other party. Bang! The undead monarch's right hand pierced through the corpse king's abdomen. The corpse king's fist also landed on the undead monarch's chest. At the place where the fist landed, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the undead monarch's sparkling bones. The corpse poison corroded the undead monarch's entire right arm, turning it black. The 2 great undead monarchs' bodies suffered heavy injuries. Jiu Fei and the old tortoise quietly watched all of this. They were waiting for the best opportunity. When these 2 fellows were at their weakest, the old tortoise would make his move. These 2 terrifying undead monarchs were very powerful, so powerful that even the old tortoise wasn't confident in taking them down at the same time. According to Jiu Fei's conservative estimation, these 2 undead monarchs, these 2 undead monarchs, of the undead kings were absolutely terrifying. As the kings of the monarchs of Swamp, the undead kings, monarchs, king, of Mons, into of Mons, the king. This was especially true for that terrifying corpse king. Its corpse aura was monstrous. Although it looked clumsy, it seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle. Of Mon's king was of king of Mons. In of the corpse, king, Mons. Of blood, of the. When the corpse water sprinkled on the undead monarch's skull, the dazzling sun-like soul divine fire in the skull actually showed signs of dimming. The might of the corpse poison was clear to see. Even the soul flame was injured. However, the undead king didn't have it easy either. In the tumbling close combat battle, the undead king's sharp claws tore open a few wounds on the undead king's chest, revealing the eerie white bones. "It's time," Jiu Fei said to Old Tortoise. At this moment, the 2 undead creatures in the distance were already severely injured. If Old Tortoise were to attack now, he might really be able to kill the 2 monsters at the same time. Humph. Let's wait for a while. Old Tortoise sneered as he stared at the 2 terrifying figures fighting in the swamp in front of him. Why are we still waiting? Jiu Fei asked in confusion. Since when did this old bastard become so cautious? It would be a pity if he missed this opportunity. Old Tortoise smiled mysteriously and said, "Because we're not the only ones who want to be the fishermen." Could it be? Jiu Fei couldn't help being startled. There were other experts watching from the side. No wonder Old Tortoise wasn't in a hurry to attack. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sure enough, at this moment, a violent and terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the swamp. Some of the experts watching in the dark couldn't help but make a move. A terrifying undead creature that looked like a snake or a dragon rushed out from the depths of the swamp. It had 4 bone claws that were more than a meter long on its abdomen. It pounced on the undead king and the undead king who were fighting. This was the skeleton of a flood dragon. Its bones were like divine jade, and each bone was shining brightly. Although it was just a skeleton, it still gave off a powerful feeling. Its strength was definitely not inferior to the undead king and the undead king of the deity race. This boundless swamp wasn't simple at all. So far, there had already been 3 powerful existences at the king level. No one knew if there was a 4th king in the swamp. The 4-clawed flood dragon king wanted to be the fisherman who reaped the benefits, but the undead king and the undead king of the deity race were both undead creatures that had already activated their spiritual wisdom and possessed extremely high intelligence. The 2 undead kings who were fighting each other made the wisest decision in the first place. In an instant, The two undead kings separated and attacked the four-clawed flood dragon king at the same time as if they had reached an agreement. Although the undead king and the undead king of the deity race were heavily injured, in terms of strength, any one of them was no match for the four-clawed flood dragon king. However, the two undead kings suddenly joined hands and launched a fierce attack on the four-clawed flood dragon king. They weren't at a disadvantage. One had to admit that the old tortoise's judgment was very accurate. Now was not the best time to make a move. The four-clawed flood dragon king tasted the bitter fruit of attacking too early. The four-clawed flood dragon king couldn't suppress the two undead kings at the same time. It was a situation where they were evenly matched. Rumble, the entire swamp shook, especially the battlefield where the three undead kings were fighting. Mud flew everywhere, and the ground shook violently like waves. Even the mound where Jiu Fei and the old tortoise were at was shaking slightly. The three terrifying undying monarchs displayed their unparalleled battle prowess. The terrifying power that they unleashed destroyed everything in their surroundings in an unstoppable manner. The battle lasted for more than an hour. In the end, half of the undead king's body was torn apart, and the lower half of the undead king's body was blasted into powder. The four-clawed flood dragon king's body was blasted into dozens of pieces by the undead king and the undead king, which were scattered all over the swamp. Only the skull remained intact. The divine soul flame in the skull dimmed. The three terrifying undead kings suffered unimaginable injuries, and no one could do anything to the other. This battle could be said to be a three-way defeat. This was the perfect opportunity, the ending that the old tortoise wanted. The old tortoise felt that if he rushed over, he would definitely be able to harvest their divine soul flames. However, the old tortoise didn't act rashly because he wasn't sure if there were more undead kings watching from the shadows. Time passed. The old tortoise wasn't in a hurry, but Jiu Fei was. If not now, then when? In the surroundings, some powerful undead creatures were gradually approaching the battlefield. The strength of these undead creatures was far from the undead king realm. There shouldn't be a fourth undead king, the old tortoise muttered to himself. The undead creatures in the vicinity seemed to have become active again. Some of the more powerful undead creatures took the risk and walked toward the three undead kings on the battlefield. These undead creatures wanted to come out and clean up the mess, but it wasn't that easy. Roar, roar, a deep roar sounded, and 5 figures appeared around the battlefield. Among them were white skeletons, tall rotting corpses, and the bones of fierce beasts. These 5 undead creatures each emitted a powerful aura. Without a doubt, these 5 undead creatures were not undead kings, but they were at least undead king realm experts. As long as they devoured the power of the 3 undead kings, these undead kings would be able to advance to become true undead kings. Seeing this scene, Jiu Fei was secretly surprised. These 5 undead creatures that suddenly jumped out were all powerful, and they didn't seem to be inferior to human cultivators in the void controlling realm. The 5 sub-king rank undead creatures were a bit hesitant when they first appeared, but when one of the tall undead creatures charged at the 3 undead kings, the other 4 sub-king rank undead creatures also charged at the same time. The undead king corpses targeted the horrifying undead king that only had half of its body left, while the undead kings targeted the deity race undead king that only had half of its body left and the 4-clawed flood dragon king that only had half of its body left. An intense battle broke out again. The 5 undead kings were engaged in a chaotic battle, but the 3 undead kings didn't sit still and wait for death. Instead, they launched a fierce counterattack. Even though they had suffered unimaginable injuries, the 3 undead monarchs still used their powerful soul powers to kill the 2 sub-monarch class undead creatures. The bones of the 2 sub-king rank undead creatures instantly shattered and exploded. The soul fires in their skulls were absorbed by the undead monarch and flood dragon king's skulls. After absorbing the soul fire of the undead king and flood dragon king's skulls, the dim soul fire in the undead king's and flood dragon king's skulls flourished again. The undead king that rushed toward the undead king was then torn apart with one hand by the undead king that only had half of its body left. The undead king expelled the vast corpse aura and directly absorbed it. After absorbing the huge amount of corpse aura, the undead king's horrifying wounds and blurred flesh surged, showing signs of bone and flesh regeneration. Even though it was heavily injured, A rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. A undead king could still easily kill a undead king. At this time, Old Tortoise was convinced that there were no more undead kings spying on them. Hence, he didn't hesitate anymore and decisively rushed over. Chapter 239. The 3 powerful undead kings were much weaker than the Old Tortoise. Now that they were heavily injured, they were like arrows at the end of their flight. Otherwise, the 5 sub-king undead creatures wouldn't have dared to attack the undead kings. However, the undead kings were the undead kings after all. Even though they were heavily injured, they could still kill the sub-king undead creatures in an instant. The other 2 sub-king undead creatures were scared out of their wits. The soul fire in their skulls flickered continuously before they turned around and fled. However, the consequences of offending the dignity of the undead kings were very serious. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of spiritual light shot out from the skulls of the 4-clawed flood dragon king and the deity race's undead king. In an instant, the 2 fleeing sub-king rank undead creatures exploded into pieces, their shattered bones falling to the ground. The soul fires of the 2 sub-king undead creatures were also destroyed, turning into a sky full of flickering light. Powerful soul power surged out, gathering and devouring all the spiritual light that had exploded. The difference between the strength of the undead kings and sub-king undead creatures was like the difference between heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. After devouring the soul fires of the 2 sub-king undead creatures, the soul fires in the skulls of the deity race undead king and the 4-clawed flood dragon king became stronger. Devouring the soul fires of the undead creatures allowed them to recover their strength. The cultivation system of the undead creatures seemed to be based on the path of plunder. They used the soul power of other undead creatures to strengthen themselves. However, the Old Tortoise definitely wouldn't give them any chance to recover. How could the 3 undead kings, who were already exhausted and extremely weak, resist the Old Tortoise who had been conserving his energy? The stone tortoise shell flew out of its hand and drew a terrifying ray of light. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, illuminating the earth. Bang! The unstoppable stone tortoise shell instantly smashed the 4-clawed flood dragon king's skull into pieces. The dazzling soul divine flame in the skull also shattered under the impact of the blow. The stone tortoise shell smashed out a second time, shattering the upper half of the deity race's undead monarch skeleton and shattering its skull into thousands of pieces. The soul flames within the skull also shattered into thousands of balls of spiritual light that flickered incessantly in the air like starlight. Old Tortoise quickly absorbed the soul power that exploded. Old Tortoise's strength completely terrified the corpse king, who only had half of its body left. The 2 undead kings had been killed in an instant. They had not been able to fight back at all. This made the undead king feel the threat of death. The undead corpse king had already activated its intelligence. Without any hesitation, it surged with a terrifying corpse aura and soared into the sky, fleeing into the depths of the swamp. You still want to escape? Do you think you can escape? The Old Tortoise sneered, then directly struck a palm towards the escaping zombie king seal. Boom! A vast power surged out of the old turtle's palm. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Endless white light illuminated the night sky, enveloped the earth, and dispelled the aura of death. The entire area turned from night to day in an instant. The surging power swept through the world like a raging sea. The corpse king, who only had half of its body left in the battle between the 3 monarchs, was directly smashed into pieces. The area began to quiet down. Although there were many relatively weak undead creatures peeping in from a distance, none of them dared to step forward. Even the sub-king rank undead creatures were mercilessly annihilated. The undead creatures peeping in from a distance were not even sub-king rank, so it was even more hopeless. The Old Tortoise's palm turned into a claw and grabbed the air. A bead that emitted a demonic bloody light flew out from the corpse king's remains and was sucked into the Old Tortoise's hand. That was the corpse core condensed from the corpse king's body. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The corpse king was an undead creature with an endless aura of death. However, inside the corpse king's body, there was a corpse core condensed with a huge amount of life energy. If one day, the Corpse King's cultivation base was strong enough, it could reverse life and death, dispel the aura of death on its body, and come back to life. Unfortunately, this Corpse King did not have that opportunity. The old tortoise killed the 3 great undead kings with lightning speed. When Ji Fei rushed forward, the old tortoise had already collected the soul fire that exploded. Brat, your cultivation base has reached a bottleneck. I'll give this corpse core to you. After refining this corpse core, I believe you can break through your current bottleneck, the old tortoise said, and threw the corpse core that was as translucent as a blood agate to Ji Fei. Thank you very much, haha. Ji Fei did not stand on ceremony. He took the corpse core and looked at it carefully. The corpse core was actually only the size of a pigeon's egg. There seemed to be blood flowing inside, emitting a layer of hazy bloody light. There was no aura of death on the corpse core. Instead, it contained a huge amount of life energy. It was hard to imagine that the body of an undefeatable Corpse King could condense such a divine life pill. Let's go take a look at that hall, Old Tortoise said. A head-sized soul fire was gathered in his palm. It was the soul fire of the 2 undying monarchs that had been smashed into pieces. It was a shocking soul power, the source of power for the 2 great undead kings. The old tortoise did not want to waste any time. While refining the soul fire, he walked toward the hall in the distance. When the man and the old tortoise were within 100 feet of the hall, Ji Fei suddenly realized that he was no longer stepping on the soft turf. He felt like he was stepping on solid ground. That's right, there was a kind of dark brown soil under his feet. It was hard soil. Ji Fei used all his strength to step on it, but the soil under his feet did not budge at all. It seemed to be even harder than rocks. The pitch-black hall was like a primordial beast, lying in this lifeless and endless swamp. It emitted an endless ancient aura, appearing very abrupt. There was no light in the hall in front of him. The surroundings were silent. What he smelled was a rotten smell from all directions. The grey layer of death chi that shrouded the sky blocked the moonlight that shone down from the sky. The surroundings were very dark and gloomy. Although it was not to the point where one could not even see their fingers in front of them, Ji Fei could only see a few miles ahead with his eyesight. He could not see anything further than that. The power that erupted during the battle between the 3 undying kings had dispelled the grey aura that shrouded the sky. Under the light of the moonlight, his field of vision was relatively clear. But now, the dusky deathly aura once again shrouded the sky above the swamp. The moonlight couldn't penetrate it, and there were clouds of dusky deathly aura floating in the swamp from time to time. His vision was greatly hindered. This hall. The old tortoise seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed several times. What's wrong? Ji Fei asked. With the old tortoise's knowledge, could it be that he knew the origin of this hall? Ji Fei could not help but feel puzzled. We'll know after we go in and take a look, the old tortoise said and strode forward. Rumble. The ancient door of the hall was pushed open with a heavy sound. Ji Fei was surprised to find that the door of the hall was actually a pair of thick and heavy stone doors. The stone doors seemed to be made of a rare black stone. Ji Fei tried to push them, but the stone doors were extremely heavy. Even with his 500-kilogram strength, he could not move them at all. Upon entering the hall, he saw that the hall was empty without any furnishings. The pillars in the hall were all black, and they were a shiny black color. Even the floor was black. It was strange that the hall did not seem to be used for living, nor was it used to worship a demon god. This was because there was no statue of a demon god in the hall. The old tortoise suddenly stood still in the middle of the hall, and then swallowed the extremely large amount of soul fire that he had gathered in his hand. Ji Fei cautiously looked around the hall, but did not find anything out of place. Moreover, the death aura in the swamp did not appear in the hall. The death aura was blocked outside the hall. While Ji Fei was bewildered, he suddenly heard a muffled thud beside him. There was a tremor under his feet, and Ji Fei almost jumped up from the sudden sound. Bang! There was another sound. Ji Fei suddenly turned around and saw that the old tortoise had taken out its stone turtle shell, which could smash anything, and was smashing the floor with all its might. The dark floor seemed to be flowing with a layer of black light, as if there was a flow of power. The old tortoise's stone turtle shell could not smash the floor of the hall for a while. What is he doing? Ji Fei was inexplicably shocked. Bang! 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 The old tortoise swung the stone turtle shell, causing the entire hall to shake. The hall was sturdy beyond imagination, but under the impact of the stone turtle shell, the hard floor began to crack. An hour later, the floor of the hall was completely broken. To Ji Fei's disbelief, there was something strange under the floor of the hall. When the broken floor was cleaned up, a huge mysterious formation appeared in front of Ji Fei and the old tortoise. Lines of mysterious engravings formed endless ancient talismans, flowing with a faintly discernible light. There was a faintly discernible light flowing around it, and an ancient and desolate aura assaulted his senses. The gigantic formation covered the entire hall. Ji Fei vaguely felt that there seemed to be a faintly discernible power flowing on the formation. Of course, before the floor was broken, it was difficult for Ji Fei to detect the fluctuation of this power with his cultivation level. However, it was obvious that the old tortoise had sensed it. No one would have thought that there was a huge mysterious formation hidden under the floor of the nameless ancient hall that suddenly appeared in the swamp. The formation seemed to have an ancient history, which was too shocking. It seemed that someone did not want others to discover the formation above the hall, so they used a layer of hard floor to cover the mysterious formation. Chapter 240. If Old Tortoise had not broken open the ground of the hall, who knew how many years it would take for this mysterious diagram to reappear in the world? The huge diagram exuded an incomparably ancient aura. At a glance, one could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary item. Even after countless years, it did not seem to have lost its effect. There seemed to be a faint brilliance flowing on it. Ji Fei discovered that there were 5 depressions in the east, south, west, north, and center of the diagram. The depressions were as smooth as mirrors. The countless ancient runes that formed the diagram radiated in all directions from the 5 depressions. It seemed that there was originally something in the depressions, but it had been taken away. Ji Fei vaguely guessed that the 5 depressions might be the 5 formation cores of the mysterious diagram. To activate the formation, the diagram had to be infused with energy. Usually, the formation core was the place where energy was infused to activate the formation. As long as there was enough energy, the formation would be activated. Old Tortoise carefully observed the mysterious formation diagram in the hall. It was as if he wanted to clearly see every rune and every engraved line on the formation diagram. Ji Fei did not cultivate Taoism, so he knew very little about formations. However, the diagram in front of him was obviously an ancient diagram from ancient times. Ji Fei couldn't even figure out an ordinary formation, much less this ancient spirit diagram. Since he could not understand it, Ji Fei found a corner in the hall and sat down cross-legged. Old Tortoise, on the other hand, was seriously studying the ancient diagram. From time to time, it would lower its head in contemplation and pinch its fingers as if it was calculating something. Sometimes confused, sometimes enlightened, sometimes frowning, and sometimes pleasantly surprised. All kinds of expressions kept changing on Old Tortoise's face like a lantern. Old Tortoise seemed to be fascinated by the ancient diagram in the hall, which surprised Ji Fei. He did not know why Old Tortoise paid so much attention to the ancient diagram. Ji Fei wanted to ask several times, but in the end, he did not say anything. Since Old Tortoise valued the formation so much, he must have his reasons. Why should he disturb him? Therefore, Ji Fei no longer paid attention to the Old Tortoise who was studying the ancient town map. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to make preparations to break through the cultivation barrier. The huge amount of essence in Ji Fei's body washed through his meridians, tendons, bones, flesh, and blood. It followed the path of the great circulatory cycle in his body over and over again without stopping. With every great cycle, not only would the meridians, tendons, bones, blood, flesh, and internal organs in the body be cleansed by origin energy, tempering the body to become even stronger, but at the same time, the origin energy in the body would become even purer, and impurities would be expelled from the body. The old tortoise only stopped studying the map of the ancient town when light shone through the hall and the sky turned bright. The old tortoise looked exhausted. It seemed to have spent a lot of effort studying the ancient town map. Although he was very tired, as if he had fought a great battle, the old tortoise looked very happy. He walked out of the hall, and then a long howl that sounded like a ghost's wail and a wolf's howl was heard from outside the hall. Ji Fei, who was meditating, was also awakened by the roar coming from outside the hall. He then rushed out of the hall and saw the old tortoise roaring at the sky. Its voice shook the sky, and even the layer of grey deathly aura shrouding the sky began to tremble. Is this old tortoise crazy? Ji Fei hurriedly turned off his hearing, but even so, Ji Fei felt as if there was a boulder weighing 1,000 kilograms pressing on his chest. The howl lasted for a long time and spread far away. The undead creatures who heard it all trembled with fear. The powerful aura emitted by the old tortoise terrified the undead creatures in the vicinity of the hall. After coming to his senses, the old tortoise suddenly turned around and grabbed Ji Fei's shoulders and said excitedly, "Brat, maybe we don't have to go to the central area of the ruined sky realm anymore." Hiss. Ji Fei, who was grabbed by the shoulders by the old tortoise, immediately gasped. The old tortoise's hands were too strong. After being shaken by the old tortoise, Ji Fei felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, and a piercing pain came from his shoulders. Can you let go of me first? Ji Fei was in so much pain that cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face was somewhat distorted. At this time, the old tortoise also noticed Ji Fei's abnormality. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and then he let go of Ji Fei and said with a faint smile, "You brat, your bones are too weak." Ji Fei was speechless when he heard that. Ji Fei was a cultivator, and his physical body was strong enough to withstand ordinary magic treasures. Among the cultivators of the same level, there were probably not many who could cultivate their bodies to such a strong level. However, Ji Fei immediately realized that the old tortoise was a super antique from the ancient times. In front of it, Ji Fei's body was indeed very weak. "What did you just say?" Ji Fei asked. "I said that your body is very weak," the old tortoise replied. The old tortoise thought that this guy wouldn't be so petty, but looking at Ji Fei's expression, he didn't seem to be angry. Not this sentence, but the sentence before. "What did you say before?" Ji Fei looked nervously at the old tortoise and asked with a trembling voice. "The sentence before. I said that we don't have to go to the central area of the ruined sky realm," the old tortoise replied. He didn't know why Ji Fei asked such a question, which made him a little puzzled. Upon hearing this, Ji Fei's body suddenly swayed, and he actually couldn't stand still. He took a step back and said, "So, you found a way out?" Ji Fei's eyes were fixed on the old tortoise's face, and he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Ji Fei knew very well what their purpose in heading to the depths of the ruined sky realm was. They only had one purpose, and that was to find a way out of the ruined sky realm. The old tortoise said that they didn't have to go to the central area of the ruined sky realm. Didn't that mean that he had found a way out, and they didn't have to take the risk of entering the central area of the ruined sky realm? After hearing Ji Fei's words, the old tortoise was happy at first, but then his expression became a little ugly. He said, "I have found a way to leave the ruined sky realm, but there are some problems that haven't been solved yet." "What problems?" Ji Fei's eyes immediately lit up, and he asked excitedly. It was good that they could leave this place, and from the old tortoise's tone, it seemed that there was still hope. The ancient formation diagram in the hall is actually a teleportation formation. Based on my research, it's a transrealm teleportation formation, but the problem is that I don't know where this teleportation formation will teleport people to, and the formation lacks the energy to activate it, the old tortoise said with a somewhat gloomy expression. Since it was a transrealm teleportation formation, if the formation could be activated, they could leave the ruined sky realm and enter an unknown world. You can't determine where it will teleport to? Ji Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard the old tortoise's words. This uncertain factor made him feel uneasy. If the place they were teleported to was not the Ting-Long continent, it would be terrible. It's a little too early to say that. If we can't activate this teleportation formation, Everything will be empty talk, the old tortoise said. Indeed, to activate the formation, there needed to be enough energy to operate the formation. The transrealm teleportation formation needed to gather energy to break the barrier of a great world. How great was the energy needed to break the barrier of a great world? How much energy was needed to activate this transrealm teleportation formation? Just thinking about it made Ji Yufei's heart palpitate. In any case, they had found a way to leave the ruined sky realm, but this method was very risky and full of uncertainties. Moreover, providing energy for the formation diagram had become a tricky problem. The old tortoise returned to the hall, and Ji Yufei also walked into the hall. The feelings of the man and the tortoise could be said to be both joyful and helpless. For several days, the old tortoise could not come up with any solution. Therefore, the old tortoise put the matter aside for the time being, and first focused on refining the incomparably powerful soul force that he had swallowed into his stomach. Great power was a guarantee of survival, and even the old tortoise dared not relax. Meanwhile, Ji Yufei also began to cultivate. He entered the inner space that he had opened up, and then sat cross-legged in the center of the inner space. The inner space with a circumference of 15 feet had completely stabilized, and there was no longer any distinction between heaven and earth. Apart from a patch of sandy soil that was gradually turning green, it was surrounded by the tumbling chaotic zone. Ji Yufei took out the blood-colored corpse core that the old tortoise had given him, which contained an enormous amount of life force, and smashed it. The corpse core exploded, and the vast amount of life force that surged out enveloped Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei seemed to have turned into a blood-colored cocoon. The enormous amount of life force began to seep into his body through his pores, and then smelt into his flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs. In order to survive in this cruel ruined sky realm, Ji Yufei had entered a deep state of cultivation. With the help of the enormous amount of life force from the corpse core, he was 80% sure that he could successfully break through. An enormous amount of life force rippled out of the blood-colored cocoon, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The blood-colored light emitted from the entire cocoon was also sometimes strong, and sometimes weak, like a huge beating heart. Inside the blood-colored cocoon, a powerful life was being nurtured. After Ji Yufei entered the inner space, the old tortoise was left alone in the ancient hall. When the old tortoise had completely refined the enormous amount of soul force in his abdomen, his cultivation seemed to have improved a lot. The powerful aura made all the undead creatures in the vicinity afraid to approach the hall. Power, soul force was also power. This swamp was undoubtedly an endless land of death, a paradise for the undead creatures. Why not collect the soul fire of the undead creatures to provide energy for the formation? With a flash of inspiration, the old tortoise directly decided the fate of countless undead creatures. Therefore, the old tortoise began his life of lurking during the day and going out at night to roam the night. Half a month later, after killing countless undead creatures, the old tortoise had indeed refined the soul light of the undead creatures into a mass of energy that was no weaker than the soul force of an undead emperor. However, this was far from enough. Therefore, the old tortoise took the risk and rushed into the depths of the swamp to find the undead emperor. He fought with him and harvested the soul fire of the undead emperor. As a result, the world of the undead creatures, which had gradually quietened down following the fall of the 3 undead emperors, began to stir again. Chapter 241. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At some unknown time, Ji Yufei's inner space began to emit a thunderous sound. The entire inner space began to shake. The originally calm and tranquil boundary began to surge. The chaos zone began to break apart, and the primordial chaos energy began to transform. The world source strengths of earth, water, wind, and fire began to appear. Ji Yufei's inner space didn't shrink. The collapse of the chaos zone was a sign that his inner space was beginning to expand outwards. The vast life energy that came from the corpse core of the invincible Corpse King caused Ji Yufei's stagnant cultivation to loosen. The shackles on his cultivation were gradually being broken. The blood-red life energy wrapped around Ji Yufei like a cocoon. However, the majority of the blood-red life energy had already been absorbed by Ji Yufei. The blood-red light that wrapped around Ji Yufei had already weakened, and one could vaguely see the figure within the blood-red cocoon that was emitting powerful fluctuations of life. Ji Yufei's aura was gradually rising, and the fluctuations of his strength were becoming increasingly intense. He was taking the most important step. As long as he took this step, he would usher in a brand new version of himself. Without a doubt, Ji Yufei's body was undergoing a metamorphosis. This was the final metamorphosis he would undergo in the self-awakening realm. His metamorphosis was advancing in the direction of breaking away from his mortal body. He wanted to condense the 5 elements battle body. Gradually, the blood-red cocoon that had already dimmed brightened once more. However, the life energy from the corpse core was still endlessly absorbed by Ji Yufei. At the same time, relying on the powerful life force that erupted from the corpse core, Ji Yufei began to reconstruct his meridians, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. The powerful life force caused the speed at which his body was transforming to rise to an unimaginable degree. From top to bottom, Ji Yufei's entire body, from the inside to the outside, from the flesh to the bones, was transforming. During this transformation, the impurities within his body were expelled from his body, and his entire body was reborn. Although it wasn't really a new body, everything that was happening in Ji Yufei's body, including his meridians, flesh, blood, bones, organs, and even his hair, was equivalent to experiencing a rebirth. The strength of Xiao Chen's body increased rapidly, and the transformed meridians became even tougher. They could withstand an even larger amount of essence flowing through them. The amount of essence that could be absorbed by the transformed flesh, tendons, and bones had increased by more than 10 times. The ball of 5 elements life quintessence in his dantian pulsed like a heart, contracting and expanding. As Ji Yufei's natal true essence contracted, a vast amount of energy gathered from every part of his body. The natal true essence was like the sun, emitting endless 5-colored radiance that illuminated Ji Yufei's meridians, flesh, and bones, revealing every detail of his body. Using his inner vision, Ji Yufei could sense even the tiniest details of his body. And when the ball of life quintessence in his dantian contracted and expanded, endless essence qi spread out, surging to every part of Ji Yufei's body that could be reached by essence qi. Every time the origin power contracted and expanded, the blood and qi in his body shook, and the origin power of the 5 elements was refined to become even purer. It was unknown how many times the bright sun-like ball of light in his dantian had contracted and expanded, but the blood and energy of the corpse core outside Ji Yufei's body had already been completely absorbed by Ji Yufei. However, the blood-colored cocoon did not disappear. The impure blood and other impurities that spurted out from the pores of Ji Yufei's body turned into a dark blood mist, forming a real blood cocoon around his body. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, a roar came from Ji Yufei's dantian, and then, the blood cocoon instantly shattered. Bright 5-colored light emitted from his body, and the power of the 5 elements erupted from his body. A vast power of the 5 elements swept out in all directions, shaking the entire inner space. The chaotic zone at the edge of the space rapidly collapsed, and new sand and soil rapidly condensed. The space in this area was rapidly expanding. The chaotic zone began to boil, and the primordial chaos energy became nourishment for the inner space, transforming into various kinds of heaven and earth energy that submerged into the inner space. Primordial chaos energy was the most primordial energy that existed before the creation of the world. It was the source of all energy, and it could transform into all things in the world. At this moment, Ji Yufei's body shook, and the ball of 5 elements origin power in his dantian exploded. Then, the endless 5 elements origin power began to fuse into his body. Ji Yufei's life force was strong to the extreme, and his body was strong to the extreme. His bronze skin shone with the brilliance of the 5 elements. When the ball of life origin power in his dantian completely fused into his body, Ji Yufei only felt that his mind became ethereal, and he seemed to feel the pulse of his life. That's right, every muscle, every inch of skin, every bone, every meridian, was emitting the pulse of life. Unbelievable, the vigorous life force had perfectly fused with his body. From top to bottom, every inch of his body was alive, and it could be said that his body was his life. Ji Yufei felt that as long as his body was not destroyed, he would be able to continue living. Even if there was only a piece of flesh left, he could still be reborn. Because his life had already fused with his body as one. Of course, this was just Ji Yufei's feeling. Even a martial artist who cultivated the indestructible body would fall when they met an unimaginably powerful existence. Transcending mortality realm. Is this the transcending mortality realm? Ji Yufei stood up, and just as he moved, his clothes turned into dust and drifted down from his body. Roar. Ji Yufei threw his head back and roared. The terrifying sound waves caused the entire space to tremble. At this moment, Ji Yufei felt as though he had an inexhaustible amount of power. He felt as though he could shake the heavens and earth with just a wave of his hand. The breakthrough in his cultivation allowed him to take the most important step on the martial path, and step into a realm that no one before him could reach. Ji Yufei had broken into the transcending mortality realm, and his body had undergone a transformation, stepping into the transformation stage of the 5 elements battle body. The toughness of his body had reached an unimaginable level, comparable to that of a magic treasure or flying sword. A strong body, combined with invincible battle skills, was enough to make Ji Yufei invincible among cultivators of the same level. Humph. Dongfang Chen, the Dongfang family, and that Zhao Xuanji, just you wait. The day I, Ji Yufei, leave the ruin heaven realm will be the beginning of your nightmare. Ji Yufei's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke fiercely, and 2 cold lights as sharp as blades burst out of his eyes. Ji Yufei raised his head and roared again. In the midst of the rumbling, the chaotic zone of the inner space continued to shatter outward, and the space continued to expand. Standing in this space, Ji Yufei was like a god or a devil. He felt that everything in the world was in his hands, and an imposing aura that could swallow mountains and rivers was born in his chest. He looked down on the universe, and looked down on the world. After a long time, Ji Yufei finally calmed down. At this time, the expansion of the inner space gradually slowed down. Finally, when the space stopped expanding and stabilized, Ji Yufei found that as he broke into the transcending mortality realm, his inner space had actually doubled in size. The space that was originally 5 feet in circumference was now about 10 feet in diameter. A space of 10 feet was not large, and although there was some greenery in the soil, this space still lacked vitality. Ji Yufei picked up the storage bag that had fallen to the ground because his clothes had turned into dust, and then took out a set of clean clothes and put them on. Afterward, he tried to transplant a few spiritual herbs from the storage bag into the soil of the inner space. Ji Yufei found that the spiritual herbs showed no signs of withering. However, it would take some time before he could confirm whether these elixirs could grow normally in his inner space. As his cultivation base improved, Ji Yufei's divine sense had also become much stronger. The divine sense of the transcending mortality realm allowed him to sense the 2 treasures in the chaotic zone. This made Ji Yufei overjoyed. With a thought, a chilling sword chi fluctuation immediately spread out from the chaotic zone. Then, with a whoosh, the sword hilt rushed out of the chaotic zone and fell into Ji Yufei's hand. After regaining control of the sword hilt, Ji Yufei's confidence was greatly boosted. He could sense the fluctuation of the sword soul in the sword hilt. It seemed that the broken sword soul that had been nurtured in the chaotic zone for a period of time had become much stronger. Ji Yufei did not use the weapon body refining technique to fuse the sword hilt into his body. Instead, he threw it back into the chaotic zone outside his inner space. He really wanted to know if this broken sword soul could be restored into a complete sword soul after being nurtured in the primal chaos. Ji Yufei tried to use his divine sense to communicate with another treasure in the chaotic zone, the mountain and river cauldron. However, he realized that the mountain and river cauldron was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain, and it was difficult to move it out of the chaotic zone. It seems that I'm still not strong enough. Ji Yufei thought to himself, not just anyone can use a treasure saint artifact. Only someone with great power could use it. The mountain and river cauldron was different from the sword hilt. The mountain and river cauldron was a complete treasure, while the sword hilt was just a broken treasure. Moreover, the broken sword soul in the sword hilt had already formed a spiritual connection with Ji Yufei. Therefore, Ji Yufei could regain control of the broken sword soul. In a corner of the hall, the void suddenly trembled. Then, ripples spread out, and cracks began to appear in the space. In the next moment, the space shattered, and a wave of spatial fluctuations spread out from the shattered spatial crack. Then, a white figure stepped out from the spatial crack. The spatial crack behind him closed and disappeared into the void. What's going on? The person who had just walked out of the crack was shocked by what he saw. The hall was as bright as day, and there were 4 dazzling lights the size of a human head floating in the air. Every ball of light emitted a vast and extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Chapter 242. As soon as Jiyu Fei emerged from the inner space, he was immediately stunned by what he saw. 4 dazzling lights the size of a human head were suspended in the middle of the hall like 4 bright moons, illuminating the hall. Each of the dazzling lights emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. When the 4 terrifying forces converged together, Jiyu Fei was inexplicably shocked. Jiyu Fei had no idea how long he had been cultivating in the inner space. However, he was certain that something unimaginable had happened in the outside world while he was in seclusion. "You're finally out." Before Jiyu Fei could recover from his shock, a voice came from outside the hall. Then, a tall figure walked in from outside the hall. When Jiyu Fei heard the voice, he quickly looked in the direction of the hall's door. He saw a person striding into the hall. The person was 9 feet tall and had a burly body. He exuded a powerful and unparalleled aura that made Jiyu Fei feel a sense of oppression. The man who came in was none other than Old Tortoise's Corpse General avatar. The Corpse General was still holding the pitch-black earth stabilizing pillar in his hand. "What the hell is going on?" Jiyu Fei quickly asked when he saw that it was Old Tortoise's avatar. He wanted to know what had happened in the outside world while he was in seclusion. "Hey, I didn't expect you to break through the cultivation barrier and improve your cultivation so much." The Corpse General avatar looked at Jiyu Fei from head to toe in surprise and said. The Corpse General avatar's answer made Jiyu Fei a little anxious. He said, "It's all thanks to the Zombie King blood elixir that you gave me. Hee. Don't worry. You've been in seclusion in your pseudo-world for 3 months. During this time, I've finally found a way to activate the formation." The Corpse General avatar said unhurriedly. Jiyu Fei was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly asked, "What method? Do you see the 4 soul fires in the hall?" The Corpse General avatar pointed forward and said, "This is the energy condensed from the soul flames that I've gathered over the past 3 months. As long as we can gather 1 more of these soul flames, we can activate the grand formation and leave this damned place." The Corpse General's voice gradually became excited. The old turtle's outer body incarnation was no different from his true self. It could be said that the incarnation was the true self, and the true self was also the incarnation. They were originally one body, but now they were separated and used for 2 purposes. Collecting the soul fire to activate the ancient spirit diagram? Jiyu Fei exclaimed. He had never imagined that the old turtle would use this method to activate the mysterious ancient spirit diagram. There were 4 balls of resplendent light hovering above the palace, releasing wave after wave of terrifying soul power that was as vast as the ocean. Perhaps this power could really activate the formation. Just as he was speaking, Jiyu Fei suddenly sensed an eerie, evil, and powerful aura rapidly approaching the hall from afar. The Corpse General avatar's expression changed immediately. Then, it rushed out of the hall with the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in hand. Jiyu Fei also hurriedly rushed out of the hall. At this time, the invincible Corpse General had already soared into the sky and met the pitch-black cloud that was surging over from afar. "Devil! There's a devil in the ruin heaven realm." Jiyu Fei was no stranger to the evil aura surging over from the horizon. The terrifying energy emanating from the devil in the surging demonic cloud was definitely no weaker than that of the devil monarch of 6 paths. Both of them moved as fast as lightning. Soon, the Corpse General avatar and the powerful existence in the demonic cloud were confronting each other in midair. The Corpse General avatar pointed the black stick in its hand at the rolling demonic cloud that covered half the sky. "Retreat at once, or I'll kill you," the Corpse General avatar said coldly. His killing intent soared to the sky, and the powerful aura that burst out of his 9-foot-tall body made people's hearts palpitate. Roar! A soul-stirring, deafening roar rang out from within the demonic clouds, piercing through the clouds. Then, the powerful existence within the demonic clouds responded to the corpse general's clone with its actions. A pitch-black beast claw the size of a small mountain directly reached out of the demonic cloud and grabbed at the corpse general avatar. The huge beast claw was covered with a layer of scales that emitted a black light, and a terrifying and eerie energy fluctuation spread out from it. The terrifying existence in the demonic clouds displayed a great magical power. With a swipe of its claw, the entire world shook. The layer of grey deathly aura that lingered in the sky was also dispersed. It was nighttime at this time. Under the darkness of the night, the bright hall was like a bright lamp in a swamp. The enormous soul power that surged out of the hall terrified all the undead creatures in the surrounding area. The undead creatures that were too weak were not worthy of the old turtle's attention. The soul fires that the old turtle collected were all obtained by killing powerful undead creatures. Obviously, the soul fires that the old turtle collected had attracted the attention of an expert. An expert who dared to come and snatch the soul fires was naturally not a weakling. Damn it! The corpse general avatar was furious. This guy was taking advantage of the fact that his main body was not here to snatch the soul fires in the hall. How despicable! Without saying anything, the corpse general avatar swung his staff at the huge beast claw that was coming at him. The pitch-black earth-stabilizing divine pillar left a black light in the void, and then directly collided with the beast claw. Boom! Two extremely ferocious forces directly collided, like two meteorites colliding. An earth-shattering sound erupted, and a terrifying force spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Cracks appeared in the void between the two great experts. The pitch-black beast claw retracted back into the demonic cloud, while the corpse general avatar was pushed back hundreds of meters before stabilizing its body. When Ji Fei, who was watching the battle in front of the hall, saw this scene, he could not help but be taken aback. The fact that there was a powerful existence in the ruined sky realm that could force the corpse general avatar to retreat really surprised Ji Fei. The corpse general avatar was a martial artist's indestructible body. After being refined into an outer body incarnation by the old turtle, the power contained in this indestructible body gradually began to awaken. No one knew better than Ji Fei how powerful the corpse general's doppelganger was. But now, an existence that could contend against the corpse general's doppelganger had appeared. How many more unknown secrets were there in the ruin heaven realm? Ha! The corpse general avatar let out a deep roar. His fighting spirit surged. After stopping his retreat, he immediately charged at the powerful existence in the demonic cloud again. The corpse general avatar covered hundreds of meters with a single step. With a flash, he directly rushed into the demonic cloud with the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in hand. The demonic cloud that blotted out the sky immediately surged violently. The corpse general avatar roared again and again as he engaged in a fierce battle with the powerful existence in the demonic cloud. The powerful existence that was fighting the corpse general avatar seemed to be a terrifying demonic beast. The beastly roar that came from the demonic cloud shook heaven and earth and soared into the sky. Even Ji Fei, who was far away from the battlefield, felt his mind tremble and his chi and blood roil. The aftershock of the battle shook off the demonic cloud. Only then did Ji Fei see the appearance of the powerful demonic beast that was fighting the corpse general avatar. The moment Ji Fei saw the appearance of the terrifying demonic beast, all the pores on his body opened up, and goosebumps covered his skin. The demonic beast looked extremely ferocious. This monster was 5 meters long and had 2 heads the size of water tanks. A single blood-red horn grew from each of its heads, and its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. Its 4 limbs were very long, and its claws were as sharp as swords and sabers. Its 2 heads and 4 fist-sized blood-red eyes shone with a blood-red light that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was like a terrifying demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. This terrifying demonic beast was not unarmed. In its right claw, there was a bone that was as black as ink that was about 3 meters long. According to Ji Fei's judgment, this black bone was the thigh bone of some creature. Just the thigh bone alone was 10 meters long. This creature was definitely a colossal creature. This bone shrouded in black light was constantly colliding with the earth-stabilizing god pillar in the corpse general avatar's hand, causing bursts of black light to erupt out. It was actually able to withstand the bombardment of the earth-stabilizing god pillar. Just what sort of creature had left behind this bone? It was so hard. This caused Jiu Fei to be shocked, but it also aroused a trace of curiosity. The earth-stabilizing god pillar could withstand the earth, water, wind, and fire of an entire region. It was absolutely a treasure. It was hard to imagine that even the earth-stabilizing god pillar could not shatter. The corpse general avatar gave a loud shout and smashed its staff down towards the terrifying demonic beast. The corpse general avatar attacked with all its strength. This staff strike was ferocious and heavy, causing the heavens and earth to shake. The energy fluctuations coming from the earth-stabilizing god pillar were incomparably terrifying. Swish! The demonic beast did not receive the attack. Instead, it shattered the void and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the demonic beast suddenly appeared beside the corpse general avatar, the bone weapon in its hand sweeping towards the corpse general avatar's waist. Missing its staff, the corpse general avatar didn't even think about it. Swish! It directly turned into a bolt of lightning, borrowing the momentum of the staff to charge forward, avoiding the demonic beast's attack. The two experts moved as fast as lightning through the void. The demonic clouds in the sky churned and death energy surged. The battle was exceptionally intense. One man and one demonic beast fought, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Seeing this scene, Jiu Fei couldn't help being horrified. The battle continued for an hour. The corpse general avatar swept its staff in all directions, repeatedly clashing head-on with the demonic beast. It was not at a disadvantage. The corpse general avatar used an ancient movement technique. Its figure was illusory, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. In terms of speed, it was not inferior to Jiu Fei's extreme 8-step speed. Just as the two experts were at a stalemate, another powerful aura came from the distance. Borrowing this aura, a ball of raging flames appeared in the depths of the swamp and quickly approached the battlefield. The towering flames were as fast as a galloping horse, arriving in the blink of an eye. Within the boundless sea of flames, a strange beast stepped over the flames and directly charged into the battlefield. Chapter 243. The surging divine fire immediately dispelled the heavy demonic aura emitted from the demonic beast's body. The terrifyingly high temperature immediately spread out, as if even the void was about to burn. Even Jiu Fei, who was standing in front of the hall, felt the waves of heat assaulting his face, and his body felt unbearably hot. The mystical beast that suddenly rushed into the battle with divine fire was the Chilean demon king that old Tortoise had subdued. With the addition of the fire Chilean, the terrifying two-headed demonic beast immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Roar! The two-headed demonic beast roared fiercely at the sky, and its two bloody mouths were filled with sharp, knife-like inverted teeth. It was extremely ferocious. Then, the terrifying demonic beast suddenly unleashed its might, and a monstrous demonic energy forced the corpse general avatar and the fire Chilean away. Then, it actually fled without fighting. Without looking back, it turned around and fled into the depths of the swamp on a demonic cloud. If an expert of this level wanted to escape, even an expert of the same level would find it difficult to stop it. The rolling demonic cloud was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it had rushed several miles away. Just as old Tortoise's corpse general avatar and the fire Chilean were about to give chase, a stone turtle shell suddenly appeared on top of the terrifying demonic beast's head and directly smashed down. Bang! Without any suspense, the stone tortoise shell that could smash anything smashed into one of the terrifying magical beast's ferocious heads. Immediately, demonic blood splattered, and one of the two-headed demonic beast's heads was smashed by the stone turtle shell. The magical beast let out a pained roar and fell from the sky like a meteor. This sudden turn of events caused Jiu Fei, who was watching the battle from the open space in front of the hall, to be shocked. It turned out that the old turtle had been lying in ambush at the side at some point in time, and then it succeeded in a single strike. Peng! With a loud sound, soil splattered, and the ground immediately undulated violently like waves. After being seriously injured, the terrifying demonic beast that fell from the sky took advantage of the falling momentum and plunged into the swamp below. The swamp was filled with soft mud and grass. If the demonic beast escaped from the ground, it would not be easy to force it out. Trying to escape. It's too late. The chilly voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Then, with a swoosh, the old tortoise's figure appeared in the air and caught the stone tortoiseshell with one hand. In the next moment, his corpse general avatar had already begun to move. Just as the magical beast plunged into the ground, the corpse general avatar's earth-stabilizing pillar transformed into a streak of black light that shot towards the swamp below. Rumble. It was as if muffled thunder came from the 9 heavens. After the earth-stabilizing pillar left his hand, it rapidly grew in size and length, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that was as heavy as a primordial divine mountain. Boom! The earth-stabilizing divine pillar became as large as a mountain, connecting heaven and earth, directly stabbing into the swamp. In an instant, the violently fluctuating ground came to a stop. The terrifying power of the earth-stabilizing divine pillar that suppressed the earth chi in all directions completely suppressed the soft swamp within a radius of dozens of miles, causing the area to freeze instantly. The swamp seemed to have turned into a piece of godly metal, incomparably hard. Bang! Along with a loud rumble, a frightening silhouette, whose entire body was shrouded in dense devil chi, burst out from the ground 30 miles away. The area within a radius of dozens of miles was suppressed into an iron plate by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, and the magical beast was almost suppressed in the mud of the swamp. After all, it had the terrifying power of a half-demon. The magical beast actually broke out of the ground, and the terrifying power of the earth-stabilizing divine pillar that suppressed the earth chi in all directions could not suppress it for a while. Of course, this was also because the corpse general's cultivation base was not able to fully unleash the power of the earth-stabilizing divine pillar. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar was a rare treasure that even a demigod could not fully control. However, it was enough for the earth-stabilizing divine pillar to force the magical beast out of the ground. Swoosh! The old tortoise's figure seemed to have broken through the void, directly crossing the boundary between the void with one step, and instantly appeared behind the magical beast. Bang! The stone tortoise shell directly smashed onto the magical beast's back. Crack! Crack! A hair-raising sound of bones breaking was immediately heard from the magical beast's body. It was not difficult to imagine that the magical beast's spine must have been broken by the old tortoise's smash. Then, the old tortoise opened its right hand's 5 fingers, and with a poof sound, it pierced into the magical beast's head. No! A horrified soul fluctuation came from the magical beast's head. This was the most direct way of communicating directly in the mind. This was a way of expression that transcended language and sound. It could ignore differences in language and race, and directly transform what one wanted to say into a soul fluctuation and transmit it to the other party's heart. Experts at the level of the old tortoise could communicate with each other directly through soul fluctuations. I just happen to lack some power to drive the formation, so I'll use your demonic blood as a sacrifice. The old tortoise said coldly. He had already imprisoned the magical beast's primordial spirit. The old tortoise's cultivation base seemed to be stronger than before. Jiu Fei looked at this scene in astonishment. The old tortoise displayed the power to suppress the half-demon, which made Jiu Fei feel incredulous. One had to know that before he went into seclusion, the old tortoise's cultivation base was actually not much stronger than a demigod powerhouse. But now, it could only be said that the old tortoise's cultivation base was rapidly improving. The old tortoise's cultivation base was still there, and all he lacked was power. The old tortoise's 5 fingers were in the giant demon's head, and his hand formed a sharp contrast with the giant demon's water tank-sized head. However, with just one hand, the old tortoise was able to completely imprison this terrifying troll. The magical beast's shattered head was only left with its neck. The bloody wound on its neck was still spewing foul demonic blood. This demonic blood was different from ordinary blood, and seemed to emit a dark red light. It was difficult for the giant demon's huge body to enter the hall, so the old tortoise could only directly erase the giant demon's divine sense and shatter its body. The broken body was fixed in the air by the old tortoise. Then, the old tortoise performed a secret technique to evaporate the demon blood on the broken body, and finally extracted a demonic soul from the magical beast's head. It was a shrunken magical beast. Its soul body was faint and incorporeal, but it gave off terrifying demonic energy fluctuations. After doing all this, the old tortoise put away the blood mist formed by the demon blood and the demonic soul, then flew toward the hall. The corpse general's clone also put away the earth-stabilizing pillar that was stuck in the ground and followed closely behind the old tortoise with the fire Cheline. The old tortoise descended from the sky and said to Jiu Fei with a smile, "Brat, you came out of seclusion just in time. I'm going to refine the fifth source of power to drive the formation. If there are no accidents, we can leave the ruined sky realm in 3 days." It could be seen that the old tortoise was really happy. Jiu Fei was also very excited to hear that. But at the same time, he was a little worried, because they had not figured out the destination of the ancient teleportation formation in the hall. After what he had seen and heard in the ruined sky realm, Jiu Fei no longer doubted the legend of the 3 realms and the 6 paths recorded in the Taoist classics. He had a feeling that the universe was not the only one. The ruined sky realm was an imperfect pseudo-realm, but what about the Tenglong continent? A terrifying thought came to his mind. A perfect world, an imperfect pseudo-realm, and a pseudo-heaven and earth created by an almighty expert. How many realms were there in the void of the universe? Perhaps no one knew, not even the gods. What worried Jiu Fei was that if the destination of the mysterious teleportation formation in the ancient hall was not the Tenglong continent, then they might be stranded in a strange world. However, the old tortoise did not care so much. It was fine as long as they could leave the ruined sky realm. At the thought that the ruined sky realm was a pseudo-realm refined by his old enemy, the old tortoise felt uncomfortable all over. It was all because of that pervert that he had fallen into such a miserable world. In the next few days, the old tortoise really refined the fifth source of power in the hall day and night. Meanwhile, the corpse general clone and the fire Cheline guarded the old tortoise from the side. On the first day, a terrifying demonic roar shook the entire hall. A vast wave of demonic energy forced Jiu Fei to retreat from the ancient hall. The old tortoise was refining the devil's soul. Even though its spiritual sense had been erased, when the old tortoise refined the devil's soul still roared instinctively and fiercely resisted. After the devil's soul roared for a day and a night, its voice gradually weakened. Finally, it was refined by Jiu Fei into the most primitive soul power. Then, the old tortoise gathered the soul fire and refined the soul power of the devil's soul, and began to refine the fifth source of power with a secret method. Powerful energy waves surged out of the ancient hall. The enormous pressure made it so that not a single undead creature could be seen within 100 miles. All the undead creatures in the vicinity of the ancient hall retreated into the distance. Even with Jiu Fei's cultivation base that had just entered the transcending mortality stage, he did not dare to approach the ancient hall again. In the end, he retreated again and again. Even when Jiu Fei had retreated more than 100 feet away, he still felt as if there was a 1,000-kilogram boulder weighing down on his chest. The time it took the old tortoise to refine the fifth source of power was 4 days longer than he had promised. In other words, it took the old tortoise a total of 7 days to refine the fifth source of power. During these 7 days, Jiu Fei did not enter his inner space again. He waited nervously and restlessly. After all, the old tortoise's success or failure would determine whether he could leave the ruined sky realm. On the night of the 7th day, the energy waves in the ancient hall began to weaken. By the morning of the 8th day, the terrifying energy waves had weakened to the extent that Jiu Fei could bear. Jiu Fei impatiently walked into the hall and saw the old tortoise sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. 5 dazzling light balls the size of human heads were floating around him. Each ball of light contained an unimaginably enormous amount of energy. They were the 5 sources of power that activated the formation. Chapter 244. On a dark and windy night, it was finally time to activate the ancient palace's teleportation formation. Old Tortoise stored his corpse general avatar and the fire Cheline into his pseudo-world. Then, Old Tortoise sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. After circulating his energy 3 times, Old Tortoise began to control the 5 sources of power that shone brightly above the formation. Jiu Fei stood nervously behind Old Tortoise. At this time, Jiu Fei had already guided the sword hilt from the chaotic zone in his inner space. Using the weapon refinement technique, he turned the sword hilt into a stream of divine weapon essence qi and integrated it into his body. He had to be careful. Using the divine weapon essence qi to protect himself made Jiu Fei feel a lot more at ease. After all, no one knew what would happen after the formation was activated. The 5 balls of light that were as bright as the sun slowly rotated above the formation diagram emitted a vast and terrifying energy fluctuation. Under Old Tortoise's control, one of the balls of light the size of a human head began to move toward the south of the formation diagram and then slowly descended into the depression below the formation diagram. When the ball of power fell into the depression on the formation diagram, a peng sound was heard. The source of power suddenly erupted with a dazzling light and endless power began to pour into the formation diagram. After receiving the infusion of this enormous amount of energy, the formation in the south immediately lit up. Mysterious lines and ancient runes began to emit a multicolored light. However, of the 5 directions in the formation diagram, only the south, west, north, and center began to operate after receiving the infusion of power. Then, the remaining 4 sources of power that activated the formation flew toward the east, north, and west respectively and landed in the formation eyes of the ancient formation diagram. The ancient formation diagram that received the infusion of power began to emit a powerful aura. The formation diagram was gradually activated and was slowly operating. The 4 directions of the ancient formation diagram lit up. The mysterious engravings and ancient runes seemed to come to life. The power of the formation began to recover. Only one last step was left. Standing behind Old Tortoise, Jiu Fei was extremely nervous. Success or failure depended on this one move. In front of Old Tortoise was a depressed formation eye. Old Tortoise began to guide the last source of power toward him. It was not easy for him. The source of power, which was as big as a human head, was as heavy as a mountain. The moment the last ball of energy landed in the depression in front of Jiu Fei, the ancient transportation formation immediately shone brightly. 5 resplendent pillars of light broke through the hall and directly swept away the layer of grey deathly aura that shrouded the hall, shooting straight up into the sky. At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to be connected by 5 beams of divine light. Rumble. The clouds darkened while the heavens and the earth shook. A part of space shattered, and then an enormous black vortex appeared in the sky above the nameless palace. The power of the ancient teleportation array really shattered the void, opening up a spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. At this moment, the experts of the other realms in the Ruin Heaven realm all sensed the strange fluctuations coming from the swamp of death and looked towards it. Inside the hall, the enormous and mysterious spirit diagram on the ground suddenly seemed to come to life. Many profound and cryptic engravings appeared on the spirit diagram, and a mysterious and unfathomable power seemed to have been awakened. A vast amount of energy was being sucked out of the 5 power sources by the spirit diagram. The ancient spirit diagram was like a bottomless black hole. Not only was it devouring the power inside the spirit diagram, it was also devouring all the power in the world within several hundred kilometers. The power of the world rapidly gathered towards the ancient spirit diagram. The 5 pillars of light it shot out froze the black vortex that had appeared in the sky. The light of the 5 power sources gradually dimmed, and the power that was like an ocean continuously poured into the enormous and mysterious spirit diagram. The 5 pillars of light stood between heaven and earth like divine pillars that reached to the heavens. The enormous vortex above the nameless palace began to give off terrifying fluctuations that shook the world. A great suction force formed inside the vortex that looked like a black hole. The suction force was so great that it seemed like it could even devour the world. At this moment, the world fell silent. Countless undead creatures in the boundless swamp were trembling. The 5 divine lights that connected heaven and earth completely stabilized the pitch-black vortex above the ancient palace. A door that led to an unknown place was opened by a great force. Even the space around the black vortex in the sky was torn apart. Chaotic aura that caused even the world to tremble emanated from the spatial cracks. The enormous spirit diagram inside the nameless ancient palace seemed to have been operated to its limit. The energy released by the 5 power sources had been almost completely absorbed by the ancient teleportation formation, and it seemed like it could completely dim at any moment. The ancient teleportation formation that had absorbed endless energy began to show its extraordinary side. The profound engravings on the ancient spirit diagram inside the nameless ancient palace seemed to have come to life. All of them rushed up from the ground, and many profound and unfathomable lines wrapped around Old Turtle and Gu Feng at the center of the spirit diagram. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly came from outside the nameless ancient palace. The entire nameless ancient palace shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Boom! There was another violent tremor. Outside the nameless ancient palace, a human-shaped devil with a single horn on its head and a body covered in scales was fiercely attacking the hall with its fangs and claws. The devil wanted to rush into the hall, but it was blocked by an unfathomable force. The terrifying attack of the human-shaped devil only caused ripples in the void. A great force enveloped the entire nameless ancient palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A few silhouettes with powerful auras appeared in the vicinity of the nameless ancient palace. They were wandering around the nameless ancient palace. The peculiar fluctuation that erupted from the palace had attracted these terrifying existences over. It was obvious that these powerful existences were no longer the undead kings of the Death Swamp, but the kings of other regions. None of the kings who dared to appear near the nameless ancient palace were weak. The devil that dared to attack the nameless ancient palace was much more powerful than the demonic beasts that the old tortoise had killed. Every attack from the devil shook the entire nameless ancient palace. If it weren't for the fact that the formation had already been activated, producing a powerful force that protected the nameless ancient palace, it would have already been destroyed by this devil's attack. Use the devil's blood as a sacrifice to the divine formation and unleash its greatest power, the old tortoise suddenly shouted. Then, he opened his fake world and sprinkled the giant devil's blood that he had collected. A glaring bloody light flashed and was completely absorbed by the ancient formation. After the ancient formation absorbed the devil's blood, it immediately burst into a blazing light that made it difficult for Gu Fei to open his eyes. However, Gu Fei knew that he and the old tortoise were about to travel to an unknown region. At this moment, the 5 energy sources completely dimmed. The enormous amount of energy condensed by the energy sources was completely absorbed by the ancient teleportation formation. Just as the 5 energy sources were completely absorbed by the formation, a vast amount of energy immediately surged toward the center of the formation like a tide. In an instant, Gu Fei and the old tortoise, who were at the center of the formation, were wrapped up by the formation's power as if they had been turned into a giant cocoon. The entire ancient teleportation formation dimmed. At the center of the formation, the energy ball that enveloped Gu Fei and the old tortoise suddenly shot up into the sky like a cannonball. It strangely penetrated the nameless ancient palace's roof as if it had penetrated through a layer of water membrane, leaving only ripples in the void. The nameless ancient palace's roof was not damaged at all. Under the guidance of the 5 divine lights, the giant energy cocoon that rushed out of the nameless ancient palace rapidly shot toward the black hole in the sky. The black hole was like a huge mouth that swallowed the giant energy cocoon in one gulp. In this way, Gu Fei and the old tortoise entered the spatial passage. Rumble. After swallowing the giant energy cocoon, the black hole began to shrink. The 5 divine lights that held the black hole in place began to dissipate, and the shattered void began to recover. At this moment, several light figures rushed into the nameless ancient palace like lightning. Soon, the kings that had rushed into the nameless ancient palace rushed out again. A great battle broke out. The extremely powerful kings began to fight for the control of the nameless ancient palace. The battle shook heaven and earth, and the traces left behind from the battle turned the swamp into a lake full of potholes. In the end, it seemed that the kings reached an agreement and joined forces to drive away the terrifying demon. Then, the nameless ancient palace was jointly controlled by the kings. Of course, Gu Fei and the old tortoise would not know what happened after they left. The nameless ancient palace's control no longer had anything to do with them. In the gloomy sky, a few clouds floated. However, those clouds were not white clouds, but black clouds that exuded an evil aura. Below the sky were a few mountains. There were no tall trees on the mountains, only some low unknown shrubs. Occasionally, a few wild beasts would walk among the shrubs. In a valley between two mountains, there was an ancient ruin with broken bricks, tiles, and overgrown weeds. There seemed to be no place in this ancient ruin that was intact. Suddenly, a certain corner of the ancient ruin shook, and the dust and stones were shaken away. Then, an ancient altar appeared. Rumble. The void above the altar shook violently, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out. The ancient altar emitted a magnificent glow. In the end, the void above the altar shattered and a pitch-black vortex-shaped black hole appeared in the void. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the black hole. This was a spatial passage that appeared after the void shattered. Chapter 245. Space was distorted as Gu Fei and the old tortoise traversed through the spatial passage and performed the Great Spatial Shift. The ancient teleportation array was successfully activated, and a vast power opened up a spatial passage that led to an unknown destination. In the spatial passage, time seemed to be in disorder. Gu Fei felt as if he had stepped into a tunnel of time and void, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. Gu Fei felt as if he was riding on the clouds. He seemed to be traveling at an extremely fast speed, but at the same time, it seemed as if he was not moving at all. When the dazzling spiritual light that shrouded them dissipated, a silent void appeared in front of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. It was as if they had returned to the time before the world was created. There was no scenery in this special space. Apart from their breathing, there was only a dead silence in the dark void. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei could not feel the passage of time in this void. It felt as long as hundreds of millions of years, but it also felt as if only a moment had passed. Gu Fei had a strange feeling as if time and space were in disorder. Subsequently, countless rays of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Each ray of light was as bright as a meteor, cutting through the silent void and constantly passing by Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This was the passage of time and space. It was a sign that they were walking in the screen of the great world. They were crossing the barriers between the great worlds and entering another world from one world. Time seemed to have stopped. No one knew when it started, but the surrounding space began to distort. Waves of extremely terrifying energy began to ripple. Rumble. Gu Fei was shocked to see the collapse of the void. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. They rushed into the energy turbulence like a small boat in a raging sea that could be swallowed at any time. Seeing such a shocking scene in front of him, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Suddenly, in an earth-shattering noise, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. Gu Fei's spirit was shaken as if his soul had been shaken out of his body. He suffered a great impact and felt his vision go black. He immediately passed out. Before he passed out, he vaguely saw the panicking old tortoise open its pseudo-world and wanted to take him into it. Rumble. In an unknown region, a valley between two mountains suddenly began to shake. Some strange creatures rushed out of the valley in panic. The originally peaceful mountain was no longer peaceful. An ancient remnant in the valley started to stir. An ancient altar that had been abandoned for who knew how many years in a corner of the remnant started to emit intense light. Countless ancient runes began to appear on the altar, and a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. It was as if a prehistoric beast that had been sleeping for countless years had awakened. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy, and the void above the altar began to shake. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water. Then, cracks in the space above the altar appeared. The space was shattered. Swoosh! A figure fell out of the shattered space. It seemed that a force was protecting the person who fell out of the space. Then, the person slowly descended to the bottom of the altar. Finally, the person landed on the altar. The terrifying wave of energy did not last long before it receded like a tide. Countless runes began to sink into the altar again, and all the strange waves quickly disappeared. The person who fell out of the shattered space was a black-haired young man in a white robe. The young man had already passed out and was lying quietly on the cold altar. The ancient ruins were cold and deserted. There were broken bricks and tiles everywhere, and only the altar could be considered intact. There was not a single creature in sight, and the sky was gloomy. There were only some short shrubs and weeds growing in the valley. It seemed that this place, or even this area, was a barren land without any spiritual energy. Cold wind blew in from the valley from time to time. Other than the coldness, it also brought with it a murderous aura. Yes, there was a murderous aura in the wind. This place did not seem to be a good place. Suddenly, the ground outside the ancient ruins in the valley began to move. Then, with a peng sound, the soil splashed, and a black shadow sprang out of the ground. A fierce murderous aura immediately filled the air. This was a demonic shadow that was half the height of a human. After jumping out of the ground, it squatted on the ground with its 4 claws on the ground. If it stood up, it would probably be taller than a strong man. This humanoid, but it was more like an extremely fierce and ruthless beast. It was a demonic creature, and its whole body was emitting a strong demonic aura. Its whole body was pitch black and covered in scales. It had a wide mouth and a pair of sharp claws that were like steel hooks. Not only were they sharp, but they also glowed with a cold black light. The strangest thing was that this demonic creature only had one blood-red eye. Moreover, this eye grew in the middle of its face, and it was the size of a fist. Under the thick scales, his 4 short but strong limbs were bulging like a horned dragon. His muscles were intertwined with each other, and when he exerted a bit of force, his bones and tendons let out crackling sounds. This was definitely a terrifying demonic creature. This demonic creature sniffed the air a few times and found the young man on the altar in the ancient ruins. Ha! A low roar came from the demonic creature's throat. Then, its thick legs pushed off the ground, and it turned into a black shadow, rushing towards the altar in the ruins. This demonic creature was ferocious, and it was as fast as a cheetah. In just a few leaps, it had reached the altar that was hundreds of feet away. Then, it leaped up high and pounced towards the altar. Its 5 fingers directly grabbed the head of the unconscious young man on the altar. The sharp claws emitted a black light, and they tore through the void like 5 sharp blades. They definitely had the terrifying power to pierce through stone and gold. However, the young man on the altar still showed no signs of waking up. He did not sense the great danger that was approaching him. Bang! The demonic claws grabbed the young man's head, but there was no scene of blood splattering. The demonic creature's sharp claws seemed to have scratched a piece of godly metal, and it was repelled. The demonic creature seemed to have sensed danger. With a low growl, it leaped down from the altar and hid far away. It was hard to imagine that the head of this young man in white was as hard as godly metal. Since this demonic creature could travel underground, its pair of sharp claws must have astonishing penetrative power, but it could not hurt the young man at all. After being hit by the demonic creature, the young man on the altar slowly regained consciousness. Ouch! When Ji Yufei opened his eyes again, he immediately felt a burning pain on his head. Then, he felt a gust of cold air attacking his body. The pain on his head quickly subsided. Ji Yufei sat up from the ground and realized that he seemed to be on an altar. Ji Yufei was able to recognize the ancient altar's style. He had already seen 2 similar ancient altars. What is this place? Where is Old Tortoise? Ji Yufei suddenly shuddered, and his body was instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. Then, he suddenly stood up from the altar. The moment Ji Yufei stood up from the altar, an extremely dangerous aura attacked him, causing all the pores on his body to explode. Oh no! Ji Yufei was shocked. He never thought that he would encounter such great danger as soon as he woke up. Without thinking, he left an afterimage on the spot and directly retreated. Peng! The afterimage shattered instantly, and a terrifying demonic shadow appeared where Ji Yufei was originally standing. Ji Yufei noticed that the devil shadow was a devil that he'd never seen before. This devil was shaped like a human, yet it had a single blood-red eye, and its appearance was extremely ferocious, causing others to be fearful of it. Me. Ji Yufei snorted coldly. After stopping his retreating figure, he immediately formed a seal with both hands. Endless power of fire began to surge out from the seal, forming a terrifying aura that was like divine flames that covered the sky and the earth. It surged towards the demonic creature. The vast fire elemental energy emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. It was as if the void was burning, and it immediately dispersed the cold air in the surroundings. The demonic creature seemed to know how powerful it was. It roared, and a powerful wave of demonic aura surged out from its scaly body. Swoosh! It turned into a streak of black light and rushed out of the sea of fire, pouncing toward the altar. This was Ji Yufei's first battle after his cultivation had broken through to the transcending mortality realm. He wanted to use this demonic creature to practice his skills and see how strong his cultivation had become. He sneered and took a step forward. The 8 steps extreme speed was displayed to the extreme. It was like teleportation. Before the demonic creature landed on the ground, Ji Yufei had already appeared in the sky above it. He took another step forward. However, this time, it was not the 8 steps extreme speed, but the first step of the 8 steps 8 kills. Rumble. As Ji Yufei took a step forward, the space under his feet suddenly vibrated. A vast power surged under his feet, shaking the void and at the same time enveloped the demonic creature below. Bang! Without any suspense, the demonic creature roared and was directly trampled down from the sky by Ji Yufei's foot. Peng! A sound was heard. Stone fragments and soil flew everywhere. The demonic creature was smashed into the rubble below. Ji Yufei, on the other hand, landed elegantly on the altar. The strength of this demonic creature seemed to be between the awakening self ninth heaven and the transcending mortality realm. It was not a match for Ji Yufei, who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. Ji Yufei's expression suddenly changed. Trying to escape from the ground? As he spoke, he pressed his palm downwards, and the vast power of his palm immediately dispersed the smoke and dust that pervaded the air. The demonic creature was no longer on the ground. Chapter 246. Swoosh! Ji Yufei rushed out of the altar and walked in the air. With every step he took, his figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he was already 300 feet away. After advancing to the transcending mortality stage, Ji Yufei's speed with the 8 steps extreme speed was at least a few times faster than before. With just a few steps, he was already 300 feet away, as if he was flying in the air. The ancient altar was located at the edge of the ancient ruins. Beyond 300 feet, it was already out of the range of the ruins. Ji Yufei sensed the movement of the demonic creature underground and chased after it. Peng! Soil flew everywhere. The demonic creature suddenly broke through the ground and rushed out. At this moment, Ji Yufei's second step landed on the demonic creature's head. With the second step, the sound of wind and thunder appeared under Ji Yufei's feet. In the midst of the rumbling sound, it was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. The terrifying waves that were emitted made one's heart palpitate. Bang! Without any suspense, Ji Yufei's second step landed firmly on the demonic creature's hideous head. In the next moment, the unlucky demonic creature's head exploded like a watermelon. Stinky blood spurted out from the demonic creature's chest. The pungent smell immediately spread in the air. It was nauseating. After killing the one-eyed demonic creature, Ji Yufei calmly descended from the sky. At this time, he carefully observed the surrounding situation. What is this place? Ji Yufei realized that his surroundings were too desolate. Other than weeds and short shrubs, there were only rocks in sight. The sky was gloomy. He couldn't see the blue sky and white clouds. He couldn't even see the shadow of the sun, let alone sunlight. Even though the sky was dark, he was still able to see his surroundings clearly with his eyesight. Ji Yufei did not know why he was here alone, nor did he know what had happened when he passed through the world screen. The most urgent thing for him now was to find out where he was. Monsters, ruins, desolation in the valley. All of this made Ji Yufei feel vaguely uneasy. Moreover, the color of the sky was a little strange. It was as if everything here possessed a demonic nature, causing Ji Yufei to feel a great pressure. It was as if he had entered a demonic land filled with unfathomable dangers. This was the instinct of a martial artist, a sense of danger. Ji Yufei did not want to stay in this ancient ruin for too long. He identified the direction and directly walked out of the valley. He was very careful. It was impossible to guard against a monster that could penetrate the ground. If the monster hiding in the ground was much stronger than him, it would not be easy to detect him. However, it seemed that there was only one powerful one-eyed monster in the valley. Until Jiu Fei reached the entrance of the valley, he did not encounter any other powerful monsters. But from time to time, he would see the silhouettes of some weak monsters that he had never seen before in the shrubbery. But even these weak monsters looked incomparably fierce. Whenever they saw Jiu Fei walk past, they would bare their fangs at Jiu Fei. Devilization? After seeing these monsters, Jiu Fei couldn't help but think of these words. He was very shocked. This place seemed to have a very heavy demonic nature. Just as Jiu Fei was planning to explore the surrounding area, a black shadow suddenly appeared on a small mountain in the distance. Then, he saw that black shadow rush down from the mountain, directly towards Jiu Fei. This person was very fast, like a black cloud floating towards Jiu Fei. He crossed the distance of 17 to 18 miles in the blink of an eye. Jiu Fei couldn't help but frown. He felt a strong energy fluctuation from this person's body. Moreover, this person emitted a sinister and evil aura. There was no need to ask, this person was definitely someone from the Devil Dao. Since there was someone here, there was no need to explore anymore. This devil definitely knew the situation here. Jiu Fei already had the thought of capturing this person. Who are you? Why are you here? That person approached and stared warily at Jiu Fei with a pair of yellow eyes as he asked in a cold voice. This was a young man, a tall and skinny young man dressed in black. Jiu Fei noticed that this young man's right hand was hidden in his sleeve, faintly emitting a cold killing intent. It was obvious that if there was a disagreement, this devil would directly attack Jiu Fei. In the world of the Devil Dao, the weak were prey to the strong. This was the most basic law of survival. Jiu Fei sneered in his heart. As someone who had just entered the transcending mortality realm, he could already conceal his aura very well. This devil in front of him couldn't see through Jiu Fei's cultivation. However, this devil's cultivation was completely exposed in Jiu Fei's eyes. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. This was a gap in strength that couldn't be made up for. How could the weak hide their cultivation in the eyes of the strong? Unless this weakling had a secret technique that could conceal his aura. What is this place? Jiu Fei directly asked. The strong need not have any scruples in front of the weak. Jiu Fei's tone was unquestionable, as if he was directly giving the devil an order. You're an outsider? The devil was obviously very shocked, his face was filled with shock. Then, the devil actually turned around and fled. Want to leave? Not so easy, Jiu Fei said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the black-clothed demon. 8 steps. Even among cultivators of the same level, not many could be faster than Jiu Fei. This devil's cultivation was originally a level lower than Jiu Fei's, so it was even more impossible for him to escape. The devil didn't seem to have expected Jiu Fei's speed to be so fast. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. With a roar of shock and anger, his right hand that was hidden under his right robe suddenly swung towards Jiu Fei. Peng! A large canopy of black sand with a chilling black light immediately shrouded Jiu Fei like a dark cloud that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. What is this thing? Jiu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. At such a close distance, the evil black sand arrived in an instant, and he didn't have time to think. A resplendent multicolored light immediately emitted from Jiu Fei's body. It was as if he was wearing a multicolored armor. The vast aura that spread out immediately blocked the evil black sand outside his body. You're not from the infernal domain. The black-clothed devil looked as if he had seen a ghost as he cried out in disbelief. Then, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Like a mad dog that had its tail stepped on, he ran into the distance. The evil black sand that covered the heavens and the earth emitted a shocking, ferocious and cold aura that seemed capable of cutting one's bones and soul. It caused Jiu Fei, who was trapped within the black sand, to have a strange feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body. The cold qi emitted by the black sand seemed to have even frozen the air. Jiu Fei's movement was actually obstructed. Jiu Fei was very shocked. However, This level of power was difficult to trap him. He directly broke through the seal of the Black Devil Sand and rushed out. At this time, the black-clothed devil had already fled several kilometers away without looking back. Unfortunately, this area was not suitable for escaping or hiding. The short bushes were only half a person tall, and everything was clear at a glance. There were no obstacles that hindered one's vision. Therefore, this devil cultivator was destined not to be able to escape. Ji Fei used the 8 desolate steps. Although he couldn't travel all over the world like the name of this ancient movement technique, it wasn't difficult for him to catch up to the devil cultivator who was fleeing in panic. Very quickly, Ji Fei approached the devil cultivator again. This time, Ji Fei didn't give the devil cultivator any chance to breathe. He directly attacked. Ji Fei's hands flew up and down, forming a mysterious seal. A terrifying power flowed between his fingers, and the power of the 5 elements was constantly changing along with the seal. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The power of the 5 elements converged together. In the end, Ji Fei struck out with the water elemental seal. Boundless blue light enveloped the heavens and earth. At the instant when the power of the seal erupted, Ji Fei seemed to have fused with the blue light. The world seemed to be filled with water ripples. This part of the world was shrouded in water. The power of the water element turned into a tangible substance, as if a torrential flood had been drawn over, vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Without any suspense, the tall and thin devil cultivator was enveloped in this vast water blue power. Even though he roared and struggled with all his might, it was difficult to break out of this seal that was known as the softest power in the world. This was the extraordinary power of the water element seal, one of the 5 elements exterminating seals. It wasn't a divine ability, nor was it a Tao technique, but it was even better than divine ability and Tao technique. This was also a kind of Tao, a Tao that was completely derived from martial arts. From the sublimation of martial arts, it formed the martial arts. Techniques were close to Tao, divine abilities were also Tao, and so were Tao. Different paths lead to the same goal, and all of them were formless manifestations of the great Tao. The martial arts, which had completely declined in the Tenglong continent, was not inferior to divine abilities and Tao techniques. According to the legends, the 5 elements exterminating seals could collapse the heavens and split the earth. Ji Fei, who had broken through to the transcending mortality realm, seemed to have verified this legend. Breaking through the void with martial arts might not be a lie. In the future, if Ji Fei was able to use the martial arts to the extreme, the power would be unimaginable. As if thousands of troops and horses were galloping, the sky actually rumbled with thunder. It was the raging sea, and the raging waves were surging. Endless water blue light waves surged, as if the Milky Way had suddenly tilted. The endless water of the Milky Way rushed down, and the devil cultivator who was trapped in the water element power suffered a great impact. The surging water element power caused the devil cultivator to be severely injured. Mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his expression also became weary. "Don't kill me," the devil cultivator said weakly as he panted. After his cultivation broke through, Ji Fei's inner space expanded from 5 feet in diameter to more than 10 feet in diameter, and the power of space also increased by several times. The power of space emitted from the faint purple vertical scar between Ji Fei's eyebrows, and it could already allow him to stay in the void, and allow him to fly in the air for a short period of time. Standing in the void, Ji Fei coldly stared at the devil cultivator who was trapped in the water element power, and said indifferently, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The life and death of this devil cultivator was in the hands of Ji Fei. Chapter 247. This demon's cultivation was not weak. If Ji Fei's cultivation had not broken through to the transcending mortality realm, it would not be difficult for him to restrain this demon. "Your Excellency is an outsider. You must be very unfamiliar with the Devil Sand Island." I will tell you everything I know. I only ask, that Your Excellency let me live," that demon dweller said with a stutter. Devil Sand Island? Could this be an island? Hearing this, Ji Fei could not help but be startled. His complexion became somewhat ugly. The vast water elemental energy continued to trap the demonic being in the air. However, Jiu Fei did not let his guard down. He knew that the people of the demonic path were not only vicious and merciless, they were also sinister and cunning. Jiu Fei did not want to let his guard down and fail miserably. How do you know I am an outsider? Jiu Fei's expression became serious. This was very important. He did not want to be chased by a group of Devil Dao experts. This is very simple. You are not a Devil Dao cultivator. You do not have the unique aura of a Devil Dao cultivator. The demon seemed to really answer every question. Jiu Fei was a little surprised. Could it be that on this Devil Sand Island, everyone was a Devil Dao cultivator? There was no one who did not cultivate the Devil Dao. Thus, Jiu Fei asked the demon. The demon seemed to be greatly surprised by Jiu Fei's question. He said, "In the Devil domain, of course there are only Devil Dao cultivators. Other cultivators absolutely cannot withstand the erosion of the Devil Chi in the Devil domain." Devil domain, this is the world of devils. Jiu Fei said in shock. The faintly discernible evil aura in the heaven and earth really made him a little uncomfortable. The Devil Chi indeed had the power to erode a cultivator's soul. It could cause a cultivator to have a heart devil. For other cultivators, this place was absolutely not suitable for cultivation. But for Devil Dao cultivators, this was a holy place for cultivation. The Devil Chi here could cause a Devil Dao cultivator's cultivation to rapidly increase. However, this increase was not unlimited. There was a limit. The higher the cultivation, the less obvious the effects of the demonic nature. As Jiu Fei exchanged questions and answers with the demon, Jiu Fei had a rough idea of where he was. This was the extreme north demon region, and this demon was a disciple of the heavenly demon sect under the Six Paths Demon Palace. The Devil Sand Island, where Jiu Fei was now under the control of the heavenly demon sect. Although the Demon Sand Island was only an island in the fallen God Sea, it was still 1,000 miles wide. Because there was a small Xianyin Devil Crystal mine on the Devil Sand Island, and the Devil Sand Island was located at the border of the Six Paths Devil Palace and the Devil Sky Ridge, it became a place where the Six Paths Devil Palace and the Devil Sky Ridge constantly fought over. Jiu Fei learned from this demon that a month ago, the Heavenly Devil Sect defeated the Devil Sky Ridge on the island and expelled the Devil Sky Ridge from the Devil Sand Island. However, the Heavenly Devil Sect was also afraid that the Devil Sky Ridge would suddenly counterattack. In order to consolidate the control of the Devil Sand Island, the Heavenly Devil Sect sent many people to patrol the island. This demon was unlucky. When he was patrolling the vicinity of the valley, he sensed a strange movement coming from the ancient ruins, so he came to check it out. However, he didn't expect to meet a powerful outsider like Jiu Fei. To this demon, Jiu Fei was really too strong. He was not weaker than those devil masters. He was so strong that he even lost the thought of resisting and turned to escape. When Jiu Fei found out that he was in the extreme northern demon region, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. He was surprised because this place was just as the demon that carried him on his back had said, it was the world of demon cultivators. He was happy because he wasn't sent to an unfamiliar world by the ancient teleportation array in the nameless ancient palace. The extreme north demon region was located in the extreme north of the Tinglong continent. No wonder it was so cold. But this was nothing. What worried Jiu Fei the most was that the Devil Sand Island he was on was located in the Fallen God Sea, which was close to the extreme north demon region. The Fallen God Sea was even more dangerous than the extreme north demon region. Legend has it that even the immortals couldn't find out how big the Fallen God Sea was. Even the immortals didn't know what secrets were hidden at the end of the Fallen God Sea. This was a vast and boundless sea that even the immortals couldn't fly over. At the same time, it was also a sea full of dangers. Jiu Fei carefully asked about the situation of the Devil Sand Island. He asked about the number of demon dwellers on the island, their strength, and so on. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. From the demon's mouth, Jiu Fei learned the way to leave the Devil Sand Island. Only the Devil Dragon boat, which was refined from the bones of the Devil Dragon, could sail on the Fallen God Sea. In the Fallen God Sea, there were incomparably powerful demon beasts. Ordinary boats couldn't withstand the attacks of the demon beasts in the sea. Only the Devil Dragon boat was refined from the bones of the Devil Dragon. The aura of the Devil Dragon on the Devil Dragon boat would make the demon beasts retreat and not dare to attack the Devil Dragon boat. In the entire extreme North Demon region, there were definitely no more than 3 forces that owned the Devil Dragon boat. Even with the great power of the Six Paths Devil Palace, they only owned 2 Devil Dragon boats. As for the Devil Sky Ridge, they only had 1 complete Devil Dragon boat and 1 half Devil Dragon boat that only had half of the Devil Dragon's spine. All the major demon Dao forces in the extreme North Demon region would develop the islands in the Fallen God Sea to expand their territory. At the same time, it was also for the rich resources in the sea. On the Devil Sand Island, a small Xianyin demon crystal or vein was enough to cause the Heaven Demon sect under the Six Paths Devil Art and the demon Dao forces under the Devil Sky Ridge to fight endlessly. This was all because of the importance of resources. In the extreme North Demon region, the more cultivation resources a force controlled, the stronger that force was. This was something that could not be doubted. Once a force controlled a large amount of cultivation resources, countless demonic cultivators would come to work for them. In fact, the entire cultivation world of the Tinglong continent was the same. The supreme mystery sect of the Qi Nation enjoyed the offerings of the Qi Nation's royal family. Through the Qi Nation's royal family, the supreme mystery sect could be said to control the cultivation resources of the Qi Nation. It was the same for the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shongqing sect. It could be said that all the major forces in the cultivation world were the same. Only by controlling the cultivation resources, a sect or a force could continue to develop. After getting the information he wanted to know, Ji Yufei did not keep his promise and let the demon go. Instead, he directly attacked and killed the demon on the spot. Ji Yufei was not a person who stuck to the rules. Killing was killing. Moreover, he did not intend to let the demon go from the beginning. If he let the demon go, he would be the only one who would be out of luck. Since he was able to recognize an outsider like me just by using his aura, I will restrain my aura and not let it leak out. Ji Yufei thought to himself. If it was other cultivators, they might not be able to restrain their aura completely. However, Ji Yufei could. This was because Ji Yufei was a cultivator and he cultivated the martial way. Ji Yufei could be said to be able to control his physical body with ease. Sealing the aura within his body was just a matter of a thought. It couldn't be any simpler. Moreover, if he guided the power of space out of his Niwen palace and enveloped his body, Ji Yufei would be able to escape into another void. In this way, even a demigod would not be able to detect Ji Yufei's existence if he did not look with his naked eyes. The current Ji Yufei could avoid the detection of a demigod. Of course, in order to avoid the detection of a demigod, he had to make preparations in advance. Otherwise, even if Ji Yufei sealed his aura in his body, it would be difficult to escape the detection of a demigod. The Demon Sand Island was 1,000 miles in circumference. The place where Ji Yufei was at was just a barren mountain ridge. After identifying the direction, Ji Yufei headed towards the depths of the Demon Sand Island. According to the demon dweller, there were only 2 devil masters guarding the profound yin demonic crystal vein on the Devil Sand Island. The cultivation of the other demon dwellers was similar to that of the demon dweller killed by Ji Yufei. The devil cultivators in the demon domain could be divided into 4 levels: demon cultivators, devil masters, devil generals, devil lords, and devil lords. A devil lord or devil venerable was a half-devil that could fight against a half-god. A devil general was equivalent to a royal void realm cultivator. A devil master was equivalent to a transcending mortality realm cultivator. A devil dweller was equivalent to a self-awakening realm cultivator. Among the devil cultivators, they were a group of devil cultivators with the lowest cultivation base and also the most numerous devil cultivators. As a cultivator who had just entered the ascending mortality stage, Ji Yufei was confident that he could deal with demonic cultivators of the demon master level. Thus, Ji Yufei headed straight for the profound yin demon crystal mine in the middle of the Demon Sand Island. He planned to meet the 2 devil masters. As the saying goes, a barefooted person is not afraid of wearing shoes. Ji Yufei was only one person. Even if he could not win, he could easily retreat. Moreover, from the demon's mouth, Ji Yufei knew that the demon dragon ship that could sail on the fallen god sea was not on the demon sand island. The demon dragon ship was actually used to transport the Xianyin demon crystal. As for the Xianyin demon crystal, it was also a rare and demonic mineral. This mineral was very fine like the sand on the beach, but its color was different from the sand. It was pitch black like ink. The Xianyin demon crystal was the original material to refine the magic treasure of the devil Dao, the black evil soul falling sand. In fact, Ji Yufei had already experienced the power of the black evil soul falling sand. When the demon made a move, it was an overwhelming black sand. That was the black evil soul falling sand. However, because of the demon's cultivation, the power of the black evil soul falling sand was only average. However, if it encountered a cultivator of the same level as the demon, it would definitely be unlucky. As long as the black evil soul falling sand touched the skin, it would immediately turn into flesh and bones. The terrifying evil power could even corrode the cultivator's divine soul. Even the primordial spirit was an existence that did not have a physical body. As long as it was sprinkled by the black evil soul falling sand, it would also be destroyed and completely disappear from this world. It could be said that the black evil soul falling sand was a kind of evil and vicious magic treasure of the devil Dao. Therefore, the Xianyin demon crystal mine would incite the endless competition between the two forces of the devil Dao. For hundreds of years, the six devil Dao Palace and the devil Sky Ridge had been in constant conflict with each other. It was unknown how many demons were left on the Devil Sand Island. There was still more than a month before the demon dragon ship came to transport the Xianyin demon crystal. Ji Yufei was not in a hurry. He began to roam around the central part of the Devil Sand Island. He realized that what the demon said seemed to be the truth. In a valley in the central part of the Devil Sand Island, hundreds of demons were constantly patrolling inside and outside the valley. The defense was extremely tight. In the middle of the valley was the mining area. There was a row of houses there. Ji Yufei sensed two powerful auras in those houses. The owners of the two powerful auras were most likely the two demon masters that the demon dweller had mentioned, who were in charge of the mining area. Chapter 248. Ji Yufei's luck seemed to be a little bad. After coming out of the ruined sky realm, he once again entered a region full of killing. The devil territory of the far north was the world of devil cultivators. The fallen god sea was said to be a dangerous place that even immortals and gods could not fly over. Even the devil cultivators in the far north devil territory did not dare to go deep into the fallen god sea. No one knew what kind of dangers lay in the depths of the fallen god sea. The devil cultivators in the devil territory only controlled the islands in the coastal waters of the fallen god sea. Even so, the ships that traveled between the far north devil territory and these islands were often destroyed and killed. After all, the devil dragon ship refined from the spine of a complete devil dragon was a rare object. Although the ship refined from the bone of a devil dragon could intimidate the devil beasts in the fallen god sea, only the devil dragon's aura emitted from the spine of a complete devil dragon was the strongest and strongest. Dragons were born to be the spirit of all living things. The aura of a dragon could intimidate all the beasts in the world, and the devil dragon was no exception. Only the real devil dragon ship could sail in the fallen god sea. Ji Yufei was waiting for an opportunity. The devil dragon ship would come to the Devil Sand Island every 3 months to transport the profound yin demon crystals. That was the time when Ji Yufei would leave the Devil Sand Island. In the far north devil territory and the fallen god sea, there was a faint trace of devil nature between heaven and earth. This devil nature could disturb people's minds. Devil cultivators could use this trace of devil nature wandering between heaven and earth to gradually demonize their body and mind. When cultivating devil cultivation methods, of course, it would be twice the result with half the effort. However, other cultivators were not suitable to cultivate in the far north devil territory. Ji Yufei was no exception. The trace of devil nature in the void made him unable to completely immerse himself in deep cultivation. Ji Yufei's killing of the devil cultivator did not seem to cause any commotion on the Devil Sand Island. It was a common thing for devil cultivators to disappear on the Devil Sand Island. The two Devil Master experts who guarded the profound Yin Demon crystal mine did not pay any attention to it. They did not even show their faces. For the past few days, Ji Yufei had been peeping outside the valley, but he had not seen the two Devil Masters walk out of their residence. However, when Ji Yufei wanted to enter the valley and observe from a closer distance, he sensed a dangerous aura, so he quietly retreated. He didn't want to alert the enemy right now. After all, in the entire valley, other than the two Devil Master level devil cultivators, there were also hundreds of devil cultivators. This was a force that could not be underestimated. Every time he approached the valley, Ji Yufei was very careful. One had to know that if he was discovered by the devil cultivator in the valley, he would have to face the pursuit of hundreds of devil cultivator, and the two Devil Master's Demon Sand Island was only so big, with a radius of 1,000 li. For Xiuzhe, it was just a small island. There were not many places to hide. Of course, if it was any other outsider, they might not be able to escape the pursuit of the demon dwellers on the island. However, Ji Yufei could. He had something to rely on and a way to preserve his life. If he couldn't escape, he would hide in the inner space he had opened up. However, with his current strength, if he wanted to enter the inner space with his real body, it would still take some time. If there were experts chasing after him, making him unable to breathe and unable to stop, he would also be in danger if he used the power of space to open up the inner space. According to Ji Yufei's estimation, if he wanted to open up the inner space at any time, he would have to raise his cultivation to the void controlling realm. For Ji Yufei, who had just broken through to the transcending mortality realm, it was an extremely distant matter. Ji Yufei paced around outside the valley. After a few days, he had already figured out the movements of the devil cultivators in the valley. Every 8 hours, there would be a team of people coming out of the valley to patrol the entire island. Each team was made up of 10 devil cultivators. When they left the valley, they would split up. After 8 hours, they would once again return to the valley. At this time, another team of people would come out of the valley. This cycle, for 24 hours, continuously patrolling. It could be said that the defense of the Devil Sand Island was almost impenetrable. The Devil Sand Island was not safe. On the island, there was a kind of demonic creature called the One-Eyed Earth Devil. This kind of demonic creature hid under the ground and was a terrible predator and hunter. Those devil cultivators who went out to patrol often came back with injuries. Some of them didn't even come back and became the One-Eyed Earth Devil's food. Casualties occurred from time to time. It was no wonder that the two devil masters of the Heavenly Devil sect who were guarding the valley did not care about the disappearance of 1 or 2 devil cultivators. On the Devil Sand Island, Ji Yufei found that the sky was always a grayish-yellow. Even at noon, he could only see the vague outline of the sun. The sky seemed to be covered by a layer of something, giving people a strange feeling. 7 or 8 days later, in the evening, Ji Yufei suddenly made a move. He silently captured a devil cultivator and brought him back to his temporary residence. This residence was very simple. It was a cave that Ji Yufei dug in the middle of a low rocky mountain. It was about 10 feet in diameter. The entrance of the cave was sealed with a rock that weighed more than 1,000 jin. In this rocky mountain, there were huge rocks everywhere. There was no conspicuous place where Ji Yufei was hiding. Even if someone walked through this rocky mountain, it would be difficult to find anything strange. This was an ideal hiding place. After looking for many places, Ji Yufei finally decided to temporarily settle down here. On the Devil Sand Island, there was no food. The flesh and blood of the devil cultivators contained devil chi. It was not suitable for ordinary cultivators to eat. Of course, ordinary cultivators included Ji Yufei. It was not worth it to spend time refining the devil chi in food just to have a full meal. Of course, Ji Yufei would not do that. Fortunately, there were many spirit herbs and immortal medicines in his magic treasure bag. Among them, the most precious were the 3 longevity grasses and the 9-leaf ginseng. The spiritual chi contained in one spirit herb was enough to keep Ji Yufei full of energy and vigor even if he did not eat for 10 days or half a month. Under Ji Yufei's torture, the devil cultivator who had fallen into Ji Yufei's hands spat out everything he knew. At this time, Ji Yufei felt relieved. The information he learned from this devil cultivator was basically the same as what the devil cultivator he had killed earlier had said. Jiyu Fei did not show any mercy. After learning the information he wanted, he decisively attacked and killed the devil cultivator. From the devil cultivator's magic treasure bag, Jiyu Fei saw a handful of black sand that gave off an eerie evil qi. This is the black evil soul-falling sand. It was the first time that Jiyu Fei had seen this kind of black evil soul-falling sand. The sand was so fine that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was even finer than the fine sand on the beach. This was a devil cultivator's magic treasure that could cover the sky and cover the earth and envelop the enemy. Many demon dwellers knew how to refine the black evil soul-settling sand. However, there weren't many who could refine the black evil soul-settling sand that could seal the heavens and trap the earth. With just a handful of it, it could cause one's soul to scatter into nothingness. At the very least, the black evil soul-falling sand in these devils' hands was not enough to deal with Jiyu Fei. Therefore, Jiyu Fei temporarily hid on the Devil Sand Island, waiting for the devil dragon ship to arrive. A month had passed. Although one-eyed earth devils appeared on the Devil Sand Island from time to time, it was relatively peaceful. Occasionally, devils would be attacked by one-eyed earth devils, but peace would soon return. Jiyu Fei was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing on the Devil Sand Island. He once tried to use the floating duckweed technique to return to the inland of the northern Devil Domain. However, he failed. On the surface of the fallen God Sea, there was often a bone-chilling wind blowing, and the originally calm surface of the sea would set off monstrous waves in the next moment. Moreover, some unintelligent but incomparably powerful demonic creatures would appear in the sea from time to time. Unless one could fly in the air, it would be difficult to return to the inland. Jiyu Fei even doubted whether the devil dragon ship that those devils talked about could withstand the unpredictable fallen God Sea. If the devil dragon ship capsized in the fallen God Sea, the people on the ship would definitely die. Even if they did not drown, they would become food for the demonic beasts in the sea. Jiyu Fei patiently waited. On the second month, on a dark night where one could not even see their own fingers, a fierce battle broke out on the Devil Sand Island. For some unknown reason, a large number of demonic creatures suddenly appeared on the Devil Sand Island. These demonic creatures suddenly appeared, gathered, and launched an attack on the valley in the middle of the Devil Sand Island. In addition to the one-eyed earth devil, among the demonic creatures, there were also a few more powerful demonic creatures. These powerful demonic creatures' strength was equivalent to the human cultivators who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. Under the command of these powerful demonic creatures, the demonic creatures on the island seemed to want to seize the profound yin-demon crystal vein that was under the control of the heavenly devil sect in the valley. Jiyu Fei secretly watched this fierce battle that suddenly broke out. When the demonic people in the valley found it difficult to resist the demonic creatures that came from all directions, and even from the ground, the two devil masters who were guarding the valley came out of their residence. They were two middle-aged men in black robes, their bodies surging with a cold and evil aura. These two devil masters displayed their formidable strength. As soon as they made their move, they covered the sky with the black evil soul-falling sand. The demonic creatures that were enveloped by the black evil soul-falling sand were all turned into puddles of stinking black water, their bodies and souls destroyed. Only the one-eyed earth devil and the other powerful demonic creatures that could escape from the black evil soul-falling sand's shroud could escape. The two devil masters' attack immediately reversed the situation of the battle. The two devil masters raised their hands, and the sky full of black clouds of black evil soul-falling sand immediately retreated like the tide, all disappearing into the big sleeves of the two devil masters. Then, the two devil masters who put away the black evil soul-falling sand turned into two black lightning bolts, rushed out of the valley, and fiercely fought with the several powerful demonic creatures. The several powerful demonic creatures and more than 10 fierce one-eyed earth devils could not resist the attack of the two devil masters, and the one-eyed earth devils were killed one after another. In the end, even the several powerful demonic creatures were killed by the two devil masters, and the other demonic creatures retreated unwillingly. When the two devil masters saw that the demonic creatures retreated, they did not pursue them, but returned to the valley. After this battle, Jiyu Fei knew the strength of the two devil masters, and he could not help but be a little afraid. The cultivation of the two devil masters was enough to pose a threat to him. Chapter 249. The two devil masters guarding the profound yin demon crystal vein in the valley made Ji Yufei very afraid. The strength displayed by the two devil masters was stronger than him. If it was just one person, Ji Yufei still had the strength to fight. With his combat skills and strong martial body, he might not necessarily lose to the devil masters. But the opponent was not one person, but two. But if the two devil masters joined hands, Ji Yufei had no chance of winning. Ji Yufei did not want to put himself in danger, so he could only hide on the Devil's Sand Island and wait for the right opportunity. After the large-scale attack by the demonic creatures, there were many casualties among the demon dwellers in the valley. Now there were only 70 or 80 devil dwellers left. In addition to the devil dwellers who were mining the profound yin demon crystals, there were not many devil dwellers who could fight in the valley, about less than 50. There wasn't a need for too many people to mine the profound yin demonic crystals, because the profound yin qi in the demonic crystal vein was very powerful, and if one stayed in the vein for too long, their entire body would be frozen by the cold qi emitted by the profound yin qi, and their lives would be in danger. Unknowingly, another half a month passed. Sitting in the cave that he opened up, Yi Shiwen adjusted his qi. But it was difficult for him to enter a deep state of cultivation. The demonic nature in the world made it difficult for him to calm down. Unless he entered the inner space, he would be affected when he cultivated. Ji Yufei did not know where this demonic nature came from. It seemed to come from between heaven and earth. Ji Yufei could not sense where the source of the demonic nature was. Not only Ji Yufei, even the devil dwellers in the northern devil region did not know where the source of the demonic nature came from. Rumble. Suddenly, Ji Yufei was awakened by the dull sound of thunder coming from outside the cave. Then, he stood up from the ground, pushed away the boulder that blocked the cave entrance, and walked out. What he saw made Ji Yufei extremely shocked. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky, and black lightning struck down from the clouds, appearing extremely evil and sinister. The rolling and surging dark clouds pressed down lower and lower, as if they had already touched the ground, giving people a heavy sense of oppression, as if hundreds of thousands of mountains were slowly descending. Apart from the rumbling thunder, there was no other sound. It was as if there was no sound on Devil's Sand Island, and all the monsters on the island seemed to have gone into hiding. An indescribable palpitation caused one's soul to tremble. A terrible storm was about to come. Ji Yufei stood in front of the cave and looked up at the dark sky. The terrifying phenomenon in front of him suddenly made him feel uneasy. He had a faint premonition that something bad was about to happen. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Bolts of crisscrossed black lightning streaked across the dark sky. The heavy rain poured down in torrents, and a curtain of water appeared between the heavens and the earth. The storm had begun. Woo-woo! It was as if evil spirits were crying, and the sound of the wind from the surroundings was somewhat frightening. The black lightning could also illuminate the heavens and earth. When the lightning passed, the world fell into darkness, and one could only hear the terrible sound coming from all directions, and not see any scenery. It was as dark as ink, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. The world seemed to be covered by a dense black cloth. Rumble. The sound of thunder shook the world, and lightning tore through the void. When Ji Yufei was about to use the boulder to block the cave entrance again, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder, Ji Yufei seemed to hear the faint sound of fighting from afar. That sound seemed to be coming from the ancient ruins on Devil's Sand Island. The ancient ruins in the valley, could it be that there was some secret? Ji Yufei could not help but frown. The strange sound coming from the direction of the ancient ruins aroused Ji Yufei's curiosity. Thus, Ji Yufei walked into the storm, rushing in the direction of the ancient ruins. None of the rainwater splashed on Ji Yufei's body. There was an invisible force that blocked the rainwater. Ji Yufei silently walked in the darkness, like a ghost in the night. Along the way, he did not encounter a single demonic creature. This strange phenomenon made Ji Yufei even more uneasy. It seemed that something was really wrong. Ji Yufei cautiously walked forward, and finally, he came to the outside of the valley where the ancient ruins were. At this time, Ji Fei deeply felt that the entire valley was enveloped by a majestic energy fluctuation. Under the flickering of lightning, ancient figures began to appear in the valley. They were wearing ancient armor, holding divine weapons, and were fighting fiercely in the ancient ruins in the valley. They were not real people with flesh and blood. These figures were faint and illusory, but they did not emit any soul fluctuations. These figures did not seem to be existences with primordial spirits or ghost bodies. In fact, it was a kind of psyche energy. It was a psyche energy that did not dissipate even after death. It was formed by the psyche energy, a special existence that only had a form, but did not have a real body. The pitch-black sky was incomparably stifling. Ji Fei stood on top of a mountain beside the valley, looking at the unbelievable scene in the valley with indescribable shock. It was truly unbelievable. The battle cries from the ancient times still lingered in his ears, causing his blood to boil. Even though they had died countless years ago, and not even their corpses and bones remained, the psyche energy still did not dissipate even after so many years. The illusory figures fought fiercely in the grand formation. There was no flesh and blood flying, no blood splattering, only shocking cries and the sound of weapons clashing. Without a doubt, this ancient ruins had definitely been destroyed in a battle. In the midst of the storm, Ji Fei suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation coming from the ancient ruins below. Sensing this spatial fluctuation, Ji Fei's expression instantly changed. The spatial fluctuation came from an ancient altar in the ancient ruins. Ji Fei's expression became even more unsightly. This ancient altar had some connection with the nameless ancient palace in the death swamp of the ruined sky realm. The ancient transportation formation in the nameless ancient palace was connected to the altar. Since Ji Fei and the old turtle could activate the ancient transportation formation and travel across realms, it was hard to say that the kings in the death swamp who controlled the nameless ancient palace would not come to this world through the ancient altar. Could there really be kings coming out of the ruined sky realm? Ji Fei was inwardly shocked. His attention immediately shifted from the illusory fighters to the ancient altar. What Ji Fei was worried about finally happened. The ancient altar began to emit mysterious runes, and the space above the altar gradually became unstable. In the end, spatial cracks began to appear in the void above the altar. Roar! The void shattered, and a shrill roar suddenly rang out from the shattered void, causing the whole valley to shake. The roar was so abrupt that it seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens, and also seemed to come from the shattered void of ancient times. Then, amidst the deafening thunder, the figure of a ferocious undead creature began to walk out of the shattered void above the altar. It was a white skeleton, sparkling and translucent like divine jade, emitting an incomparably powerful aura. Inside the skull, there was a resplendent soul fire that was as dazzling as the sun, as exuberant as a divine flame. This was definitely a king-level undead king. Ji Fei turned pale with fright. He hurriedly hid, and the pale purple vertical mark between his eyebrows began to emit waves of inner space power that enveloped him. Only in this way could he escape the detection of the undead king. With a king coming out of the ruined sky realm, the northernmost demon region would probably face an unimaginable storm. The spatial passageway formed by the shattered void quickly disappeared. After the undead king walked out of the spatial passageway, he immediately shocked the surrounding scene. Countless illusory figures were fighting, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Even the Whitebone King was extremely shocked and incredulous. The entire ancient ruins suddenly shook violently. Then, an incomparably powerful illusory figure appeared above the ancient ruins. That misty figure, which gave off an unreal feeling, stared at the Whitebone King on the altar. A terrifying killing intent formed a beam of killing light that shot towards the Whitebone King on the altar. The soul fire in the Whitebone King's skull flickered violently. Then, he stretched out a sparkling jade-like palm and directly met the terrifying killing intent. Bang! The jade-like palm and the dazzling killing light instantly collided. Something that Ji Fei couldn't believe happened. The Whitebone King on the altar was actually blasted off the altar by the killing intent. The terrifying killing intent formed a killing light that covered the Whitebone King's jade-like palm with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. That was an immortal god bone body that was even harder than divine metal. After being blasted off the altar, the White Bone King roared again and again. He was in big trouble. He fell among the countless ancient figures that were fighting desperately below the altar. It was the faint and illusory figure of an ancient warrior that had gone through the baptism of countless years. The terrifying killing intent still hadn't dissipated, and it had never been extinguished. In this pitch-black stormy night, an unimaginable phenomenon appeared in the ancient ruins. This meant that the ancient ruins hid a great secret that no one knew about. The White Bone King, who had fallen off the altar, received an unimaginable blow. The terrifying killing intent directly attacked the soul fire in its skull. This was an attack that came from the soul. It was difficult to defend against. The White Bone King immediately suffered unimaginable damage, and the soul fire in its skull gradually dimmed. The tall figure that had blasted the White Bone King off the altar once again closed in on the White Bone King. The terrifying killing intent once again formed a terrifying killing light that blasted directly at the White Bone King's chest. Crack! With a loud sound, 3 of the White Bone King's ribs were immediately broken. Its body suffered an unimaginable blow, and cracks appeared on its bones. The White Bone King was directly blasted hundreds of meters away. With a bang, it landed right at the edge of the ancient ruins. The White Bone King had suffered a series of serious injuries. How could it dare to stay? It directly rushed out of the ground and turned into a ray of white light, rushing out of the valley in a panic. Chapter 250. It was too terrifying. A king in the ruined sky realm was actually beaten by a phantom formed of killing intent to the point that it couldn't fight back at all. This made Gu Fei, who was hiding on the side, feel shocked and incredulous. In the ruined sky realm, a king who dominated a region was a terrifying existence comparable to a demigod. The killing intent formed was earth-shattering, and it could easily kill immortals and gods. The primordial relic in the valley had become a land of death. No living creature dared to set foot in it. Countless illusory, smoke-like ancient figures were fighting desperately, exuding a tragic and stirring aura. Every blurry figure seemed as if it could dissipate with a gust of wind, but they were as powerful as gods of war, their killing intent soaring to the sky. The torrential rain and the whistling cold wind were all blocked outside the relic. The storm only raged outside the relic. There wasn't even a drop of rain in the relic, as if the rain that poured down from the sky evaporated when it reached the relic. On such a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, such a horrifying scene caused Gu Fei's mind to ripple and his jaw to drop. The Demon Sand Island didn't seem simple. Gu Fei vaguely felt that there seemed to be a great secret hidden on the island. At the very least, the island had existed since ancient times. Even though it had been washed by the waves for countless years, and other places had long been turned into mulberry fields, the power of nature couldn't erase this island from the godfallen sea. Roar! The White Bone King roared at the sky and desperately rushed out of the relic. It didn't dare to stay, and directly rushed out of the valley without looking back. Outside the valley, the undying king, who felt that he had escaped danger, stood on a large rock and roared at the sky. It was difficult for him to make a real sound because of his bone body, but his strong soul fluctuations spread in all directions. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The heavy rain that poured down from the sky was blocked by the power of the White Bone King's bone body when it was 10 feet away. The White Bone King was furious. He never thought that he would fall into danger and suffer unimaginable damage as soon as he was teleported out of the ruined sky realm. The White Bone King was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Of course, he didn't have any flesh, so he couldn't vomit blood. The soul fire in the skull flickered continuously, and was no longer as vigorous as it was when it first came out of the spatial passage. The terrifying killing intent in the vestige had weakened his soul flame by at least 2/3. His soul fluctuations were no longer as shocking as before. This undying king's body, which was sparkling and translucent like divine jade, was covered in a layer of multicolored light. The most serious injury was the blow to his chest. His sternum was shattered, and 3 of his ribs were broken. His spine was almost broken by that terrifying killing intent. The king of the undead creatures in the ruin heaven realm had been reduced from the demigod realm to the void controlling realm. It would probably take a long time for him to recover his peak strength. The killing intent that had taken shape in the ancient ruins did not rush out from the valley. However, the terrifying ripples in the valley grew even more intense. The ancient warrior's murderous intent seemed to be unable to leave the ancient ruins. The Whitebone King turned his head and looked into the valley. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. Then, he turned around and charged into the storm without looking back. In the darkness, a figure silently chased after the Whitebone King. When the White Skeleton King was teleported out from the ancient altar in the Archean ruins, a few other Archean ruins on the Tenglong continent also had some unusual movements. In the extreme west of the Tenglong continent, there was a paradise on earth that everyone yearned for. The Western Buddhist land was definitely a spiritual land in the Tenglong continent. In the Buddhist land, there were 30,000 temples with golden bricks and jade tiles. Everyone believed in Buddhism and cultivated Arhat Buddhahood. Every evening, when the sun set in the west, melodious bells would ring out from the Buddhist land. Countless Buddhist disciples would chant, creating a peaceful and sacred scene. The central region of the Buddhist land was inhabited by cultivators with profound Buddhist power. Legend had it that the central region of the Buddhist land was still guarded by Arhat Buddhas. The Buddhist land was vast and boundless. In the central region, there was a spiritual mountain. Over there, precious trees swayed and jade grass covered the ground. All kinds of unheard of and unseen celestial flowers and plants were spread all over the spiritual mountain. Many palaces were located on the peaks of the spiritual mountain. Waterfalls and flowing springs dotted the mountain. There were also many Buddhist palaces floating in the sky deep in the clouds. This spiritual mountain was truly a treasured land of the heavens and earth. Natural spiritual roots gathered here, attracting spiritual energy from all directions. There was not a single blade of ordinary grass or tree on the emerald green mountain peaks. All the vegetation was surging with spiritual energy, flickering with divine light. If one cultivated on this spiritual mountain, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. The Buddhist palaces on the mountain were all built on the spiritual veins with the densest spiritual energy. Some of the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins could even make the Buddhist palaces float above the spiritual veins. An ancient Buddhist palace was located in the middle of the spiritual veins, stabilizing the spiritual veins. The interior of the Buddhist palace was empty. There were no decorations or statues of Buddhas. However, the floor of the Buddhist palace was engraved with countless ancient talismans. More than 2 months ago, the ancient Buddhist temple that had been suppressing the central spirit vein for an unknown number of years suddenly had a strange movement. How could it be that the ancient Buddhist palace that was suppressing the spiritual veins in the central region suddenly moved? Soon, all the Buddhist Vedanta in the Western Buddhist land were alarmed. The reason why the land of Buddha was like a paradise was because the spiritual veins of the spiritual mountains gathered spiritual energy from all directions. If the ancient Buddha hall had any strange movements and caused the spiritual veins to change direction, the land of Buddha would face a catastrophe. The underground spiritual veins changing directions was not unheard of in the Tenglong continent. Once the spiritual veins changed directions, the original fairyland would become barren hills and unruly rivers. When the spiritual veins changed directions, the heaven and earth would move. In order to prevent the spiritual veins from moving, a long time ago, an almighty in the Buddhist land who had cultivated to the Buddha realm moved an ancient formation diagram to suppress the spiritual veins in the central region. Later on, in order to prevent the formation diagram from being damaged by the sun and wind for a long time, someone built a Buddhist palace at the location of the formation diagram and sent people to watch over the formation diagram. The ancient formation diagram contained an unfathomable power and indeed suppressed the spiritual veins in the central region. After so many years, nothing strange had happened to the spiritual veins in the central region of the spiritual mountain. The terrifying fluctuation coming from the ancient Buddhist palace made all the Buddhist Vedanta extremely nervous. Some people even thought that the ancient Buddhist palace could no longer suppress the spiritual veins below. This was a sign that the spiritual veins were exploding. However, the fluctuation from the ancient Buddhist palace did not last for long before it disappeared. Then, A scene that dumbfounded all the Buddhist Vedanta appeared. An almighty that had only appeared in legends walked out of the ancient Buddhist palace. From then on, the tranquility of the Buddhist land was completely shattered. When the Almighty saw that the spiritual mountain was filled with spiritual energy, he decided to stay in the ancient Buddhist palace and not leave. Although the Buddhist Vedanta were unwilling, they had no choice but to do so. Who told the other party to be so tough? In the peaceful Spirit Mountain, red-crowned cranes fluttered among the auspicious clouds. Dozens of seeker deer, which were not afraid of humans, chewed on spirit herbs in the mountain. Big white rabbits, which were as fluffy as snowballs, appeared in the forest and grassland. In such a treasured land, these animals had long since gained spiritual energy. 2 months later, in the western Buddhist lands, on a starry night, beside a clear spring in the middle of a spiritual mountain, there was a bonfire. On a rock beside the bonfire sat a guy with the body of a turtle and the head of a dragon. Roasted chicken wings, I like them. The fellow held a tree branch with a few chicken wings skewered on it and roasted them over the bonfire while singing a self-made folk song. A young novice monk with white teeth and red lips was trembling as he waited on the fellow. "You little baldy, hurry up and catch a few more wild chickens for me." The tortoise body and dragon head fellow rubbed his belly after enjoying the chicken wings, as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he turned to the young novice monk and spoke loudly. This. Buddhists are forbidden to kill. I. The young novice monk was startled and couldn't finish his sentence. Your head. If you don't go and catch a few wild chickens, I'll eat you. Little baldy, your skin is soft and tender. I'm sure you'll taste better than wild animals. Ha ha. The tortoise body and dragon head fellow laughed loudly. Just as the young novice monk was frightened by the turtle-bodied dragon-headed fellow, suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the direction of the ancient Buddha hall, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Not good. The dragon head and tortoise body fellow's expression changed. He couldn't be bothered with the young novice monk anymore. He jumped up from the ground and disappeared with a whoosh. The young novice monk couldn't hold on any longer. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground. When he had been sent to serve this almighty that even the elders of the Buddhist land had to be respectful to, he had been scared half to death by the appearance of this almighty. This young novice monk was frightened by this powerful being's stern voice. He was almost scared out of his wits and was in a state of despair. At this moment, the man with a dragon head and a turtle body, who was known as the Almighty by the Buddhist land's Vedanta, had already appeared in front of the ancient Buddha hall. He stood in the void, his eyes emitting a terrifying cold light as he stared nervously at the ancient Buddha hall below. Rumble. The entire ancient Buddhist palace, which was suppressing the central spirit vein, started to shake. It seemed like something was about to rush out of the pitch-black door of the ancient Buddhist palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A strange fluctuation appeared in the void. 4 old monks wearing red kasayas and holding prayer beads appeared at the same time in the east, south, west, and north of the ancient Buddhist palace.